I've really come away from this debate feeling very unsatisfied. I feel like nothing of true substance was really argued that much.
That's what an election is. It's a choice between two things.
Well, not in the UK. You can vote between a lot of things. We have two parties in the
Yes,
US.
but
I can always educate you on your political system.
Okay, that one was good. Yeah, that one, bro, if I was called, I'd fucking leave. Oh, he did do the thing. Oh, he did do the thing. Y'all are all familiar with Destiny. He is a political commentator, and he is basically like, I'd say like he's like a center-left liberal, but he's way more lax on a few things compared to maybe some other like leftists and liberals, you know what I mean? And then you have Konstantin Kisin, who is a guy who does the Trigonometry podcast, and he considers himself like a centrist. He considers a centrist, although he is someone who has been favorable to like Trump or like Trump policies in the number of recent years. So it's led people to believe that maybe he's a bit more right-leaning than he tends to actually like follow along with. But he considers himself a centrist. And basically, Destiny and Konstantin had a debate in London a couple of days ago. About a whole bunch of issues, immigration, Trump, wokeism. And I kind of want to react to it today. And like give my takes on everything and see how this kind of goes. Because I mean, as someone who is British and lives in the UK, I'm actually curious to see what they end up talking about and if they end up talking about specific UK things or not. Destiny kind of is an enemy territory, talking to a British commentator maybe about British issues. He's not in his like comfortable playing ground. Okay, I like to think Destiny performs at his best when he's talking about like Trump issues, but everything else when it comes to maybe like immigration or comes to British issues, he's probably not as points that I might necessarily agree with as much, but we'll see, right? We'll see how this goes. So holy 2 fucking hours. I'm gonna put this at like maybe 1.25 times speed. I mean, I'm gonna put this at 1.25 because it's gonna be a time. So let's give this a little watch and see. He sat down with Tectone before. Yeah, Destiny had a talk with Tectone before. But I think Tectone and Destiny are on very, very different political spectrums these days. Very, very different political spectrums. But let's go take a look by this video from Penguin and Destiny and see how this goes.
Trav here, just to remind you that every new active subscriber directly contributes to how quickly we can produce these kinds of conversations for you. So please take a second to subscribe, smash that like button.
Should I get my notepad out? Wait, do I get my notepad out? Do we make some notes on this whole thing? Actually, no, we won't.
On the video,
it would take too long.
Make sure you leave us a comment in the comment section. Now, please enjoy Konstantin Kisin.
Yes, I feel like it just might take too long. Is it gonna be a video? You know what? Yes, I'll make this a video.
Are you the same as you were 10 or 15 years ago? What do you mean by that? The same. You're not unchanged, right?
Are you pretending to be a moron or are you actually being one?
Your guys' definitions for everything change at all points in time. That's always the issue. That's always the frustrating thing when it comes to fighting.
Who's us guys?
Conservatives.
I'm not a conservative.
I know you say you're not, but are you sure you're not running for a political party right now? Because that was the most politician answer I've ever heard in my life of a conservative view on foreign policy. Over the past 5 years, so you do this thing where you're like, well, I have to choose between two things.
I'm not going to talk if you keep interrupting me. I'm not interested in this. Whatever this is. You are.
I'm literally not. I'm asking you a question.
Oh no. Is Destiny going to do the thing where he talks very, very quickly? If I want to hazard a guess, the Destiny's way of like debate is usually to like pin people down on terms very, very quickly and talk kind of fast. Like, I'm wondering if that's the reason why bro got annoyed. Let's find out.
You just refuse to answer. This is the game. How did I do it again? I'm asking you a clear question. You can't give me an answer.
I am watching on 1.25 speed.
I'm going to talk to you unless you listen to what I'm saying as well as me listening to what you're saying.
I am listening.
Okay, good.
Welcome to Pangburn. Are we ready to go? What I hope to see on the Pangburn stage here tonight is what I always want to see, and that's good faith, helpful discourse. The Pangburn maxim, the communication maxim, is that good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. That's what we want to see. And ultimately, I hope this conversation tonight, when it's shared with the world, will maximize well-being for humanity in one way or another.
Okay, calm down, bro. It's just a fucking video on a YouTube channel. All right, big boy. It's just a fucking silly YouTube video. We're not writing the fucking Bible here, man, okay? We're not writing the Bible. Let's calm down.
So, in saying that, please...
I have a feeling we're going to come away from this not actually having a very fulfilling conversation. I'm just gonna guess. Every time these debates happen between two political commentators like this, I'm gonna be real, I always come away feeling very like unsatisfied. Hang on, I gotta fix my fucking model. So we'll see what exactly happens here. Cause I always get unsatisfied, but we'll see. All right.
Welcome to the stage, Konstantin Kisin and Destiny. Can national identity survive open immigration?
I guess I'll.
Can national identity survive open immigration? My first thoughts would be like, okay, if I was asked this question, national identity survive open immigration, the first thing I'd think of would be the rate of immigration and how quickly a place can like assimilate a certain culture, which is something you could measure.
But yeah, I'll kind of take the reins on this. I feel like when I hear people talk about things related to open borders, mass migration, or national identity, there's kind of two questions that always pop up in my mind, and I never hear people actually kind of tack down what they mean when they say these things. So the first thing is, for national identity, I don't know as much about the various identities that exist in the UK, but I know for the United States, to try to find an overlap between identity from a gay guy in San Francisco versus like a farmer in Iowa or something, there's not many commonalities there to speak of when you talk about national identity, especially when I'm thinking of it in the context of what type of immigrant would threaten that whatever unified identity, whatever those two things are. So I'm kind of curious, I guess, when I think about national identity, when I think about it being threatened by people, my first question is, what is the national identity that we're trying to protect for the United States or for the United Kingdom? And then when we talk about like migration or mass migration, what do we mean exactly when we say that?
I feel like, okay, if I'm thinking about this, I feel like Americans have a very different view on what like nationalism or national identity might be compared to like someone from Europe or British, right? Because if we're talking about like national identity, America is a country that was always like founded on immigrants, right? That's been something that's been ingrained into people, into cultures. Like America has always been a country based on like immigrants and immigration. And that's something that's been, you know, that's been drilled into people, right, for a long time. Primarily European immigrants, sure. But like it's a country founded on immigrants. But the United Kingdom and a lot of parts of like Northern Europe were always very like homogenous in terms of like race or identity until like, I want to say around World War II, right? Until around World War II. And then we had a lot. After World War II, we had a huge increase in like immigration after World War II, which does disrupt the skew of like going from a very homogenous white country into changing it up very quickly. So that is a fact, right? That is factually something that has happened. So I think coming from the American perspective to the British perspective, it's not quite the same, because the UK has had such a rush of disruption to like what is considered a homogenous like country.
Well, okay. So there's two questions there. What is national identity and what is immigration? Why don't we start in reverse and talk about immigration? Take Britain as an example, right? So I've lived in this country. I came to Britain from, it was just about Russia. Prior to that, it was the Soviet Union in 1996. So let's go back to 1991, because that's the data when we have the census. 1991. What has happened in the last 35 years? So in the last 35 years ago, this country had a population of 58 million people. Today, the population is 70 million. Almost all of that is due to mass immigration. So the population of Britain, the immigrant population of Britain, that's first generation, people who've arrived, went from 4 million to 12 million in the space of 35 years, right? It trebled in 35 years. Now, you might say, well, you know, is that a lot? Is that a little? Who knows? That is more people in the last 35.
You have to remember the size of the UK. The UK is not fucking America. The UK is not a huge country, right? The UK is not a huge country. So if that's true, going from 4 million to 12 million, like 8 million, that's like a huge increase. And let's not forget, a lot of that increase is localized to like specific cities, right? So it's not like they're spreading out. It's not like immigrants are coming in and are spreading out absolutely everywhere equally across the country. It's a huge influx of people or immigrants localized to like cities or areas of specific cities, which greatly increases like a sort of like identity or place in a very specific like local area, which then can and does like disrupt, let's say, like local like cultures or like whatever it is, or like identity, or like it affects the rate of assimilation, right? Because it's actually harder to like assimilate people if you have local clusters of people that are all from like the same place, because there's less of a reason for them to like learn English. There's less of a reason for them to get acquainted with like the inner workings of like the place that they went to, right? Because they don't need to, because there was a lot of them together from the same place in these local areas. So that's a thing to keep in mind when it comes to, specifically when we're talking about like UK immigration, right? That they tend to come in localized areas, like in cities. There's less of an incentive for people to like assimilate or like learn English because they're surrounded by people who also don't need to. So that's also a difference between like UK and like America immigration in terms of where people end up.
5 years, more people came to Britain than came to Britain in the previous 2 millennia. So more people in 35 years than had come in 2,000 years.
Okay, that's kind of a stupid point. Okay, well, there's more people that came in the past 30 years in 2,000 years. Okay, why specifically mention 2,000? Why don't say like 100? That would still be true. There are more people that came in the last 30 years than they do in the previous like 100. Why like 2,000? That just seems very like alarmist, or like, oh wow, that's crazy. I don't know, that's kind of a weird thing to say.
Now, that seems like quite a lot, right? Now, we'll talk about some more facts about this, and then we can talk about national identity. I'm going to take a little time, if you don't mind, just to lay this out.
Yeah, I guess just kind of poke around as you answer.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me just let's talk about what we mean by
immigration. Because it shows how bad of a problem it is. But not really. Because like 2,000 years ago, people were like riding on fucking like horseback or walking everywhere. Right? Like, obviously, like, it's harder to immigrate to places or migrate to places because travel was physically harder. So that seems kind of like a weird, like, nothing burger statement. Right? Like, yeah, obviously. Like, there was a lot of things. Like, there were a lot of... Bro, we talked... Okay, you could also say, like, we talk to more people now than we could, like, 100 years ago because now we have the internet. Now we have the internet, so we could do, bro, I could get groceries delivered to my fucking house. You couldn't do that 2,000 years ago. Like, it doesn't really mean anything, right?
Okay. Well, then also the mass, because I hear a lot of these words will be like, it was a lot of people.
Well, hold on.
I was like, what does that mean? Yeah.
I'm explaining it. So
Okay.
more people in 35 years than 2,000 years, that sounds like quite a lot of people. Is
Not
that fair?
necessarily, no.
Is that fair?
No, not really, right? In the context...
Well, okay, that's not fair. Like, it does sound like a lot, but the pretense of you saying that is kind of like an unfair thing to do. He's kind of wrong on that. Like, it does literally sound like a lot, but the pretense of how you set it up isn't fair.
Like, if I were to ask for, like, the total growth of wealth compared to, like, the last, like, 50 years might also dwarf the last 2,000 years, or the total amount of carbon pollution, or the total amount of TV episodes or plays written or songs written. Like, I don't know if I would just arbitrarily say, I'm going to look at immigration, I'm going to measure it past some 1,000-year thing or whatever.
You don't think that more people coming into a country in 35 years than had come in the previous 2,000 years is quite a lot?
I just think that statement is, like, vacuous and meaningless. When we say quite a lot, what, like, should it have been less? Like, what kind of immigrants shouldn't have come? No. What does that mean?
You're making it into a...
Yeah, I don't think that's the way he should approach this argument, because, like, it's obviously a lot different, right? Obviously, there is a lot more that happens now than there was 2,000 years ago. That's, like, an obvious. But you can argue, again, the pretense of how it's set up. Because you can argue, like I said, well, we had to walk everywhere or use horses. Like, if you were rich, you had a fucking horse. If you weren't, you had to walk everywhere 2,000 years ago, right? So those things, like, kind of don't make sense. Or, like, technology's improved, like, so much that we could physically do more things now than we could, like, a long time ago. We have planes to travel people. We have boats to travel people. We have fucking cars to travel people now. So the actual movement of people is physically greater, like, now than it ever has, due to the massive increase in, like, industry and technology that we've had over the past, like, fucking 100 years. Think of what we had 100 fucking years ago compared to, like, now, right? So, like, he should attack that angle of this argument and not attack, well, is it a lot? How much is a lot? That's kind of stupid.
Moral conversation. I'm talking about purely numbers. You might think it's a great thing, right? Like,
well, to be clear, I'm not talking. Just to be clear, I'm not talking moral.
You keep interrupting.
You said a lot, yeah.
You keep interrupting. So,
okay.
If we're talking about quite a lot, you keep trying to make it a moral thing.
I'm not making it a moral thing.
If we're going to have a conversation, you're going to have to let me finish a sentence at least.
We'll just don't misquote my position.
This is a bit of a
just
rough
calm down
start.
for
I'm
a
not
minute.
gonna lie.
I know you've got your Red Bull. Just have
I
some
have my
water
Red
to chill
Bull. I'm
out.
still super calm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a very
Now,
simple question. Yeah.
If more people, if you're making a moral issue, it becomes very clouded and complicated. Let's just talk about what we're talking about in terms of pure numbers, right? If more people have come into a country in 35 years than have come in 2,000 years, that is objectively a lot. Now, you might think it's a good thing. Like, I like ice cream.
Again, objectively true in what he's saying, but the framing of pretense is kind of stupid given like the scale of that.
And if I eat a tub of ice cream, I'm not going to say that's not a lot of ice cream. I still like it, but
I'd first question the validity of the immigration, how much the qualified works versus asylum seekers and others. Well, I think that initially attacking, like, does mass immigration affect like the nationalism of like a country or whatever it is? I would also immediately talk about like assimilation, because assimilation is something you can like objectively measure, right? You can objectively measure that by like the rates of like learning English between migrants, or like the rate at which they get employment, right? Those are things you could objectively measure, and that's how you could maybe have a debate, like a good debate around actual numbers and statistics of like, okay, is it actually affecting the culture, or is it just a lot of people like coming to the UK and not doing anything, taking like welfare and fucking not learning English and just having their local communities and not assimilating with the culture? Like, that's what should be discussed, because that's what actually changes like culture, assimilation or not. So that's really what I would immediately take this discussion. Arguing over like numbers of how many people actually arrive is kind of like, well, yeah, it's a lot, but like, is it beneficial or not? That's the real argument of that they should be discussing, right?
it's a lot of ice cream, right? We'd accept that. It's more, a scoop is not a lot of ice cream, a tub is a lot of ice cream. So more people coming into a country in 35 years.
You could also argue the culture is fluid and changes, evolves over time. No, absolutely. But when you have a vastly different culture that has its own set of traditions or family values or moral coding that come into a country very, very quickly, you have a lot of friction. That's why we talk about like assimilation and how well people get assimilated to like a new culture. And then like things could change over time because culture always does, but it's about the rapidness of that change that induces friction and therefore problems and uprise and uproar like we're currently seeing in the UK, right?
Then it come in 2,000 years is objectively a lot of people, okay?
Just to be clear, when you say a lot, that's a normative value that's with respect to some kind of norm or when you say a lot.
Oh yeah, compared to before.
Yeah,
Compared
that's
to the
objectively,
entire span of
that
the
is
history of this
objectively true. It's just kind of a meaningless statement. Like
So
everything is a lot more than the
what
past
I'm saying is
millennia.
objectively true. I'm grateful.
Correct, yes. That's a meaningless statement, but yes.
Now that we've got there, what does it
I don't know why. I don't know why he clued on to that at the beginning.
mean? Well, first of all, think about it like this. And again, it's not about whether you like it or not, whether you think it's a good thing or not, or a bad thing. The three biggest cities in this country in the last 30 years have ceased to be majority inhabited by the people who are native to this land. That's just a fact. And I am one of the people who's come here in that time. So I'm not saying it's only a terrible thing, but it's an objective fact. The three biggest cities in the country are now majority minority. London, and this has happened very quickly. London was 80% white British in 1991. It is probably around 30% white British today. So if you have seen that level of change in the city in which you live, think about this as well. 3/4 of the people.
That's kind of goes to what I was saying. Like a lot of migrants that come don't go spread out equally around the country. They go to localized areas in like the big cities, right?
Live in this country today are over the age of 35. So all of this has happened within the lifetime of one generation, effectively. That is a level of change that is A, completely unprecedented, B, extremely transformative, whether you like it or not, good or bad, whatever you may think. You might think, oh, you know, the amount of different kinds of food has got better. It's true.
Is that a real stat? Yeah, no, I am pretty sure that's real. Also, I have been someone that's lived in London for like 8 years, and I lived in an area where it was minority white. I lived in an area where it was minority white. So like I have personal experience with this too.
But it's also true objectively that entire swathes of this city are no longer inhabited by the people who used to live here. Again, this is an objective fact. You can like it, you can dislike it, but that is something that has happened. This is true of London, it's true of Manchester, it's true of Birmingham, and it's true of several other smaller cities in this country. By 2060, according to current projections, white British people will become a minority in this country. 2060 is the next 35 years, right? And that's the entire kind of demographic transformation. These are facts. Forget about.
Although the government has been doing a lot. West London, yeah, no. I live near the Bethnal Green, the Hackney Wick area. So if you know London, you know what I'm saying, right? And like the government, to be fair, has done a lot to reduce the number of like intake of people. it used to, I feel like it used to be in the millions, and now it's in the like low hundreds of thousands, which is like good, but like probably still high. Because again, we're not a huge fucking country, and it's just, it's a lot. There's also a general trend of people leaving rural areas, immigrant or not, and moving to cities. Didn't it just get worse after Brexit? No, well, it ramped up after World War II specifically, I'm pretty sure. Like the rate ramped up, but yeah. It wasn't Brexit that made it worse. Brexit didn't make immigration worse. I don't think that's true. Unless someone wants to fact check me on that.
People's opinions, my opinion, your opinion. In terms of illegal immigration, there are now almost 1 million, we don't know exactly because it's hard to measure, but we have almost 1 million illegal immigrants in Britain today, which for a population of 70 million is quite a lot. And we currently spend £14 million a day spent. I'm not talking about the cost to the taxpayer of having 1 million illegal immigrants here. I'm talking about how much we spend to accommodate them and all other things. Now, 14 million, is that a lot per day? Quite a lot. But also this is happening at an unprecedented rate. More people.
That is true. There is a lot of money being spent on immigrants and illegal immigrants and like asylum seekers and all that kind of thing. And then you could go into the argument and debate of like the economic worth of having migrants and to what extent are they a benefit to the economy versus a net loss to the economy. That's a whole conversation. I wonder if they'll get into that. We can comment on like specific things. World War II really had a far-flung effect. No, it did. World War II did have like a massive fucking effect on like everything that happened afterwards. So I'm interested to see if they go into that.
People come to Britain illegally today than came legally when I came here in 1996. I'll say that again.
Also, okay, I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to get my facts straight, but when it comes to like being an illegal immigrant in the UK, there are ways to like citizenship that you can like go through, but I think the problem that we have is actually like asylum seekers. That's the problem that we have in the UK, because if you are someone that comes on if you're someone who comes to the UK, most of the time you cannot claim welfare unless you've been here for 5 years. You can't claim welfare unless you are here on a family visa or you're an asylum seeker. You cannot claim welfare in the UK. So the problem that we have is actually like a mass amount of people seeking asylum in the UK, and not just like general like illegal or whatever immigration, because those people who claim to be asylum seekers and they get processed and it's whatever, they can actually claim like welfare. 5 years without welfare, no wonder they are struggling. Yeah, or if you are someone who doesn't claim to seek asylum, if you're here for 5 years, then you can actually claim the welfare benefits. Or if you are here on a family visa, then you can also claim welfare, which is also like part of the problem too. But yeah, it's really an asylum seeking and family visa issue that we have rather than like anything else.
Illegally every year than came here in 1996 when I came here. That's the level of change when it comes to illegal immigration, and the cost of it, £14 million a day, is increased by a factor of 10 in the last 10 years alone. So it's 1,000% more than what it was. Those are the facts about immigration. So when we talk about immigration and whether it's compatible with national identity, it depends what we mean. If we're talking about 20, 30, 40,000 people a year, highly selective from compatible cultures as it used to be, perfectly compatible, and in fact I think probably quite desirable. If we're talking about what we've seen over the last 30 years, I don't think it's compatible with any sort of national identity at all. Now, I've been talking for a long time, so we can get to national identity after you've addressed that.
Sure. So I guess the thing that is a little bit strange to me about the immigration question is that sometimes I'll hear a bunch of descriptions laid out, and I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do with them. There's oftentimes a lack of a prescriptive statement. It seems like there's a little bit of fear of committing to any particular idea about what an ideal immigrant would look like. And then it feels like we're sometimes also lumping a ton of immigrants together. So for instance, when we say there have been so many more immigrants that have come here in the past 30, 35 years, but then we also mention like illegal immigrants or asylum seekers, these are all different groups of people. So I don't know why. I
separated them out. I talked about legal immigration and illegal immigration, right?
I understand, but so the prompt has to do with basically can a country's culture, whatever, survive mass migration? Illegal immigrants are not mass migrating here. The mass migration.
They are. So I just told you.
Well, that's okay. Okay.
Illegal immigrants come here every year now than legal immigrants came here 30 years ago.
I understand that, but if you look
at
they are
mass migrating.
So then are the legal ones mass migrating, or what? Is it just...
The legal immigrants are also mass migrating. It's possible for them both to be mass migrating.
But it's like 10 to 1, right? So so comparing the two, it seems like we're talking about different kinds of... We're probably talking about different kinds of immigrants. When we talk about legal versus illegal.
We're talking about both, yeah.
Well, no.
I'm talking about both.
You don't see any difference between a legal immigrant versus an illegal immigrant?
I feel the point that Konstantin's making is that there is a lot more mass migration of immigrants, which also means there'll be a lot more illegal immigrants also migrating at the same time. The amount of illegal, all of them have gone up. That's really the point he's just trying to make, right? I don't think we need to deep that too much. I don't know why we have to kind of like do this whole thing of like, okay, there's a difference between illegal and legal. Like, yes, of course there is, but like they're both increasing. That's like the point. Like that, I don't know why we're hopping on this.
Well, of course I do.
Okay.
But they are both mass migrating here. They're both coming here in unprecedented numbers.
Everything definitionally is unprecedented as you move forward.
It's like the argument of like, I think this is a problem, and someone else goes, there's kids starving in Africa. It's like, okay, then we don't care about fucking anything then. Okay, then we care about no problem. I don't know what. This is stupid. This is a bit stupid.
In years, we have an unprecedented amount of technology, an unprecedented amount of energy generation, an unprecedented amount of like.
I think you might be confused about.
But like, okay, he's right. He's kind of saying what I said earlier. Like, he's right in that like using this term like unprecedented, I don't think is wrong, but the pretense of it being set up is stupid. Like, because it doesn't actually mean that much on its own, right? Like, compared to 2,000 years ago, he should have just left that out. Just said we have an unprecedented amount of mass migration compared to like the last like prior 100 years. That would be better. But the fact that you said like 2,000 years just makes it sound like a fucking nothing burger, because obviously a lot of things have been unprecedented in the past 50 years due to technology and industry, which is a fair thing to point out from Destiny's side. But it looks like he should have attacked that first and not be like, well, is it a lot? How much is a lot? Like, that's stupid. He should have done this initially.
The meaning of the word unprecedented.
Unprecedented is, and it hasn't happened at that level before. Yeah.
Right. So if we have immigration of 20,000 people a year, that wouldn't be unprecedented because we had that before.
Yeah, but the population is growing of the country, the population of the rest of the planet is growing, the economy is growing. There's a whole bunch of other factors at play. It's not like all else equal. There's just 10 million people that have shown up. Like, there's other factors at play at all points in time as well. So
yes,
it's a bit reductive to say, like, well, we have an unprecedented wave of whatever. There's unprecedented things happening definitionally every year forward into the future we go.
No, that's not true.
Well, he's not wrong there. Sure, that's fine. But then you have to lead with being like, okay, so that means that, like, Konstantin should have changed his statement. Just say that it's an unprecedented amount of, like, immigration that compared to what people like have been used to in the world. That's just the objective statement. Like, that's fine.
What's the thing that's been frozen in time?
He's not wrong with the pointless argument.
Yes,
yeah, no, it's a pointless argument.
They're contextless and meaningless. But now I'm asking, what is the thing that's unprecedented?
Look,
or I'm sorry, what would be the thing that is not changing in the past 30 years? Like, if you had to look at something.
One of the most amazing things of arguing with anybody from your position is the extent to which they refuse to understand what words mean. I just explained to you repeatedly what unprecedented means. It means that it hasn't happened before. There have been times in the history of this country when its immigration was in the tens of thousands.
Con keeps making uncommitted statements. It's infuriating. I don't think he said anything that's uncommitted right now. If anything, I feel like Destiny he's poking in areas he should, but he's not engaging with what Konstantin's actually trying to say, which is just going to devolve into a discussion that doesn't have much substance to it. Like, what I've been afraid of is, like, if this debate ends up going into an argument of, like, definitions rather than substance, it's going to be kind of a disappointing conversation.
And for us to go back to that would not be going forward to something unprecedented. It would be returning to something that we used to do.
Sure.
Right?
My question
is, so what has happened in the last 30 years is unprecedented.
Is there anything in U.S. culture, in British culture, that has remained the same for the past 30, 40, 50, 60 years, for the past 100 years, that doesn't have an unprecedented thing happening constantly?
Absolutely. I mean, that is what a culture is. It is what is preserved over time.
How?
A culture is what people do without having been told to do so by law.
But what is an example of a culture that is unchanging?
How much have you traveled around the world?
Probably more than you?
Probably not, actually.
Okay. So then you should be able to very easily answer. Well, here's an example of a culture that exists.
Every time I try and answer your question, you keep talking over me.
Well, it's because when you answer, you ramble and say irrelevant things. So my question is...
How can I ramble in half a sentence?
You've been saying plenty of sentences. Do you think the speaking time up to this point is even, or do you think you've spoken more than me?
I have spoken more than you, but I haven't interrupted you.
So you've had an opportunity to speak. You're just not answering my question. So my question is very simple. What's a culture that you feel has been unchanged for the past 50 years?
Okay. I understand why he's framing this, because if you are making the claim that immigration does affect culture and it's changing it rapidly or whatever it is, that's what he's trying to say is well, every culture changes, right? Like every culture does change. Nothing really ever stays the same. Like no one keeps traditions from like thousands of years ago, right? But I think that's like the macro like level lens of looking at the situation. But I think it kind of that ignores the reality of like country to country, especially, you know, countries that are kind of like far apart, especially in Europe, right? The cultural changes between different countries in Europe is like greater than like different states you would go to in America, right? Just because of like how like history has worked, right? Bro, like even in the UK, for example, like I could go 50 miles in one direction in the UK and people speak with a different accent, right? Just fucking 50 miles and people will speak with a different fucking accent in the UK because we have a much longer history of like people in Europe that have their own traditions and cultures in a way more localized area compared to like in America where like you have to travel maybe further to get like actual differences between people or traditions or whatever it is, right? So I think we have to talk about that and the fact that like a lot of people mass migrating from one area, localized area where they have very, very set traditions and family values of morality, moving to a country like the UK that has its very own different cultures and traditions and way of doing things, even compared to like towns and cities next to each other, right? In the same like sort of like land space. That does, again, it comes back to the assimilation argument again, right? It all comes back to the assimilation argument.
What is an example of cultural preservation? I feel like cultures are evolving all the time. It's definitionally a part of culture.
Like, sure. Like, yes, literally, cultures are always, like, evolving and changing. Sure, people get new traditions. People do new... Absolutely. But I feel like it's kind of missing the point of the conversation, right? Especially when it comes to European or, like, Middle Eastern countries, you know?
Of course, cultures are evolving all the time. But if you were to be plonked in 1970s Afghanistan and 1990s Afghanistan and 2010s Afghanistan and 1950s Britain, 1970s Britain and 2010s Britain, there would be common themes that run through both of those places so that you would instantly recognize, I am in Afghanistan, I am in Britain. Would you accept that?
I mean, we could also say like 100 years ago, people would like, no, I can't say that. You could also say like, 100 years ago, the treatment of like classism was a much bigger issue. How about that? Like in the UK, right? Classism was a much bigger thing, point of like culture and tradition, like in the UK. You had fucking chimney sweeps that would go up chimneys to fucking clean like children, like child sweepers, you know what I mean? Like obviously that culture changes very rapidly, right? Like obviously we don't have children going up fucking chimneys in the fucking modern day, like obviously, right? That's the case.
Different cultures are different, yes.
Right, well done. Good. So we've got there then.
Well, you just established that there are... This is like saying
different cultures are different, which means that they have something
question.
about them.
Yes. And
that makes them different.
But I think like when it comes to culture, I think what a lot of these people on Konstantin's side want to get at is like morality, traditions, morality, and values. And a lot of that ends up being like where you get your morality and morals from. And he might be trying to say that like Middle Eastern migrants tend to get the morality from like religious beliefs or religious issues. This always comes down to like a religious debate. Whereas in the UK, it's a lot more like they get their core values from like Christianity or like whatever it may be. Less so, obviously, like in these days, like less people are actually like religious in the UK, like more than ever. It's like atheism is something that's actually kind of like rising. But like regardless, it's where a lot of like foundational morality like came from. So this always goes back to a religious argument. Every single time of like the difference in like what people believe to be good or not, or the way that we should act or behave, where we get moralities from. That's what like I feel they're gonna try and get at, but that he's not. I feel like Konstantin's not gonna say it, but that's what he means.
Brother, both of you will be different for your entire lives, but
there would be a family culture that you have that's different to other families.
But you wouldn't be the same as you were when you were 10 years old.
No,
you
you
grow and change,
of
right?
Course.
So when you talk about,
oh my God,
you're still the same
culture,
person, right?
Wait, hold on, let me go back. What's he saying?
Different cultures are different. Yes.
Right. Well done. Good. So we've got there then.
Well, you just established that there are... This is like saying
different cultures are different, which means that they have something about them.
Yes. And
that makes them different.
If you have a brother, both of you will be different for your entire lives. But
there would be a family culture that you have that's different to other families.
But you wouldn't be the same as you were when you were 10 years old.
No,
you
you
grow
wouldn't.
and change, right?
Of course.
So when you talk about
but you're still the
preserving
same
culture,
person, right?
What?
You're still the same person.
Yeah, but you're dramatically changed.
But you're still the same.
No. Are you the same as you were 10
Oh, this is a really fucking stupid argument.
or 15 years ago? What do you mean by that? The same. You're not unchanged, right?
This is a really fucking stupid argument. talking about different cultures between different countries and like where they might get the morality from and why it might not work when they clash. And Destiny's going, yeah, but you were different when you were 10, right? You're not the same person now, so like cultures obviously change. Like yes, cultures change. I feel like he's trying to force Konstantin to be more specific. I feel like that's what he's trying to do. I feel like he's really trying to force Konstantin to like think about what he's saying and like, okay, be more specific. What do you actually mean? Say it. Say it's a religious argument. Say it's a religious thing. Say it's a morality issue. It's a difference in morality. And where do you get moralities from? A lot of people get it from their religious beliefs. I feel like he's trying to pin him to go down that route. But like, I feel like to most people watching, they won't realize that's what he's trying to do. I think they'll just see Destiny as like kind of like waffling a little bit. Maybe filibustering. I think that's what Destiny is trying to do. Pin him to be like, okay, what do you really mean when you mean class of like culture? But to most people, I think it's gonna look like he's filibustering or waffling. But I think he's trying to get him to really... What do you mean by difference in culture? What do you mean it won't work?
Are you pretending to be a moron or are you actually being one?
So your claim was that we need to preserve
He's trying to lead him to that argument.
culture because cultures aren't supposed to change.
No, that's not my claim.
Okay, then help me understand. So
okay, I will.
Because if you don't remember, this whole topic
the thing is, if you're not being specific, you can get away with vague, meaningless statements for sure. But Destiny's coming off as very combative. I don't think he's asking leader questions, and I also don't think he's steel manning Kisin's arguments. I feel like he's currently taking like the lowest form of Kisin's argument and kind of attacking that rather than actually giving him the most like good faith reasoning and attacking that one. But I think he's doing it again to get him to actually be specific. Okay, why do you think the cultures don't work together? But then he should just ask that. He should ask that question rather than go down this whole like framing of like, okay, but what do you mean by culture? I think he should just ask the question instead. It would be a more productive conversation.
I'm curious, what is the thing that is precedented? What's the thing that happens continuously through all of history that isn't changing? And then you pointed to the fact that Afghanistan and the United Kingdom are different cultures. Like, that's something that I would reject.
No, I didn't. I was just explaining to you what cultures are, which are the cultural differences between groups of people that remain fairly constant over time, despite changing somewhat, as all cultures do.
Your definition of culture is the difference between your culture and another culture?
No, I gave you my definition.
You just said. You said it was the differences between cultures that change over time that define one culture against another one.
Okay, let's reset. And you talk for a bit, and then I talk for a bit.
Oh my God, this is so silly.
I noticed that this is how it feels like a lot of these types of people, the centrists, the reformers, the MAGA, whatever, is you paint with such broad brushstrokes that by the end of a sentence, I feel like you haven't really said.
Wait, hold on.
This is between cultures that change over time that define one culture against another one.
Okay, let's reset. And you talk for a bit, and then I talk for a bit, and then you talk for a bit.
Well, no, because I noticed that this is how it feels like a lot of these types of people, the centrists, the reformers, the MAGA, whatever, is.
Did he just accused Konstantin of painting with broad brushstrokes, which is like fine? But then he just did the same thing by painting him as being MAGA. Did he not? Isn't that a bit hypocritical? You can't say that, like, yeah, he's painting centrists and MAGA and conservatives as being one thing. He's being generalist while also accusing Konstantin of being generalist. Okay. He didn't. No, he just did.
Paint with such broad brushstrokes that by the end of a sentence, I feel like you haven't really said much at all. And I'm just kind of curious why, when you guys speak about things like the preservation of culture, I don't really hear you allude to anything concrete. But when you talk about wanting to preserve something, you talk about how something has changed. I don't necessarily hear, like, what are the things that are changing that you don't like. You'll point to things like crimes, but I mean, like, crimes are illegal. Obviously, they shouldn't be happening.
We haven't mentioned crimes yet.
I just don't really hear anything concrete ever, and it's very unsatisfying to listen to a bunch of people kind of ramble on and on and on without ever having a clear point about what they're talking about. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out, for British or American culture, what...
I feel like Destiny's jumping the gun on Konstantin's like viewpoints before he's actually said them. I kind of feel like Destiny may have got into this with like a certain view of how Konstantin is, and he's arguing that person rather than like listening to what he's saying, maybe.
What are these things that you feel are common, maybe you go back 30, 40, 50 years, that were common across the whole country that you feel are changing in a way that they never changed in the past?
Okay, done?
Are you going to answer that question? He's not going to answer the question. Go ahead.
I've attempted to answer your question many times, and I'll do so again. However, first of all, am I going to be okay to speak now for a bit? Is that going to happen?
Sure. Can you repeat my question first so I know what you're...
Your question is about what is culture.
Yo, Ithoma. Hi, lovely. Yo. Hope you had a good stream. We're talking politics today. I apologize. The rat raid. Hope you had a good stream, lovely.
You brought up crime.
That wasn't my question. My question is, over the past 30 or 40 years, what are things that have changed in American or British culture that you feel over the past 200 years before that were unchanging?
Okay. One of the things that is...
Again, this is the perfect time to talk about assimilation in the UK, because that is something, because Destiny's someone who likes statistics, right? He likes statistics, he likes empirical evidence. This to me would be the perfect time to talk about like the rate of employment in migrants, the rate of learning English in migrants, things like this. And talking about, okay, where do they actually settle? Where do they actually end up living? Like in cities. That this is where you have the assimilation conversation, or the rate of crime, whatever it be. Like this is the point where like you give out the empirical side of things and stop doing the rhetorical and talk about the empirical. That's what Destiny wants. He wants you to be specific. So okay, be specific. And like that's the route I would choose. If I was Konstantin right now, I would go down the assimilation route, and because that's something you could empirically measure.
Changed in Britain over the last 30 years is we now have extensive number of Islamist terrorist attacks, mass stabbings, mass rape of British girls by Islamist and Muslim grooming gangs.
He's doing the talking points. He's doing... this was a mistake. Oh, this was a mistake. Oh, he did a mistake. I'll tell you why he just made a mistake. Because Destiny, 10 minutes prior, well, 10 minutes, like 2 seconds prior, was saying how, like, Konstantin, people like you, conservative, MAGA, whatever, reform, whatever. And now Konstantin immediately, rather than going into, like, stats or empirical things you can measure or a simulation conversation, is now doing the talking points that, like, reform uses. You've just proven Destiny right. That was a mistake on his part. He shouldn't have done that. Now he's just using, like, talking points for... Okay, this is so stupid.
This is not something that happened in this culture before.
Okay, so sexual assault and rape did happen before.
Did you hear the words I said, or did you?
So you said grooming gangs. I know there's the example from the 80s and 90s of the Rotherham.
They're not from the 80s
gangs.
and 90s. They're happening right now.
What is another grooming gang example? Because I know there are rapes and stuff that happen, but I don't think there are.
Yeah, well, let me explain it to you. So grooming gangs, this is a euphemism that we use to pretend that they're not what they are mass rape gangs where young British girls, usually underage, but also often sometimes young women, would be plied with drugs, plied with alcohol, would be taken from the care homes where they were, predominantly by Pakistani, sometimes other Indian subcontinent Muslim.
This is unfortunately something that happened. This is something that isn't denied or debated. It's happened, like the Rotherham rape gangs that happened in like the 80s, I believe, is real. It did happen. It's awful. It was something that was ignored and covered up because people were afraid of being labeled as like racist for doing so. The government isn't denying it though. No, that's the thing. There has been an inquiry and there has been like things leading into it. The government isn't denying that it happened. But there's no, the fact is there's no concurrent proof that it's still happening in other areas. That's the thing. There's been inquiries, there's been analysis done. There is nothing to say that it's like still happening in other places. But we know that the stuff that happened at Rotherham did in fact happen.
They would be targeted primarily because they were white and British. So
Rotherham 1997 to 2013. No, but the bulk of it happened in the 80s. The bulk of it happened in the 80s. Grooming gangs recently in Telford. Again, if you're going to tell me information, I would want you to kind of like link me like a stat. Like I'm not going to accept anyone's word on it. Like if you think there is something that I would give me the actual like info. But it's a rough, this is probably the most like controversial and contested like talking point when it comes to migrants right now in the UK, and the biggest talking points.
These were racially aggravated hate crimes, and they would be mass raped over periods of years sometimes. That did not used to happen in Britain.
So that is a cultural change.
Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
Okay, you're not going to answer my question. Okay.
I am answering your question.
Well, my question was, what are examples? I don't think this has happened outside of the Rotherham grooming gang, that whole scandal. There have been rapes, there have been gang rapes, but the idea of like a coordinated grooming gang type mass Pakistani targeting British girls rapes, that type of thing is not a thing that I'm aware has been seen in.
There hasn't been something to the same scale as the Rotherham thing, or this hasn't been proven to be. Like, he's right, there still have been gang rapes and rapes in general, but nothing to the same extent has been found yet, at least yet. To the whole Rotherham thing.
In Britain, outside of the large Rotherham scandal.
Well, I don't know. I think the fact that somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million British girls might have been raped by these gangs is quite a big deal.
That's a contested number. That's a contested number. That's not a fact. That's something that's widely debated and contested.
And it represents a change in the culture of this country that I think is quite
I never said it wasn't a big deal. I think rape is bad. I just think it's bad when white people do it too. I think it's bad when everybody does it. My understanding is right now for the crime stats in the United Kingdom, it tends to be more white people are even overrepresented in terms of sexual assault and rape. But I'm aware that there are immigrants that rape people as well. I think all rape is bad, but the idea that there is a mass Islamist jihadist rape gang centered thing in the United Kingdom that's functioning,
so
I think
how many girls would have to be raped for you to admit that it's a mass thing?
The question isn't if it's a mass thing. The question is if it's organized. You have a huge problem with definitions. I'm sorry, let me try to keep this. You're not understanding. You're not following the conversation.
Stephen,
rape is bad, but organized grooming gang rape.
You've asked me a lot of questions, and every time I answer them, you ignore my answer.
But
they're arguing different things. Konstantin's trying to pin Destiny, but like, okay, so you don't think this is the problem that's bad, and Destiny's trying to argue, well, no, all rape is bad, but like the extent of it's happening with like extremely organized groups, as in Rotherham, isn't happening. There are still gang rapes, but there aren't massive networks of people, the whole HQ and organization, and like they got lists and they got notebooks and they got like that's what he's arguing, that doesn't exist. Like, he's not denying that rapes that happen, but he's denying that like it exists to the organized extent that they're saying that it used to.
Now answer my question.
Yeah.
Answer my question.
And Konstantin's trying to paint it as like, whoa, how much does it have to happen for you to think it's bad? But that's not what Destiny's arguing.
If 500,000 girls have been mass raped in this way, specifically being targeted because they were not of a particular religion or ethnicity, how many of them would have to be treated in this way for you to admit that it's a mass thing? What's the number that makes a mass? Answer my question.
I don't know how you would identify
Give us a
mass
number.
thing.
Give us a number.
The question was organized grooming.
Stupid. Because obviously the number should be 0, right? Obviously, no one should be raped. Obviously.
But you said
500,001. So you're right. You're right beneath the threshold. Maybe tomorrow.
Oh my God! Jesus Christ!
It's actually
so the question is there organized?
Between 500,000.
Okay. Name every woman. Name every woman.
Okay, I'll ramble for a second and then you can ramble afterwards.
So you agree that it's mass?
My issue is because you guys, you do this thing over and over again, but you won't accurately identify a problem.
Again, he's doing the you guys thing. He's doing the you guys thing. He's attacking a version of Konstantin rather than attacking his argument. Destiny don't do that. Destiny don't do that. Attack the argument, not the person saying it. This is
You'll invent these things because rape isn't bad enough. Now it has to be like a mass grooming gang rape thing. And then what happens is you conservatives, you play this game where you
You conservatives. I don't like when he does this.
falsely identify a problem, you lie to the audience about it, and then you manage to gain power. You go through with some wacky scheme. Go figure, the wacky scheme doesn't fix anything, and then somehow you come back with the same recycled narratives over and over again, asking for another shot at it. It's happening right now with Farage and Reform. It happened with Brexit.
He's now pivoting. I don't like this. He shouldn't. This looked weak from him. This looks a little bit weak from him. Like, immediately jumping to like, oh, you all conservatives, and then talking about, and then he's able, because that means he's then able to attack like his view on conservatism rather than actually attacking the argument that Kisin's like setting up. Like, I don't. Yeah, it's he got fed up with the conversation and then suddenly went to like attacking, oh, you conservatives, because then he can get like good talking points in. Because he's not wrong about what he's saying about like conservatives here. Like, he's not wrong, but I don't think it's particularly a fair thing to do in this moment in the debate.
Brexit didn't reduce immigration. It didn't help you with your economy. It didn't do anything really good for the United Kingdom at all. And then it's happening now with Reform coming in and making all of these promises to the British people that you're going to be able to cut all of the revenues coming in. You're going to be able to increase all of your funding. You're going to have a no-wait NHS. And
because like he's realizing that Kisin doesn't actually go into like specifics. I won't argue that. So instead he just pivots to being like, well, let's just talk about fucking conservatives. Why they're bad.
All built on the same lies over and over again that didn't help you affect any positive outcomes in the past, and it's not going to help you affect any positive outcomes in the future. I
think this is the problem of Destiny. Like, this is the problem of Destiny doing so many debates with like stupid people. I feel like that's a consequence of him, debating so many fucking stupid people with the same, like, kind of narratives. He kind of gets fed up of it. Like, I feel like he needs to stop doing this, though.
Here and you can be upset about it, but I watched you and Matt Goodwin debate on stage where you guys both made the bold prediction that once the Tories were out, your immigration numbers would be over 1 million per year. They plummeted to 300,000. I haven't heard you say anything about that. Your predictions were completely wrong, just as they were with Brexit as well.
See, I don't like this way of getting cheap shots. Okay, I'll be real. So far, if I were to say who is winning more right now, unironically, I'd give it to Konstantin. Low-key, because I feel like he does need to be more specific. I think Destiny is right to push him to be specific. I think that's the right thing to do, but I think he should have asked him better questions in response. I feel like he should have asked him better questions in response to be like, okay, go down the assimilation route. Go down, what do you mean by culture? And lead him more into what you want him to say. Talk about, okay, you're talking about culture. You're talking about morality. Talk about where people get their morals from, religious values, and that's why assimilation could be harder between cultures. Talk about employment rates of migrants, talk about crime rates, talk about the learning of English. Like, that would have been a more better conversation to have, but instead Destiny constantly focusing on, like, be specific, the numbers, what does unprecedented mean? I feel kind of dilutes the conversation, and it makes him look more like combative and aggressive in this scenario. And I think Konstantin, to most people watching, would look more like calmed, despite the fact he isn't being specific, and being vague is bad in these scenarios. Because I think that's the problem, like, a lot of we have in media right now, is being vague leads to misinformation, or being vague leads you to misrepresent the facts, and then you convince people based on a lie or misinformation, which isn't good, and Destiny hates that. So, like, they're both doing things that are bad in this, like, debate. But if I'm looking from an outside perspective, I think a lot of normie people who aren't understanding what Destiny's trying to do will see Konstantin as being the more measured person currently in this debate. That's how I feel. I feel like he could have been a lot stronger if he asked better leading questions for Konstantin.
Well, that was a wonderful presentation. The problem for you is I voted Remain in the referendum.
Because you hadn't been bullied by the Cambridge students yet. I'm aware of the history, but I know.
So, you've come here with a bunch of talking points. That's great.
Hold on. We can break down
Stephen,
anything you want.
Stop interrupting.
Don't accuse me of having talking points.
Stop
Deal with my
interrupting.
arguments.
Stop interrupting.
Then address
Stop
what I said.
interrupting.
Address what I said.
Stop.
Oh, no. Oh, dude. Okay.
Interrupting.
Address what I've said.
Stop interrupting.
I believe in you.
Stop interrupting. I let you talk, and I let you make your points. Have some respect for me and for my opportunity to express myself as well. That is how a debate is
Comply! Address me!
conducted. So stop interrupting. We started this with a conversation about mass immigration, and I gave you the facts on it, and I defined what immigration is, right? Mass immigration. Now, you're talking about culture. I also explained to you what culture is, and I explained it to you by explaining that it's a continuity of certain things, which may...
He didn't explain it very well. I'll be real, Konstantin, you did not explain culture very well. You did not explain why the differences in culture can be a problem. That's what he was trying to pin you on. You should have done that better.
Also evolve over time. Now, in terms of your point about mass immigration since Brexit, I was not a supporter of Brexit. I didn't think it was necessarily a good idea. And I agree with you that it hasn't reduced immigration. But I don't see how that's relevant to this conversation. We have had mass immigration happen in this country continually over a long period of time, which has changed the country in a way that I gave you. And I gave you a number of examples, like Islamist terrorism, like grooming gangs, and other things, which I don't think you're able to address because they counteract the argument that you keep making, which is, well, nothing changes when you bring in 8 million people over 30 years.
Did I say that?
Can I finish, please?
Did I say that?
Can
Why do you
I
have to
finish?
invent
Can I finish,
points?
please?
You
Can I
can't address anything.
Can I finish, please? If I
Pretend it's
interrupted
a
you,
podcast
if I
episode, go
interrupted you every
Make a
time you
position for me.
misrepresent my
Go for
argument,
it.
you'd never talk at
Go
all.
for it, okay.
So can I finish, please? You made the point that basically what I'm trying to say is, not trying to say, what I'm saying is, when you bring in large numbers of people into a country from a different culture, that will necessarily change the culture. The other thing that I explained to you is, there's been such a large wave of immigration into this country now that has fundamentally changed the sense of British people about the place in which they live. It is affecting the demographic dynamics of major cities in this country. And
Talk about assimilation because it's empirical data you can use. Talk about it. Give the facts man the facts, though he can shut the fuck up.
the way people feel about that. But all of those things, the facts that I gave you about immigration.
Konstantin's very rhetorical and narrative driven. That's his downfall here.
They are what they are. You can think that they're good. You can think that they're bad. That is a separate conversation. The facts are what they are. right? There's also a thing about how
Then give some.
British people feel about it. When I came to this country in 1996, 3% of the British public thought that immigration was a major concern. Today, about 65 to 70% of British people say that there are too many immigrants in the...
Okay, I hate this argument. I hate this argument because like what do the British people think is a problem? The issue that we have with statements like this is like, yes, a lot of people can have their own like personal experience on like where they live being like changing, their culture changing, being a homogenous place rapidly changing. There's a lot more diversity. People could draw opinions from that, but we can't deny that a lot of people think that immigration's a problem because they get told it's a problem, right? Like there are people who live like in fucking like Scotland who are, or like Wales where I live, where immigration isn't really a big issue. We're like 99.9% white, right? Like immigration isn't really a thing that affects our area, but people still think it's a big problem because they get told it's a problem, right? It's on the news everywhere. They watch shows or podcasts or commentators who constantly tell you this is a problem. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. So obviously more people are going to have the opinion that like, oh, this is a really terrible, awful thing, even though it might not directly affect them, right? Again, yes, like the whole woke thing. It's like they get told it's a problem, so they believe it's a problem. So therefore, people lead to overestimating maybe the amount of migrants, or they lead to overestimating how much of a problem might actually be.
Country and too many immigrants coming here. Now, I think British people probably have a better idea of how they feel about immigration than you, Steve.
No, because like, I'll be real. A lot of people are stupid, and they'll just like keep hearing talking points that people are saying, and then they'll adopt those views. Both can be true. They can have real experiences, but also be told things that they'll just believe. Both could be true here. This is a stupid point. Easily hand-waveable.
And that is how they feel.
Why do you think over half the British population believes that the majority of the immigrants here today are here illegally, if they've got such a great handle on it or a great idea about what immigration is doing to the country?
The reason that people overestimate immigration is people generally, when asked about things, overestimate pretty much everything or underestimate things terribly because people are not very good with numbers.
What? Because people are not very good with numbers. No, just say that people just like believe what they hear, what they keep getting told it repeatedly. What are we saying? People are not good. Are you saying? Oh my god. Oh, what a dumb argument.
But the other reason, of course, people aren't able to quote you the exact number of people who
I didn't ask for a quote of the exact number.
You said this earlier, and I'm addressing your broader point, which is why do people misunderstand the immigration statistics? Is that people don't look at immigration as this is the number of people who came this year, and this is a number.
What's he arguing that people? He's saying that people understand their country better than you do, Destiny, but also people don't understand the country as good as you, Destiny. So they'll underestimate. That's what he just said, right? Oh, Destiny, don't worry, the British people know more about their country than you do, but actually, people aren't very good with numbers, Destiny. Which one is it? Pick a fucking side! Holy shit, bro's just rambling, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
People who came last year, they look at the reality of their lives, they look at the change they see around them, and what they're really concerned about is the cumulative impact of immigration over the period of their life.
That plus it's not the fact they're looking at X every single day and their algorithms are now tailored to being the most alarmist, extremist things possible that they get sucked into. Are we just going to ignore that fact at all? That plays a massive part in our current like identity politics of like the world? Like, are we just going to completely ignore that?
Lifetime, which as I explained to you, has been huge, unprecedented.
Something that which he directly contributes to, by the way. So he knows he's a political commentator on the fucking internet that has a podcast about political commentary. And he's just oblivious to the fact that people don't just listen to the stuff that he says or like other commentators say and the amount of people, the millions of people that watch it every day. Okay, bro's just being like obtuse for no reason.
Over the last 35 years and will be even more unprecedented in terms of its cumulative.
No, he said they don't understand the numbers, but they see the change in the street. But again, Vera, this doesn't make sense because what I said earlier, you have people where I live in North Wales, right? It's like a 99% white population. Immigration doesn't happen here. Mass migration doesn't happen here. Yet people still think that like this whole immigration thing is really bad. These people are evil and should all be like fucking deported. And the reason they think that is because they're looking, where do they get their information from? So therefore you could say they believe this because they keep getting told it. It's not because of that, what they see in the actual life. It's the stuff they see in the media, right? That's what that means.
impact over the next 35 years. Now, it's true that immigration has come down to 300 or something thousand in the last year. Doesn't mean it will stay that way, but also I never predicted it would get to 1 million. I think Matt did. But the point I would make is the transformation over a 30-year period is what people actually care about, and which is what they're right to care about. Now, as for the point about illegal immigration, yeah, it's true. Illegal immigration is a smaller percentage of the total immigration that we have than legal immigration, but it's still higher today than it was 35 years ago and 30 years ago, which is way too high. Illegal immigration should be zero. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Do we have any final thoughts before we move on to the next?
Yeah, I mean, every crime should be zero, but there's always going to be some amount of crime or some amount of illegal immigrants. I guess the issue I have is that, you say, why do the British people not understand the exact numbers? I didn't ask for the exact numbers. It's like 10 or 11 million to 1 million. There are different estimates from 500,000 to 1.3 million or whatever illegals. It's a big ratio, 10 to 1 to be off by, to assume it's 50-50, or that there are more illegals than there are legal immigrants here. And I think the issue is people in your position, or people like Reform or Restore, depending on how far right you want to go, lie constantly about the immigrant population in the United Kingdom. And then as a result of selling those lies to the people, you get these ridiculous plans or attempts to fix it all in the United Kingdom. And because the problem was never as severe as it was stated in the first place,
I kind of agree with this. This is kind of what I was saying as well. Like, overestimating like figures or talking about like the misinterpreted figures a lot, feeding people information that isn't like wholly true. Like, I do kind of believe this.
Problem ends up not being solved, and then you exacerbate other problems. So at the end of the Tory government, with this attempt with like the Rwanda plan, this idea that you're going to ship people to other countries to have them processed first, or with the idea that leaving Brexit would give the UK greater control over their illegal immigrant population. And the reality is it did just the opposite. You didn't have the right to access the same people that were trying to claim asylum in the EU, and then if they were rejected once there, to send them back if they came to Britain next. You lost access to a lot of these things. And then the same people that were in charge of pushing those ideas are now telling you and selling you on the idea that reform is going to come in and somehow fix the very same issues that they've been lying about and have failed to fix in the past. And you might hear this talking point, this cope that, well, reform is different. We're not going to be like the old conservatives.
This is a valid argument. Again, maybe pivoting a little bit, maybe slightly pivoting a little bit, but it's a valid argument that like people have been promised to fix this for such a long time, and every time people have voted in the party that they think will say that they will do it, nothing actually happens. It ends up becoming worse. And in fact, it's actually gotten better under Labour more than like conservatives or like anything else. So like he's kind of right here that like, what, you think voting reform is now suddenly going to like, Brexit didn't change it, voting conservatives didn't change it after the fact. If anything, Labour's the one that's actually reduced the amount of like migration into the UK the most. And yeah, this is valid to be like, why do you think reform is going to be any different? Like, I think that's a valid thing to like say and ask. Sure.
But then you've got, all your politicians are going to be MP Tories that are defecting to join the new Reform Party. So I don't know where all...
Yeah, and a lot of the reform is going to be made up of the conservatives, the old hack Tories that never did anything to fix this in the first place. So reform's the Labour reskin? No, reform's a fucking conservative Tory reskin.
All this new blood is going to come from. I don't...
A UKIP Tory reskin.
No, it just seems like a whole bunch of like, here's a fake problem, I'm going to put it in front of you. There is like a real problem here. Regardless of what you said earlier, I don't think rapes are good, mass rapes or normal rapes. I think there should be some probably cap on what type of immigrants and how many should come to the country. I just never really hear a discussion on any of that. I just hear 500,000 British girls have been gang raped by mass grooming gangs, and it wasn't like that when I came over in '96, despite the fact that those Rotherham grooming gang scandal started in the '80s. So I don't feel like I ever hear anything of substance being spoken about.
Well, it's a pity we didn't have someone from Reform on stage so you could rehash your Wikipedia talking points to them.
You're a Reform voter, though, right?
No, I've never
Really?
voted. I've never voted for Reform.
Would you vote for Reform in the upcoming election?
It depends on who stands in my constituency.
Oh, that's kind of rough. Yeah, that's kind of rough, Destiny. Right.
Last election, I voted for a Liberal Democrat.
I didn't ask about last election. In the upcoming election, will you vote for Reform?
I will probably vote for the same person who's a Liberal Democrat.
Okay, so you don't think you would support the Liberal Reform guy? I don't know what your
Liberal
constituency
Reform.
is.
There's no party called Liberal
I'm sorry,
Reform.
you won't support the Reform candidate in whatever upcoming election. I don't know what constituency you live in.
I just told you that at the last election I voted for a Liberal Democrat.
Yeah, I know, but the reason why you're saying that is because you won't answer for the next one.
Stop interrupting.
Totally question
Stop
dodge.
interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Yeah, go for it.
I just told you that at the last election I voted for a Liberal Democrat, and at the next election I intend to vote for him as well.
I'm just curious. You said in the past that you regret, or not that you regret, that you voted Remain for Brexit. Do you think that was a good vote? Do you think you should have remained, or do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I don't regret my vote for Remain, no.
Do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had its negatives and positives, yeah.
Oh no, that's also a mistake to say. That's also a mistake to say. Oh, that's the most like nothing burger statement ever. Again, not Kisin's problem is that he doesn't get specifics. His mistake is that he doesn't go to specifics, and Destiny is someone who wants specifics. That's, bro, he's gonna, oh my god, he's gonna laugh at him for that one. He's gonna laugh at him for that one. Jesus. Okay. Yikes.
Yeah. Like,
Are you sure you're not running for a political party right now? Because that was the most politician answer I've ever heard in my life. Do you think that on net was Brexit a mistake?
every decision has trade-offs that are positive and negative.
Remember what I said earlier about saying words that mean nothing? Obviously, this is true. But I'm asking, do you think that Brexit on net, was it a mistake?
I think a lot of people think that Brexit ruined the economy.
I'm not asking what a lot...
I'll be real. This might be a bit of a hot take. I couldn't vote. I was too young to vote. I was too young to fucking vote. I couldn't vote. But I would have voted to remain. I would have voted to remain. But I would have voted to remain, but I would also advocate for mass reform of the EU. Right? If I were to vote for remain, I would also be very, very vocal about mass reform, like in the EU and how like it operates. I think changing the institutions from within to make them better for everyone would be the better approach rather than to like isolate ourselves. I think we could do it better, when in fact that's going to take such a long time and it's going to be rough for a long time, and I think that's going to be a problem. But personally, I would have liked to have stayed within the EU and then been the pioneer for wanting mass reform of a lot of the institutionalization of like the EU itself, reform a lot of the way that it handles things, and for the Britain to be maybe like a leading force of the EU to kind of promote those changes. I would have preferred that option, but it's like, I also think it's like too early to really say if Brexit has been an overall positive or benefit, purely because like I think like maybe in like 50 fucking years we'll have way more of like empirical evidence of everything, but the past 10 years have been like, they haven't been good, they haven't been the best. I think most of the EU glad was the UK was gone. I don't know about that one. I don't think that I can't fathom the concept of the EU. It's just like, just think of it as like a state becoming independent. That's really how it is. Think of the EU as America and then as state becoming independent, but that state has way more governing powers, right? Than they would have before. But like, I think in the next like 40 years will be more like telling, but I would have voted to remain.
That people think. I'm asking you on net. Do you think that Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had some things that made things worse, and I think it had some that...
If you were God and you could choose...
What really triggered Brexit? Yo, do you want to know? Immigration! The current topic of mass migration now was the biggest driving force of Brexit happening 15 years ago. We had this exact same mass talking point fucking 10-15 years ago, and it was immigration, but also Muslim extremism. That was the other part of it. It was a mix of Muslim extremism and just mass like migration that people wanted to. And it was the fault of David Cameron, right? He was like, it was because UKIP was gaining a lot of steam in the UK, the UK Independence Party, they wanted Brexit to happen. That was their whole goal. You vote us in, we'll make Brexit happen. We'll separate ourselves from the European Union. And David Cameron was like kind of scared of this, right? He was the leader of the Tory party, the Conservative Party at the time. And he was like, well, guys, if you vote for me and vote Conservative, we will give you the referendum to vote on Brexit or not. And so then a lot of people who would have voted for UKIP gave their votes to the Conservatives so that they would be able to like have a majority fucking rule. And then we had the fucking vote, and then there was so much misinformation in 2016. There was so much misinfo, so much fear mongering. It was a 51 to 49% vote for leave, and then we left the fucking EU on a 3% fucking difference. Like it's bro, don't get me started on fucking Brexit. I fucking hate David Cameron. I fucking hate that man. He fucking the worst prime minister of all time. He ruined the fucking UK democracy. I fucking hate that man with a passion. David Cameron fucked everything up. Fuck that guy. Fucking dish face. Fucking pig. Fucking retard. Okay, like I hate that man. Anyway.
Whether or not the UK voted 51% Brexit or 49% Brexit, what would you push the button to have had them vote? 51% they would Brexit, or 49% and then they would remain in the European Union?
I honestly don't know.
I feel like people just were not informed. I feel like people were just simply not informed enough to make like a decision or choice. Like there weren't enough like empirical evidence or analysis that people just believed. Like people like to make such a huge decision based on like fear mongering is so dumb. Like people were not educated enough on what would happen. there was the campaigns. Also, like, isn't it really funny? There was a big company. Do you know why Brexit was even more crazy? Are you guys aware of the company or the business like Cambridge Analytica? Are you guys aware of that? This was all happening 2015, 2016 during like the first Trump campaign and also the first EU. So basically Brexit was the testing playground for the Trump campaign. I shit you not. The UK referendum for Brexit was literally the playground for Cambridge Analytica to get information on people. So what they did is it was the first time we had this mass voter targeting system where they would use things like Facebook and they would get people to answer quizzes based on their values and what they would vote for. And then they took that information from Facebook, illegally, by the way, to target ads towards those people who were on the fence or like on the other side, to target them specifically of like why staying in the EU be really bad, feeding them like fear-mongering campaigns directly, right? And this happened from Cambridge Analytica. This fucking happened because of like their use of like information from Facebook. And that massively swayed a lot of people to vote for Brexit and to vote for Leave because of this mass misinformation campaign, okay? Then the Trump campaign hired the same fucking company, Cambridge Analytica, to run the Trump presidential election. And guess what happened? Facebook had to pay billions in fines. Facebook, do you remember that Mark Zuckerberg had to go to court and there was that whole thing about Facebook? That was because of Cambridge Analytica, because they illegally obtained information from Facebook in order to target ads to people. In order to target ads. And Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg, they had to pay billions in fucking fines because they managed to illegally obtain that data and other companies got a hold of it. It's like, if you talk about PSYOP, right? Talk about fucking PSYOP. So like, the whole misinformation campaign between like Brexit was directly tied to like the Trump campaign. It's a whole fucking rabbit hole. It's a whole fucking rabbit hole. So like, yeah, there was a huge misinformation. So I feel like Brexit happening was literally a play fucking test for like Trump's America. And it's fucking, oh my god. Honestly, I feel like 2016 was the birth of like mass misinformation by the internet. I really do. Holy fuck, people should not have been able, a 3% difference to be able to vote for Leave should not have fucking happened. It was so dumb.
Okay, but so the reason why I asked this question is to illustrate, how frustrating it is when people like you say things like, well, I voted liberal last election, or I voted Remain. Okay, you don't stand by that anymore, though. You constantly do this thing. No, you don't. You constantly do this thing where you come on stage, or you go on your show and you'll say things like, I used to be a liberal, but the liberals have changed so much, or I used to be a left-leaning person. I know you've tweeted the dumb picture. I know you've done it. They've changed so much, and now I have to identify with the center-right. I've heard you literally say things like Tommy Robinson makes statements to the left on immigration compared to Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
He does.
Yeah, okay.
He does.
I've heard you say
That's
things like, right? But then when
That's
I ask, but then you guys say that everybody else has changed, and then I ask you about your past political votes, you won't defend them. So it seems like you're the one that's changed, which is fine, but you should just own that.
I voted Remain for reasons that were entirely different from the reason that most people voted Remain. The reason I voted Remain is I thought that it would weaken Europe's ability to stand up to Russia.
He did tweet something like that? Yo, Link?
I think I've been proven right on that. And I think the division within Europe has made Europe...
Again, yeah, he's doing the you guys, the whole generalization thing. I don't like when Destiny does that. Like,
weaker in terms of its ability to stand up to Russia, and I think we've seen that. So in that respect, I think I was right to vote Remain. What I don't agree with is the narrative that a lot of people like to spin, that Brexit ruined the economy. I don't think that's true at all. If you look at the way other European economies are performing, they're performing even worse than the British economy.
Okay, specifics? We also have a different currency. Like,
So my attempt to give you a nuanced answer is not my refusal to stand by my vote. It's an attempt to use my brain and give you a nuanced answer. Now, in terms of did you want to wrap up and move on?
Yeah, just final thoughts on this topic. That would be great, guys.
So final thoughts on this topic. I would just recap and maybe add one other thing. We have had a level of mass immigration into Britain that has been extremely disruptive over a fairly short period of time, that has created an environment in which...
This has been such an unsatisfying conversation so far. I feel like they've not really got to the substance of fucking anything. I feel really unsatisfied so far. Oh, he did do the thing. He did do the thing. Oh god. Oh, okay. Okay.
which major cities in this country are effectively no longer the domain of the native population of this country, which is very disruptive to the people who've lived here. I'm not one of them. I myself am an immigrant, but I totally recognize that that's happened. I think culturally...
These debates never get to anything. It's not for the standings for the points. No, I know. It's just honestly, these debates are just for two people to fucking stroke their debate fucking egos and try to get one-ups on each other. It fucking infuriates me. Like, I hate watching debates sometimes because I want to watch conversations. I want to watch conversations where there's pushback. Like, I really hate shit like this sometimes.
Been some terrible things that have
happened. I want my guy to win. It's like, I want people to be able to understand each other. You know what I mean?
I mean, the example of terrorism and grooming gangs is just one of them. But the failure of integration more broadly has been a big problem, to the point where you now saw in the by-election and Gordon
talk about the
Green
assimilation
candidate campaigning in Urdu, in a foreign language, in a language not of our country.
You literally debated chatters? Yeah, because I wanted to. Like, that wasn't meant to be conversations. That was meant to be debates.
Which I think is a signal of the terrible divisiveness that is we are likely to see in other communities or in other constituencies where some communities haven't integrated at all. And I think what that signals is a kind of, a democracy works when people vote on the ideas that are being offered to them, not the ethnic and religious background of the candidate or the things that they will tell them. And I think you're increasingly seeing that. So all of these things are big worries to me. And of course, a lot of this would have been much easier
I feel like Kisin's treating this more like a podcast than a debate. Like, I feel like that's fair.
Manage if we hadn't also at the same time had the doctrine of diversity, inclusion, and multiculturalism, which have, instead of creating a...
Although I feel like Destiny should have steel-manned a lot of Kisin's points a bit more.
A culture into which people are...
It would have been... I think that would have been to his benefit. I feel like he took some of the most bad faith reasoning that Kisin was given and then fighting on the semantics of it, rather than steel-manning his point and making a better argument, which would have been better for him. I think that was Destiny's downfall in this part. That's why I think he probably didn't win this round, but he should have, if he still manned a bit more and made a better counterpoint against it, I think he would have been fine.
Courage to buy in and integrate have instead created a society in which people are encouraged to see themselves as members of an individual community, which I think is essentially the end of a democratic process the way we've understood it to this point. So I think these are all terrible developments, and if this continues, it will only get worse.
Thank you.
I mean, we introduce new things, so I don't know. I don't know what the monoculture is.
What final thoughts are we going to have?
Well, I mean, when we introduce new concepts like DEI was why Liz Truss, helped 700,000 people come to this country from mainly non-EU places. I just don't know how DEI was the policy there from the Tories that enabled all that mass migration. When we talk about the monoculture,
you're right,
I don't know.
Yo, what's up, man? Female Asmongold, how does this channel turn into more slop each day? Yo, how you doing, man? You seem very happy. Is talking about current issues like slop? Brother, I'm in the just chatting category. Brother, I'm literally in the just chatting category. What's the problem? I don't understand. Nice? Alright. Do I have to ban you or what? Do I ban you or what? Ban me Saint Tontus. Okay, you're just 12. Have fun.
About the United Kingdom, I mean, Scottish people don't seem like they share a monoculture with English people. I feel like rural people and city people don't have much of a monoculture. I don't know if they've ever had a monoculture. I know in the United States, we talk all the time about the difference between city slickers and the good old people in the country and doing the farms and everything. But then we're also simultaneously very concerned about demographic change in the cities. But then at every other point, it seems like the country-related people hate the urban-related culture anyway. So yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting at some point, maybe at some time in your life, if you ever wanted to dive into these issues for real, maybe on your show or with somebody you're more comfortable with who won't challenge.
I don't understand why preserving culture and their country's ethnicity is so divisive to Westerners. Is it colonizer guilt? Because I only see this in countries that participate in colonization. Why preserving culture and their country's ethnicity is so divisive? I don't think that's what people are arguing. I don't think that's what people are arguing. I think people have a problem with nationalism when it gets to the realms of actual xenophobia. That's the problem. I think a lot of people are worried that being nationalist is going to be perceived as being xenophobic. I don't think it's to do with colonizer guilt, though. I'm at 1.25 speed.
you as much. It'd be interesting to hear a conversation about what do these values look like when you talk about changing culture.
What is
the answer well, some people
xenophobia?
bring
The fear of foreigners, essentially.
crime. That's not culture. That's like changing culture would require you to identify some fundamental aspect of the culture of a country and then change and then to point out how that fundamental aspect is changing. When you say immigrants are coming and a lot of them commit crime, it's not really a real answer. It's not very satisfying. It's not really getting to the heart of the issues. And
Shall we move
Maybe he could lead the conversation better, but yeah, no.
on to wokeism?
Sure.
So the question is, speaking of culture, has wokeism caused harm to the political climate?
Oh, God. Define woke. That's the first question. Define woke. What is wokeism? What is wokeism? Define woke. Say that it's in today's, okay, how would I define it? In today's society, I talked about this earlier. In today's society, wokeism is probably anything considered leftist or extremist leftist of value. Anything that's considered very progressive is probably considered woke. It's a very, very generalized thing. Anything progressive or leftist is now woke. That would be my definition. That's how people would see it. That's what the current definition is, apparently, to conservatives. Is anything progressive or leftist is woke. That's what I would say. That's what it feels like, anyway. Anything mildly progressive. There's a black person in a video game, woke! Like, that's how it feels like we live right now.
You want to go first again?
yeah, sure. My question is going to be the exact same as the last one. How do we define wokeism? How do we name
You should, though. You should define it.
like 3 woke policies that we think are destroying Western culture?
That's better, though. That's better to frame it as like, okay, what policies, yeah, what specifically is woke? Yeah, okay.
You're a participant in this debate, so why don't you define them?
Well, the thing is, I can't because your guys' definitions for everything change at all points in time. That's always the issue. That's always the frustrating thing when it comes to fighting
Who's us guys?
conservatives.
I'm not a conservative.
I know you
so-
say you're not, but the conservative identification of wokeism and the idea that wokeism, whatever
Let's
that's
forget about
looking in,
conservatism. Let's
Okay.
talk about wokeness. So
Okay.
what would be
Fair.
your definition of wokeness?
in the broadest sense, usually it's social issues that are very, very far left of the norm, I guess. But these positions in the United States at least tend to be held by...
Such as?
It might be...
Trans issues, gay, LGBT, diversity, that kind of thing.
certain things related to, I mean, trans people are obviously the hot go-to topic for everybody. It might be things specifically related to trans people. It might be things related to, they call it CRT, now they call it, or there was affirmative action, then CRT, then DEI. It might be people who are socialists, about the economy or whatever that.
True, if you'll, yeah, so yeah, okay.
To people. It really depends on where you're at, who would consider what woke or what the conservative boogeyman of the day is.
I don't know what the conservative point of view. So your point of view is that wokeness is about trans people and DEI?
That seems to be the case when I look at...
Anything leftist considered very leftist or progressive is woke.
That's
Right
your
about it.
definition.
I don't define things as a wokeism. It seems like a really vapid...
I think woke is stupid. I think the term woke shouldn't fucking exist. I don't think people should use the term woke. I think it means nothing. I do. I genuinely think it means fucking nothing. It's just like a tool. It's just a narrative tool that you can set up for it to be attacked. That's the problem I have. I don't think wokeism should exist. It doesn't exist. It's a thing someone fucking made up to be like, that thing's woke, therefore we could attack it. That's the problem. It shouldn't exist. Woke shouldn't fucking exist. That term shouldn't exist because it waters down the point. It's just a narrative tool that conservatives or right-wing people fucking use to be like, this thing's woke. And then they can do a million talking points of why leftist reasons are bad. That's the problem of woke. It shouldn't be used as an actual tool in narrative discussion. And anyone who does use it, I don't take fucking seriously.
Stupid definition. I would just talk about the issue of the policy
I
itself.
guess your issue is with
Exactly. Talk about the issues of the policies. Don't just label thing as woke because it doesn't fucking mean anything.
the topic of our debate then.
Well, no, because I think that you obsessively talk about wokeism, so it's probably a good thing for us to have a discussion
I'm asking
on.
you to define it so that instead of continually asking me questions and then pretending not to understand my answers, we actually address your argument. So
If you feel like there's an answer I don't understand, you can feel free to ask me to explain your answer. I can do it with ease. They're very simple. You only need the cognitive power of a 9-year-old to understand them. So
your definition of wokeness is, again, just coming back to it. So
if
we're
you
clear
take
about
the
what we're
median
discussing.
view on
I feel like I share a same view here of wokeism and woke shouldn't exist as a fucking term because it's stupid. But the one that people do adopt is just leftist values.
on social beliefs, the things that are to the furthest left, the most progressive, the most college student-y, young things, they tend to be around gender things or minority issues or LGBTQI, whatever status. These tend to be things that people identify as woke.
So what we're discussing in this section of the debate is whether far left politics and progressivism has ruined society. Is that the discussion?
Yeah, sure.
What would you mean?
The question was on wokeism.
Right.
The issue is...
And I got you to define it as far-left progressivism.
Yes.
So...
insofar as I would define it, I don't see it as a major threat, at least in the United States, because I don't think that the people that tend to hold these views have any real political power. It tends to be college kids and people on Twitter. But conservatives are very concerned about this, and they talk about these issues all the time, and then they use them to power their policies that end up being even more regressive than the super woke stuff was progressive, because it wasn't really manifesting in a real way anyway. And now I have a country where half the states don't really have the...
I don't... How do I feel about that? Let me say that again.
Far-left politics and progressivism has ruined society. Is that the discussion?
Yeah, sure.
What would you mean?
The question was on wokeism, a major threat, at least in the United States, because I don't think that the people that tend to hold these views have any real political power. It tends to be college kids and people on Twitter. But conservatives are very concerned...
I don't know. I think it definitely did influence policy changes. Like, we were talking about, like, gender pay... Okay, you can think of, like things like, I don't know, like what policies back, like, 10 fucking years ago. Do you remember, like, 10 years ago, like, gender pay gaps and thing were, like, a big thing people talked about? And that changed a lot of, like, internal, like, culture of, like, hiring or, like, how things were done between, like, men and women. Like, there weren't necessarily, like, specific policies set in place, or there weren't, like, additional laws necessarily made, but it definitely had, like, a systemic change in people's attitudes towards these things that would result in actual change of society and the way that they approach things. So maybe not, like, literal political, like, legal power in that regard of, like, maybe changing policy or law, but it definitely did influence systemically a belief in people of how they approach things. So I think that that's not entirely fair.
About this, and they talk about these issues all the time, and then they use them to power their...
Yeah, power isn't just politics. Exactly. Power isn't just, like, laws and legislation. It's also, like, the attitudes of the people in the institutions themselves, right? Because, like, if we're talking about, like we all are behest to institutions and how they operate, but if the people in those institutions have, like, a change of heart or a change of mindset, then that will influence decisions in the end, right? That's why you get, like, biased judge in courts and stuff like that. Like, at the end of the day, it's the attitudes of the people who are in the institutions themselves that can influence outcomes, right?
Policies that end up being even more regressive than the super woke stuff was progressive, because it wasn't really manifesting in a real way anyway. And now I have a country where half the states don't really have the ability to get an abortion for women because people thought that every 4-year-old was being forcibly transitioned to another gender.
This is also this is also fair, because there are people in conservatives who will look at, like, trans issues and be like, well, they're chopping off 5-year-olds' genitals. And it's like, well, that doesn't really happen. It doesn't really happen to any, like, significant extent, and using it as a tool to be like it happens all the time is probably, like, bad, right? Like, obviously. But I think he's talking about two different things here. Like, I don't
think that the people that tend to hold these views have any real political power. It tends to be college kids and people on Twitter. But conservatives are very concerned about this, and they talk about these issues all the time.
Yeah, but yeah, college kids end up getting jobs. You know what I mean? College kids end up having a job. People on Twitter are still people that end up becoming employed. Like, these people still matter to some extent. Like, yes, no, they're not, like, politicians or people in power, but they definitely influence the people that are in power, because they're the ones who vote for the people who are in power, right? These are people who still vote. And they will vote according to people who have their own values. So that does matter. That is political power.
And then they use them to power their policies that end up being even more regressive than the super woke stuff was progressive, because it wasn't really manifesting in a real way anyway. And now I have a country where half the states don't really have the ability to get an abortion for women because people thought that every 4-year-old was being forcibly transitioned to another gender. It's my issue.
I think this is also fair, though. Like, again, this goes back to the thing of, like, people believing exaggerated things and misinformation and getting outraged by things that doesn't exist. This also happens. He's talking about the fact that this extreme wokeism that isn't really like a problem or an issue, to the extent that they believe it is. Like, for example, like, you could say the whole, like, trans things or whatever in video games, right? Trans things in video games, people think it's, like, a really big problem. This whole DI thing's a problem. Everything woke is therefore a problem. The trans issue was a really big issue. Therefore, people must be chopping up genitals of 5-year-olds. Therefore, no one should have trans, like, healthcare. And that's a problem, because that's, like, not how it should be. So I think he's right in that regard, that this idea of wokeism has been so bad and negative because it's pushing people to make regressive policies. I do believe that is true. But he was wrong in saying that, like, people tend to don't have political powers, it doesn't really mean anything. Like, I think I think he's wrong on that thing, but right on the thing of like making everything woke is actually making more regressive policies. I think that should be true. I think that's true. He's wrong on one thing and right on another.
With it.
Well, that's your country. And
that doesn't negate that even the problem was exaggerated. It was a real concern. But like, it's not true though that like thousands of fucking kids are having their genitals chopped off. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. That's not a thing that actually happens. But people were speaking as though that like thousands of fucking kids, it's happening to them. The fear was real. The answer was just exaggerated. But that exaggerated fear is now resulting in people using these narrative spins to paint something that doesn't even happen. That's the problem.
Your issue, but just coming back to our definition so that we can know.
Because now everyone thinks that like there are parents who want to cut off genitals of your children all the time, and that doesn't happen.
We're discussing what you're addressing is,
or they result in the fact of like, yeah, different states, people that are actually trans being able to like get any kind of like healthcare or things that would benefit them, which isn't good, right? Like that's a consequence of that. Again, that's what Destiny said. Like it goes to regressive policies.
Far left progressive politics had a negative impact on our society. That's how you understand this discussion, correct?
Am I going to say yes here?
60,000 prescriptions of these drugs were given to minors. Listen. Give me the stats on that. If you're going to give a stat, give me a link. But here's the thing. Like, you could say prescriptions of drugs. Like, there's a difference between, like, puberty blockers and, like, actual fucking hormones, right? So, prescriptions could be so broad because there are a lot of people that take puberty blockers that aren't trans, too, right? There could be other reasons. And puberty blockers, with all the research, is, like, 99%, like, reversible. That's the thing. Like, it's like, holy shit. So, like, I think we should be careful when we use terms like that because it could be a lot of other things. And what other kind of drugs? What specific drugs were they? You know, that matters.
You're going to go, I'm glad you agree that wokeism is far left.
No.
Yeah, I guess that would be my understanding of this discussion,
Okay.
yes.
So,
yes.
Good. Now we know what we're actually discussing. So, in terms of its impact, I mean, one of the most obvious things, and I brought
What
up...
is your definition of wokeism?
I agree with you. I agree with your definition.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I think it's okay to agree on a definition to have the discussion, right?
That's why I did it, so that we could agree on the definition.
Oh, okay. It felt a little bit more passive-aggressive than that, but my bad.
Well, that's your
Interpreted
bad.
that way.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
I've worked out the tricks that you play, and so I've trapped you in your own logic.
And to be clear, the trick that I just played was asking you for the definition of a term.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right,
That's
my bad.
right.
I
That's
know that
right.
we don't like that here.
Exactly
Okay, my
right.
bad. Okay, go ahead.
That's exactly right. Because what you do is you don't define it yourself, so that you can then argue with my definition for half an hour, and so we can't have the actual debate. Now be quiet, and
I'll define my terms if you want. Well, I'm only going to be quiet.
Be
We'll
quiet.
define my terms if you want me to, but wokeism is from you guys
It
use.
took me about 10 minutes to get you to define woke. I'm glad we did it. Now we can have
Now
the
you're gonna
actual
use my
discussion.
definition. I'm glad I could
Now
provide
we
you
can
with
have
one.
the actual
Go for it.
discussion.
Okay.
Now we can have the actual discussion. So if your understanding of the question is, has far left progressive politics made our societies worse? I completely agree with your definition, and I agree with the premise of the question that it has made things worse for a number of reasons. I mean, the trans thing became a big talking point because it's so ridiculous, not because it's so hugely actually impactful on society, although I do think...
But the problem is a lot of people think it's actually impactful on society. That's the problem. There are so many people now, like in MAGA or conservatives, that think this is a real problem and that it's a huge issue. They literally think thousands of people and children are getting their genitals chopped off. It's not... No, people believe this. That's the thing. People actually believe that.
A small number of children being given puberty blockers and an even smaller number of children being given gender transition surgery is a terrible thing that's happened. I think more broadly, though, I mean, one of the most...
Like that's the thing, yeah. It's a narrative tool that a lot of people think it's an issue when it's really not.
obvious examples is we now have a society which has... I mean, it's...
Do you know what is more of a fucking issue? Like wages, housing crises. Stuff that actually affects your life has way more of an issue and impact on you. Taxes. Like, and that's more important to you than whether or not your fucking neighbor has a gay trans kid or not. Like legit.
It's not codified and it's not expressed in, in the, like, no one says publicly, we now discriminate against these groups of people, unless occasionally they do. So, for example, the Royal Air Force in this country, when they were... it's not codified and it's not expressed in, in the, like, no one says publicly, we now discriminate against these groups of people.
People do now. No, people do now. Flags and pronouns in bio. You're a retard. No, people do. No, that actually happens. Flags and pronouns in bio, retard. Like, that happens now.
Unless occasionally they do. So, for example, the Royal Air Force in this country, when they were in a recruiting drive, they were really struggling to get pilots.
Oh, the RAF controversy. Oh, okay, this will be interesting. What's he going to say?
The Air Force in this country, when they were in a recruiting drive, they were really struggling to get pilots. And there was a woman there who got fired from the Royal Air Force because she refused to go along with the policy. Her supervisor said to her, "We're not
I think it was a man.
hiring any more useless straight white men." She said, "I don't agree with this policy, it's discriminatory," and she was fired. We've had...
Okay, from what I know from this situation, I think this happened in 2023. Is that 2020 or 2023? There was a controversy of like this happening. And I believe what the issue, there was never a policy that was, they don't hire straight white men. That's not what, there was never a thing where they barred people from being like their applicants. I think they slowed down the rate of intake for male applications because they did have like in-house like diversity targets. They had targets that they were encouraged to meet, but there was never a legislation or a thing of like, you must hire, you mustn't hire or you mustn't consider these males. That was never a thing. It was more of a case of like there were kind of targets to meet, and it slowed down the rate of male applications being processed. But it was never a thing where they said we will not hire straight white men. That wasn't a thing. I do think having diversity quotas is fucking dumb. I do. I feel like having diversity quotas is dumb in the first place. I feel like you should always like accept people based on merit. I fully believe that. I think it was kind of like probably a stupid thing to fucking do, but I don't think it was a policy that they disregarded males, but they had quotas to encourage more females.
A system of anti-male, anti-white.
Can I just ask a quick question?
No,
So if I would have
I'm not
looked that up,
finished
the
yet.
Royal Air
I'm
Force
not
had a
finished
policy
yet.
of not hiring straight white
I'm not
men.
finished
Is
yet.
that true?
I'm not finished yet.
Okay. I have a feeling.
That's not true. No, Destiny's right to question that. It's not true. The RAF didn't have a policy of not bringing in straight white men. They did. That was never a policy that happened. That was never a thing they had in the company. They just had diversity targets and quotas for like, okay, maybe we should be hiring more women, and they slowed down the rate of applications for males. There was never a thing of when you cannot hire straight white men. There's nuance here. There's nuance in this conversation.
It's not, but okay.
So this is something you can look up. It was covered extensively in the news in this country. Probably wasn't covered that well on Wikipedia where you did the research, but
No, but on The Sun and all of your favorite publications, I'm sure they talked about it a lot.
No, actually, it was covered extensively across the
policy of diversity quotas is the same thing. No, having a diversity target that's recommended is very different from having a actual policy in place where you cannot hire these men or process their applications. That's very different. Having a target is very different from saying that we're outright not going to hire these people. That never was a thing. You could definitely say that like the targets lower down the rates of people getting seen or viewed, and it would take longer. But they never had a ruling that was, we do not hire men. We won't. That never happened. But I agree that like having quotas in the first place like are not good. Right? I agree, like having quotas in the first place are just kind of dumb.
What they covered was that the Royal Air Force
Can
was
I
not
finish
hiring
my
straight white
points,
men. Well,
Stephen?
you seem to respond to some things, but others. So that wasn't the policy. I can tell because you're not answering
that was the policy that was pursued by the Royal Air Force. It was revealed by this whistleblower who was fired for revealing it. The BBC in this country has internships that are not available to white
It wasn't a policy. There was a quota, but there wasn't a policy if you can't vote for men.
people. We effectively have created a system of passive, tacit, sometimes open discrimination against different groups of people. And one of the reasons that...
But again, I don't think Destiny knows enough about this to actually give a rebuttal on it, but yeah.
The sort of reactionary sentiment, which you try and paint me as representing, which I don't, is rising in this country and rising quite quickly, including ethno-nationalist sentiment, is because of this. And the reason I opposed wokeness from the very beginning and far-left progressivism from the very beginning was that it was obvious to me that the number one consequence of pursuing radical left-wing progressivism and racial essentialism of this kind would be that the majority population would begin to pursue identity politics for itself. If you discriminate against white men and say so openly, it's going to be a very short period of time before white men look at that and say, well, if we're now picking people for jobs based on skin color, I am the oppressed minority now, or I'm the oppressed majority now, we need to look after my interests. And the reason you see the reactionary forces rising both in America, in the rest of Europe, and in this country is precisely because they've been pushed into this corner by woke leftists. And that is one of the major ways that this movement has damaged our society, as I predicted all along.
So I would say the least impressive thing about conservative predictions is that typically what they'll do is they will build their own enemies, they will cry about the enemies, and then when they manage to convince everybody else that those enemies are real, and then those people react against those enemies, they try to say that, well, it was the enemies in the beginning that caused this particular problem to come about. And I guess the issue that I have is, when it comes to woke-related stuff, it's hard to find ever, like, what are the particular DEI policies or affirmative action policies that we're talking about? It's always some vague allusion to airlines don't want to hire white pilots, or they lower their standards for black pilots, or these things that tend to not exist when you actually dig into them. Now, I don't know, maybe it is the case that the Royal Air Force actually had a policy of not hiring straight white men.
It did, yeah.
Okay, I'll look into that. I'm curious about that. I have a feeling when I look into it, it's going to be completely untrue, like most of the stuff that you bring up. But I'll look into it. Maybe it was true. And, you know, if it is, I would say that's not a good thing, that you shouldn't be doing stuff like that.
Okay.
But I guess the issue I have is, when we talk about magnitude, I think you said earlier that sometimes people fixate on these issues a little bit too much, but it's because they're such common sense issues.
I feel like
when I look at the United States right now,
I feel like it's a shame that like Destiny isn't like informed of the whole thing.
How many trans people are there? How many people are doing stuff related to trans people? The number of people is incredibly small. It's like 1%. And the idea that would somehow cause so much of a population to become reactionary that, as of 30 minutes ago, I'm pretty sure Iran has tried to bomb like 7 different countries because we have a president who is a madman who is going on a rampage against the entire world insofar as trade and bombs goes. I just can't, in my mind, rationalize how so many of these smart people I'll say in the center like you, who say, well, I can obviously identify that this is a problem. Why don't you ever identify any of these super obvious problems on the right, or any of the super obvious problems that are reactionary to the other things that were reactionary, especially when the issues in the United States on the right are represented through every single pylon of power that the conservatives have, and on the left they're in colleges and on Twitter and Facebook and sometimes in AI world on Sora.
This is an article from Sky News. Could you just read out what it says, please?
So I see the AI summary here is...
read out the headline.
Well, I don't know if there's a headline or if this is a...
Read out the headline.
Okay, so it says, applicants seeking to join RAF described as useless white male pilots in bid to hit impossible diversity targets. Just to be clear, just so I can understand.
Thank you.
Is this headline the same as no straight white men were hired? Or they had a policy of not hiring straight white... But wait, I'm just so curious. Do you understand the difference between somebody not being hired because they're white? Because I'm not going to say... If you're going to ask me, like, do you think there were ever racist people or even against white people? Of course there are. But you understand there's a difference between the entire Air Force having a policy of not hiring straight white men versus, I guess there was an email where some straight white candidates were skipped over. I don't even know if it was because they...
That's kind of what I'm saying. There's a difference between like actually having a policy that says you can't do this versus like quotas.
Didn't meet qualifications or not. They used white men to describe them, but they also called them useless. I don't know if it was because they're white or not. You know there's a difference between those two things, right?
So you don't know the story?
Do you know there's a difference between those two things or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, gotcha. Because I was asking for evidence of mine, but you gave me that. So like I said initially, I had a feeling if I looked this up, it wasn't going to be what you presented it as. Yeah, no, go for it.
Okay. So you just denied the existence of this and you questioned it.
I did not deny the existence of that, but go ahead.
Stop talking.
You seem to have a lot of trouble following what I'm saying.
Stop talking.
Okay.
Look, the only way to have a conversation is when people talk in terms.
No, it's not. The only way to have a conversation is when two people are making a good faith effort to understand each other. My question was, did the RAF have a policy of not hiring straight white men?
Yes.
You showed me an email that said...
It wasn't... Okay. It wasn't a policy. It wasn't an actual policy that they...
There were applicants that were rejected that were called useless white male pilots or whatever.
They rejected applicants in a bid to hit diversity targets.
They slowed applicants.
Which means they discriminated against white men in favor of other groups.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that in this particular email, but that doesn't mean that they were not hiring any straight white men.
I didn't say they were not hiring any straight white men. I said they were discriminating against them in favor of other people to hit diversity targets, which were described by the people who were charged with recruiting them as impossible to hit. In other words, they were deliberately undermining both the efficacy and the fair treatment of people in their hiring policies because of DEI.
Okay, so this...
Do you get it now?
The position you have now, yes. And that sounds more realistic, that there might have been a hiring policy that favored some groups of people that weren't white over the white ones to cause them to get hired when it might have been in a blind trial the white people would have been hired otherwise. Yes.
Right.
Do you understand that that's significantly different than you saying the RAF had a policy of not hiring straight white pilots?
Like, yes, it's different. It's different because it matters. Like, that does matter. But I kind of wish they argued the point. Like, yes, it matters, and it's definitely different. And Konstantin shouldn't have said that there was a policy of like not hiring men. Like, that was bad. He shouldn't have done that because he left the door open for Destiny to get like a win on that point of like, well, that's not really what that means. There's two different things. Like, fine. I wish they actually debated about the actual substance of this. Like, Destiny's right here, but like, I wish then they actually debated what is being talked about. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wish they then actually discussed the issue or debated the issue. This whole semantic thing is silly.
First of all, I don't know what straight had to do with, are you bi? Do you get like a special application on the...
Well, I'm sure you'd want to know the answer to that question. But
I wouldn't, because I would never become British. Jesus Christ.
He got a definition misspeak win. I don't know, because I feel like stuff like that is actually really important to not misspeak on. I don't think it's just a simple misspeak, because it makes it sound as if that there are like companies or bodies that like force these targets by all means necessary, that it's an actual company policy. That doesn't exist. Like, that's a poor framing, because that doesn't actually like happen, and it makes it sound something worse than it like was. Like, you could argue the results can end up being bad for sure, but that does matter when we're talking about these kinds of things and actual like DEI framing. I think that matters. I think after this, I hope they talk about what actually being said.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think look, this is why I brought it up, because the idea of a conversation is good faith. But if you question anything that I bring up that you don't know anything about, and then say, well, I don't believe that this happened, and I present you evidence that it did happen, and then you still continue to deny it, I don't see how we can have an actual debate. Now, I never said the RAF hires 0 white pilots. What I said is the policy of discriminating against white men.
They didn't have a policy. They didn't have an official policy. Again, he's doing this, and it's like, don't do this. They didn't have an official policy. I don't know.
Which has been rife in the rest of society, has created the situation where...
Because, again, that's why this is why you can't just say that like there was a policy. There wasn't a policy. There wasn't a rule that said they had to do this. There were targets and quotas that were recommended. It was not a policy. But because now he can use this to be like, well, this policy happens in other places, but it didn't exist in this example. So now you're using this thing to generalize more DEI happening when that isn't the case. There isn't policies everywhere that are doing the same thing, because this one wasn't a fucking policy. This is why he shouldn't have this framing. And Destiny is kind of right to be like, well, it matters. It matters what you say, if this is an actual thing that happened or not. It's a policy or not. If this is like a target or a recommendation. Like, that does actually matter, because now Konstantin can use this and be like, well, you agree with me, so therefore there are these other policies that happen like elsewhere. Like, that's why it's important to like distinguish between the two. You could talk about the outcomes being maybe similar, but the distinction matters, because he's using this now as an argument. Listen.
We can have an actual debate.
Listen.
Now, I never said the RAF hires 0 white pilots. What I said is the policy of discriminating against white men, which has
That wasn't a thing. There wasn't a policy.
been rife in the rest of society, has
And now he's using it to be like, this has been rife in the rest of society. I hope Destiny catches him on this, because like, you can't do that. You can't do that.
created the situation where a lot of people, rightly, understandably at least, feel antagonistic about it. That was one of the biggest threats with wokeness, and that is one of the biggest challenges where we are. Your point about Trump and all the rest of it, I don't see how it's relevant, and I think we're going to have a section on Trump coming up. I made the point...
Oh, that'll be fun.
When I think about trans, that I think trans, I mean, the insanity of some of the things we've been asked to believe, which is like, you know, if you say you're a woman, you automatically become a woman. I think people rightly balk against that because it's ridiculous. Doesn't mean it's the number one issue. I've never said it's the number one issue. In fact, I pointed out it's quite a minor issue in terms of the number of people affected by it. But
I'm just curious, in terms of your shows, of all the social issues you talk about, do you think that the trans stuff is at the top 3?
Well, I don't think we've talked about trans for like a year and a half, maybe 1 or 2 episodes in a year and a half.
Okay, do you feel like for conservatives in general in the United States, do you think that trans is one of the top issues that they talk about? On all the reform stuff that I looked at, trans was listed on a ton of it. It was in the manifesto.
I'm not a Republican conservative in America, so I don't know what they talk about. It's up to them.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Stop. Stop. You're a political commentator. Of course you know exactly what the fuck the main talking points are. Oh, come on. I don't know. I'm not an American. I don't fucking know. Of course you fucking know. Of course you know. You're a political commentator.
Well, who did you voted for in the last American election?
Who would I have voted for? Donald Trump, for sure.
Okay.
Oh, dear God. Yeah, Shy, what was that? What was that? He's right to diss himself with the label. Brother, you should have waited 10 seconds before you typed this. I'm real. You should have waited 10 seconds before you typed that. Like, you should have just waited like 10 fucking seconds before you sent that message.
I don't know. Okay.
Doesn't mean that you're a conservative Republican.
Of course it does. Definitionally so. You're voting for the conservative Republican candidate.
So if you present me with a small pile of shit and a big pile of shit, and I pick the small pile of shit, you go, oh, you love shit. No.
If the vote is between a guy who resembles the furthest right you can be.
That's so telling. Dude, that's so telling. That's so telling. Yeah, Trump was the small pile of shit. Trump was the small pile of shit. Okay.
Insofar as how they conceptualize the government.
And a guy who has no brain, yeah, I'll go with a guy with...
This is where it devolves. I have a feeling Con is right. He is, brother. If you want to know what my views are, I do believe if you think Donald Trump was the correct choice to be president, I feel that there's something fundamentally wrong about how your brain works. Personally. Like, someone who is... we can get into it, I guess. I guess they might talk about it. I guess I'll go specifics as they talk about it. But, like, I really do believe there's something fundamentally wrong with how you view the world if you think Trump was the best guy for the job. Trump has been the most, like, unsuccessful president in a long time. Everything that he said he would do, he has not done. In fact, he's gone back on everything that he said he would do. No new wars. I'm going to solve 100 deals in 100 days. I will solve the Ukraine-Russian crisis day one. I will solve Israel-Palestine day one. Failure, 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 failure. A felon. He pardoned everyone on January fucking 6th. Fucking Epstein shit. Extremely corrupt. Like, in terms of, like, look at how much fucking money this guy made by being president, by the whole Bitcoin thing. Like, it just goes on by lies constantly. Like, it's peace in the Middle East. He's gone back. He's failed. The tariff situation. He has failed on every immigration as well. He hasn't succeeded in immigration either. He has failed on every single promise he said that he would do. He is the most failure president in a while because he has failed on every single thing that he said he would do.
The brain.
So
yeah.
Kamala Harris, the person who was a DA in California, who was Attorney General in California, who served as Vice President, who was a Senator in California, versus Donald Trump, who brags about taking and passing 3 cognitive tests in a month.
Yeah.
The dumb person is Kamala Harris there.
Look, I just explained to you that when you make choices...
So he really think that Trump had a better brain than Kamala? Okay.
Between things, it's not because you necessarily love the choice you're making. If you're forced to choose between 2 things, you choose the one that is the lesser evil, effectively.
Sure, I'm just curious.
So he really believes that Trump was the lesser evil.
I agree with a lot of Donald Trump's foreign policy.
Sure, of course you do. I know you do, because you have a conservative view on foreign policy. Over the past 5 years, so you do this thing where you're like, well, I have to choose between 2 things. When you've had the same
That's
choice...
what an election is. It's a choice between 2 things.
Well, not in 2 things.
That is the lesser evil, effectively.
Sure, I'm just curious.
I agree with a lot of Donald Trump's foreign policy.
Sure, of course you do. I know you do, because you have a conservative view on foreign policy. Over the past 5 years, so you do this thing where you're like, well, I have to choose between 2 things. When you've had the same
That's
choice...
what an election is. It's a choice between 2 things.
Well, not in the UK. You can vote between a lot of things. We have 2 parties in
Yes,
the
but
That's okay. I can always educate you on your political system. It's fine.
Oh, no. Oh, my. Bros. Look at Rosie. I'll be real. He didn't get him there. I'll be real, bro. That one was good. Okay, that one was good. Yeah, that one, bro. If I was caught, I'd fucking leave. I'll be real. I'd fucking bro did bro did the cooked emote. I think I'd ask for a timeout. I would ask for a timeout after that one. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Cap, are you pro Destiny? I'm not pro anyone. I don't know if you know, I have my own values on things. I have my own values and beliefs on things. I'm not pro any individual person. I have things that I agree with him on politically, but I'm not like pro blind faith any person. I'm pro myself and my own beliefs, and sometimes they overlap with other people. I'm not pro any fucking particular person.
But so my question is, of all these things that you have to choose between, at what case in the last like 5 years have you leaned to the left on and would vote for the left on versus the right?
I voted for the left. I voted for a Liberal Democrat at the last election, and it's likely that I will again.
You kind of outed yourself saying Kamala was better than Trump. Okay, me saying that Trump is a bad president, and if I was American, I'd vote Kamala, is somehow me being completely blind faith pro Destiny? That's a completely ignorant opinion. Brother, do you realize the irony in this statement? Brother, do you realize you're the one being ignorant to my opinion? Are you not? There's irony in what you just said. Opinions can be wrong. Okay, so you think it is definitionally a fact that Trump is the better president by every possible metric. There is nothing that he has done that's led him to be a bad president. Yes, by every possible method. Okay, and you the one who told me that I had the ignorant opinion. Okay, listen, I don't have a personal problem with you, right? I don't have a personal problem with you. I'm very accepting of people's views and beliefs, right? I'm very accepting of people's views and beliefs. So if you would like to tell me why he's such a great president, I'd love to know. Or if you want to debate me in a VC, I'd love to know by every possible metric. Okay, please tell me how he has been a good president when he has failed at every single thing he has promised. By definition, he's an unsuccessful president, no? I'm going to go for a piss. I'm going to go for a piss real quick. So, I expect he's lowered illegal immigration by record numbers. Has he? Is that the only metric we're talking about? I'm going to go for a piss. I'll be right back. All right. All right. Yes, by every possible method. He's lowered illegal immigration by record numbers. He's taken out numerous corrupt spending of taxpayer money. Which ones? Yeah, which ones? What corrupt spending? He's allowed more free speech than the Biden administration. Specifics? Specifics? Because wasn't there a thing where like fucking, was it Jimmy Kimmel? Like got his show fucking axed because he dared to criticize fucking Trump? Like, didn't that happen? What do you mean allowed more free speech? Yeah, free speech if you're not talking against him. Fucking kind of dictatorial, is it not? What are we talking about? All the ones that send millions to trans Middle Easterners and Somalian daycares. Brother, you realize there is still, like, no proof of this, right? Brother, do you realize that this is still, like, not proven, right? There is no facts about this. Yes, there is. No, there is this whole Somalian daycare. There is still no, like, actual, like, evidence. There is still no, like, factual, like, claims. There's still just, like, speculation and theory. There is still actually no, like, document that says this is how much it was for 100% fact guarantee inquiry. You are only watching CNN. Brother, I don't watch CNN. Brother, I don't watch CNN. Where is the proof? Where is the proof that they found the fraud? Can you show me a link? Can you show me anything? Can you show me the actual factual proof that they found the corruption and millions go to Somalian daycares? Can you show it to me? Like, if it's true, you must be able to show it to me, right? Where is it? Where is it? Can you give me a link? I'm not super duper prepared. Okay, but then if it happened, you should be able to find it pretty quickly, right? Or can anyone else who agrees find it? Where's the actual evidence? Did they get charged last week? If they did, show me. If they did, show me. Because do you know what I think is really bad in a president? Do you know what I think is really bad? A president that is so fine with constantly pushing the boundaries of like the actual democratic institutions in place in like the American government, constantly overstepping the boundaries of what is considered actually like legal, is like some of the most like red warning flags that you could see like in a president. Someone that is finding every way possible to go against the own like inbuilt institution laws and regulations, to find loopholes, to push their own like agendas, or to push their own policies outside of like the proper channels, is not a good like habit for a president to be doing. Like that is like, to me, like why would you vote for a president who is inherently like unconstitutional? Why would you vote for a president that actually doesn't like the democracy that your own country is built upon? Says the UK resident under Starmer. What's that got to do with what I'm saying? That's a whataboutism. Am I wrong? Like, you are supporting a president that inherently goes against the democratic values that your whole country set up on. He goes against your own constitutional rules. He tries to push the boundary on it constantly. Is that not like a bad trait for a president to have? Is that not like a concerning thing? Is that not concerning to you to have a president that constantly goes against like the own constitution of the how's it? And we voted for him. Not everyone. Like, he is the president, sure, but like, you have a president that constantly goes against the actual institutions and how this. He passes laws. He passes like regulations and shit from the fucking Oval Office rather than going through Congress. And then they find out months later. Look at the whole tariff situation, right? Okay, take this. Take the whole like tariff situation, right? Now, after like the whole tariff thing happened, because he didn't go through Congress to actually do it, he did it all from the fucking White House itself. Now he has to like fucking pay the price because it's now that, oh well, actually that was illegal, you couldn't do that. Actually, Trump, all these like tariffs that you did, you couldn't go about it this way. Actually, what you did was actually kind of like illegal. You can't do that. After however fucking many months it's been, right? Like, do you not think that something like that is a bad thing for a president to do? Skirting around the actual methods to get things done, skipping Congress to pass like legislation or to pass really important things like tariffs, really important things like don't you think that is like important to go through normal democratic channels that are every other president goes through and not try and skirt it? Like, isn't that like important? Isn't it? Do you not think it's dangerous for a president to not go through normal channels to like get shit done? To me, that's concerning. Right? Do you not find that a problem? Because imagine if Kamala did that. Imagine if it was Kamala, right? Like, imagine it was Kamala, and instead of, okay, can you imagine the outcry if Kamala Harris was president and she decided to do the same shit Trump did, not go through Congress to get approval on if they should start like a war or not, just fucking do it and worry about the repercussions in 60 days times where they actually have to vote on it in Congress, like legally. If Kamala did that, bro, everyone would call her a fucking corrupt dictator witch. If Kamala did that, everyone they would want her hanged. There would be riots on the fucking streets if that was Kamala. Oh, she didn't go through the democratic process. She's being unconstitutional. She's starting a legal war. That would fucking happen, would it not? If it was Kamala who did what Trump just did. You don't understand how corrupt our Democratic Party is? Brother, do you not think it's corrupt for your president to not go the constitutional way of passing regulations? Isn't that the definition of corrupt? Do you not think it's corrupt that Donald Trump, rather than receiving, like, what was it? He had his fucking whole Trump coin situation, right? Where he received millions and millions from offshore people in funding because of his fucking dumbass crypto token, and he made hundreds of fucking millions just before his presidency. Do you not think that's, like, corrupt of someone to do? That's called capitalism? That's capitalism? That's not corruption. That's not corruption. No. Not getting paid via crypto because it doesn't go through the same channels as fucking a fiat currency. That's capitalism. That's not corruption. Are you hearing yourself? If Joe Biden did that, people would be calling for his head. If Kamala did that, people would be calling for his head. And you're telling me that it's totally fine for Trump to set all these tariffs, which has now been deemed illegal fucking months later, doing all this damage to the fucking, like, country's, like, economics. And now you're just telling me, no, it's fine. That's not corrupt. Actually, that's based. YouTube dropped me. Okay. Okay, you know what? Okay. Okay. Like, I just cannot get the fact that you're saying that, like, corrupt our Democratic Party is. Brother, Trump is the one who literally tried to engage in voter fraud himself. Like, he literally tried to fucking rig his own votes. It was proven factually. Like, literally, people went to court over this. It was found out. People admitted to it under oath. Brother, okay, you know what? We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. No cap, no offense, but I don't think you understand politics. Proof? Yeah, let's just say things without having any substance to what we're saying. I'm sure you do, right? I'm sure you have a very good grasp of politics. Yeah, I'm sure you have a very good grasp of politics.
The next one. I just told you this.
What about in terms of, like, supporting major issues? How many, like, lib-left candidates, I guess, do you guys have on your show, or do you talk to or support?
As many as will come on.
Does that mean zero? Or
no.
How many? Okay, because I know.
Hang on, let me go back and see what they're talking about. Holy shit, we're not even halfway in.
Yeah, I can always educate you on your political system. It's fine. But and so my question is, of all these things that you have to choose between, at what case in the last, like, 5 years have you?
You have your ignorant side, and I got mine. But that you realize this is inherently ignorant, right? You realize this is inherently ignorant because you are so close-minded because you believe you are right on everything and nothing else could be heard. You don't believe there could be bad things on both sides. You think what is firmly in the right always never could do anything bad. You realize you're the ignorant one, right? Because I think Democrats do things that are fucking bad, and I think the MAGA side does things that are fucking bad. But you seem to think the MAGA side is, like, totally fine. Like, isn't that ignorant? Do you think they're perfect? They've never done anything wrong, ever? Do you think they've never done anything wrong? Because isn't that, by definition, you being ignorant? Like, hey, man, if that's how you feel, good for you, bro.
But and so my question is, of all these things that you have to choose between, at what case in the last, like, 5 years have you leaned to the left on? And
I'm sorry you believe in bullshit. You never like properly answered any of my questions. You never properly answered like any of my questions. I believe in bullshit. Okay. You guys are funny.
Vote for the left on versus the right.
I voted for the left. I voted for a Liberal Democrat at the last election, and it's likely that I will again at the next one. I just told you this.
What about in terms of like supporting major issues? How many like lib left candidates, I guess, do you guys have on your show, or do you talk to or support?
As many as will come on.
Does that mean 0? Or
No.
how many?
Do you know what? I think it really speaks volumes whenever like I criticize something about like the Trump administration, and people are so defensive and angry about it. Do you not think that like it says a lot? Like people are like, no, you're wrong, you're retarded. You believe all this bullshit, you're the problem. Like, do you not think that like says a lot? Like, is it just me? Like, that's such like a cultish thing. It's very culty, right? Like, as soon as like I give any amount of like criticism or belief, the first thing is like, you're wrong. No, it's perfect. You're the one that's retarded. You're the one who believes all the bullshit. Yeah, I bet you watch CNN. No, I bet you watch CNN and you're just dumb and silly. Like, it's so strange. It's so fucking strange, isn't it? Like, I don't know how people like that like think. It's like no, you're not allowed a conversation. Right? It's like you're not allowed to have a conversation. It's like when you're a gacha gamer and you criticize like Hoyo games and people freak the fuck out. Right? It's like, wait, hold on a minute. Can we not have like conversation like nuance with all fucking games? Like, whatever. It's crazy. You don't live in America, you don't understand. See, you're doing this thing again, man. I think you should just stop talking. I think you should stop talking for a bit. I think you're getting angry for no reason. You're getting angry because I'm having an opinion. You seem to think everything is black and white, but I'm sorry to tell you, but like no side of the political party right here is like completely like scot-free. Right? Like I don't think the Dems are the best, and I don't think fucking MAGA is the best. I think that's fine opinion to have. You know what I mean? Like holy shit, man. Yeah, it's like attack a Hoyo game. Like you're the worst person ever. Like the fuck? Holy shit. I hate how Americans always try to tribalize any political issue to us versus them. No, exactly. It's like as soon as you disagree on one thing, it's like it's us versus them. You're with us or against us. You know? It's like so strange. Like, man, hello. I'm allowed my beliefs. I'm allowed my opinions too. You know what I mean? Like, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about everything becomes team sports. Everything becomes politics. A lot of these people, you have to agree with everything MAGA does. Otherwise, you're part of the problem and you're stupid. It's so dumb. It's actually so fucking dumb.
What a bitch. What a nasty, vile fucking cunt.
Don't be touchy. I appreciate it.
Because I know Faraj has been on a ton. I know you've done a lot of content with Goodwin.
Okay, they're not far left, right? But we've
correct.
also
they're right. Yeah,
we've also had
point,
the co-founder of Extinction Rebellion, who's currently in prison for blocking roads, on the show. We've had Aaron Bastani, who's the co-founder of Novara Media, a far-left news organization in this country. We've had a bunch of. I mean, I could go down the list for ages if you want, if that's what you like.
I've seen like the top 10 lists of like the people you've invited the most on are all generally.
We had comedian Mark Steele, who's a lefty. We had Deborah Francis White from the Guilty Feminist
I'm guessing
podcast.
when you say lefty for these people, they're populist lefties that think that the whole institution is rotted and they don't support actively. So the guy you just described, is he like a Labour voter? Would he support Labour? Has he supported Labour?
Which guy? Mark Steele. He's a lifelong Labour voter.
Okay, well then you get credit for that one, I guess. Okay, I haven't seen every episode of Trigonometry. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, maybe you should stop opining about who we have on then if you haven't seen every episode of Trigonometry.
I don't think I should have to watch every single episode of Trigonometry to have a
You
idea.
Should know who we have on the show regularly before you make a judgment.
I have a decent idea.
No, you don't. You've just demonstrated that you don't.
I haven't seen you. I demonstrated. I don't know every single person that goes on.
Right.
Like you haven't made
Would
a
you like
Twitter
me to give
video
you more
saying,
lefties?
"Okay, well, call me left wing now." You did make one saying, "Well, fine, I'll be right wing now." Like
So
clearly you lean in a certain direction.
No,
Clearly
no.
people perceive you. Why do you think everybody perceives you as being right wing then? If you're so centrist, or you?
Why
lean
does the
left or
BBC think I'm right wing?
Why does everybody, on my side at least, everybody perceives you as being right wing?
Because it's convenient for you, as you've demonstrated in the course of this conversation.
In what way?
I'm about to explain. If you just stop talking,
I hope you actually explain.
I will.
Okay, we'll see.
Okay. Can you be quiet?
I feel this whole section's dumb.
The mic is down.
Okay, good.
Stop filibustering.
So
This is
it's
all
convenient to
sections
you in exactly the way that you've demonstrated throughout this conversation, where when I make a good point about anything, you say, you conservatives, and then you pivot to talking about Republicans in America, because it suits you, because then you can argue against things you came here prepared to argue against, instead of arguing with what I'm actually saying.
What is the point
That's
you
why.
feel like I haven't? First of all, I'm pretty sure the debate topics were related to America. Number one.
Were they?
They were. Number one. That's okay. Number two, what is a question that you feel like you've said that I accused you of being a conservative and then I pivoted and I didn't respond to your point?
Every single thing we've discussed.
Name one of them then.
Every single thing we've
So
discussed.
you can't think of a single
Immigration,
one. What did I not respond to?
Oh
For
my
immigration?
God.
You didn't bring up a
National-
point. You said a bunch of descriptions. You're like, well, this is true, and then that was
You
it.
keep talking over me, which means we're not actually having a
Oh,
discussion.
this is so
I'm asking you for an
pointless.
example.
And
You're trying to
giving you
filibuster.
one. I'm about to give you one if you just
Okay,
stop interrupting.
one point that I didn't respond
Can
to.
you just stop interrupting?
Go ahead. give me
Oh
a
my
point.
god,
Can you
this is so fucking pointless. This is so dumb.
Just stop interrupting.
I'm not even interrupting. I'm waiting for you to
Not
finish.
interrupting means when I say something, you don't talk after that. Can you do
Ever?
that now?
Okay. Can I figure out? Okay, go
There
ahead.
you go. On every single thing that we've discussed, immigration, national identity.
Just one thing. You're not having a conversation. I guess I didn't expect you to check out this early, but
Bro, this is so fucking stupid.
I'm asking, is there a single point you feel like I haven't responded to with substance, and you're saying everything because you realize you don't have
If
an
you want
answer
to
for
have this
that?
conversation by yourself, you're welcome to. But
I feel like I am.
you are, yeah.
I know
You
I
are.
am. Yes,
You
I
are.
know I am. I feel that way. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to the
'Cause
copy-pasted
you're-
talking points,
you're
and I
not-
can't get an actual answer out of you for anything.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. I do think Konstantin is being way too vague. I do think he doesn't go into specifics when he should, and Destiny's really pressing him on that. Of like, well, actually give like positions on things. But I also think Destiny's being way too, like, he's kind of noticed that he's being way too, like, aggro. Like, he's being way too, I don't think it makes him look good, is what I'm saying. Maybe it make him look good to his, like, super fans, but, like, I don't think this is a good look to, like, the general, like, I don't think this is good to the general, like, normie people watching this.
I can give you better answers if you're looking for them. Yeah. It's crazy to me that you guys cry about wokeism and snowflakes and all this stuff so much, but like you guys do it all the time. You made the claim that I'm avoiding answering any of your arguments because I'm calling you a conservative. I think you are a conservative and I label you as such, but I'm not dodging your arguments. There's not a point you brought up that I refused to address. That's why I asked you for an example of one, and you weren't able to give one. And that's fine if you're not able to give one, but then don't continue to filibuster and make the claim. Just say, okay, well, I guess maybe that was an unfair thing I said, and here's a point that I'm going to make that I would like you to address. That would be the time where you would say, here's a thing that I brought up. You pivoted and you didn't address that particular thing. That would be a thing you could do if I was actually dodging and pivoting from all your points.
Okay, I think giving him the silent treatment is not a fucking good look. I don't know. I feel this is kind of weak sauce move. I don't know. I feel like the thing you don't do is then go silent and not even look at the guy. That doesn't make you, optics wise, that doesn't make you look fucking good. That doesn't make you, bro, this would be like a Pearl moment. Like, this does not make you look good. Like, I know what he's trying to do. I don't think it's good. Yeah, don't do this. Just rebuttal, give a respond. Like, it's not, like, don't do this.
I can't hear any. You're going to have to shout louder.
Why are they, okay. Okay, the whole debate's not evolved. Great.
Russian agent. What does that mean? So you're saying that because I'm from Russia and I have opinions you don't like, I'm a Russian agent.
Why are we debating the crowd right now? I'm still here.
Is that what
Can you
you're
not
saying?
have
I just
can you
can't-
really not answer my questions
That's
that
just
much?
not very clear. Is that what you're saying?
Let's not yell out questions from the audience. Let's not get into that. Let's try to let the dialectic get back on track here.
Simple question. What do you feel like I haven't addressed?
Every single thing that we've discussed.
Oh, don't keep doing that. Oh, this is so dumb. Move on. Yo, we need the guy to give a different fucking question. Give them a different question at this point. Move on from this. This is so dumb. This is going nowhere.
Okay, let's run it down. So you said I
Immigration.
didn't address immigration, right? My point on immigration is that you guys have fear-mongered about immigration, and every single policy that you've tried to enact has
Every
failed.
time you say you guys, you've already lost the argument because you're not arguing with me.
Okay, well, I asked you for a clear stance on whether or not you thought
I was
Brexit
very
was
clear
good
on
on net.
immigration.
You literally said you would not answer the Brexit question. When I asked if you were God, you could push a button. You literally said, well, I don't know why I couldn't do that.
I said immigration. Immigration, not
that's-
Brexit. Immigration.
Sure, well, Brexit was a part of the immigration argument, right?
Not for me.
For the majority of the... Oh, my
Okay.
God. I'm sorry. It's okay. What question did you even pose to me with regards to immigration that you feel like I didn't answer? I don't think you even posed a question to me.
What you failed to do, we started this bit of the just listen, okay? Just put the
I'm
microphone
listening
down
right
and
now.
listen.
I'm listening.
Put the microphone down for a moment and listen.
I'm gonna hold it right here.
Now you carry on. I'm not going to talk if you keep interrupting me. I'm
We're
not
watching a
interested in
1.25.
whatever this is. You are.
I'm literally not. I'm asking you a question. You just refuse to answer. This is the game. How did I do it again? I'm asking you a clear question. You can't give me an answer.
I'm not going to talk to you unless you listen to what I'm saying as well as me listening to what you're saying.
I am listening.
Okay, good. So we started this bit of the conversation, right, talking about the exchange that we just had. That's what we were talking about, right? And you made your points, and I tried to make my points, and you keep interrupting and talking over me, right? I've addressed immigration, and I've addressed every single other thing that you brought up. And the moment I do, what you do is you say, well, you conservatives say this, you conservatives say that, in order that you can then argue with things that I haven't said. And that is exactly what you've done throughout this whole thing. So when you ask me, why do people say that you're a conservative? It's because it's much more convenient for them than addressing the arguments that I'm actually making. And you've demonstrated that throughout this entire discussion. That answers your question.
Okay, what is the argument that you're making with specificity to immigration? What does Konstantin's ideal immigration policy for Great Britain look like? And who is
He should have said that at the beginning. Destiny should have asked him that at the beginning, but rather than try and like paint him with a label. I'll be real. He should have just been very specific. He should have asked that earlier.
Have you supported their vision for immigration to the United Kingdom?
Sorry, because I jumped in, which I shouldn't have done.
Second part. Okay.
Second part.
Yeah. No, who have you supported historically over the past 10 years? Whose idea for immigration, I guess, have you supported policy-wise, politician-wise? Who would you support right now? What is your ideal vision for immigration to the United Kingdom?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So my ideal vision for immigration in this country would be something like probably 40 to 50,000 people a year, highly selective, which means that you really have to qualify in terms of your skill set, ticking all sorts of other cultural compatibility, age, and so all sorts of other things that basically mean you're likely to be a very positive net contribution to the country. You're probably going to have the ability to earn and pay more tax than you receive in benefits over your lifetime. You're unlikely to commit crime. You're unlikely to become a terrorist. You're unlikely to do things that we wouldn't want you to do. You would be highly selective. I think I would definitely prioritize immigration from people, from countries, not from countries really, but from people who already speak the language, who maybe have a cultural familiarity. So Hong Kongers are a good example of this, right? These are people who are formerly part of the British Empire, speak the language, they're able to come over, integrate very easily, and make a good contribution. So something like 40 to 50,000 people a year. But again, it's a democratic thing. So if the British...
Good response. Actually giving numbers, specificity, you know what? Good response. Good response. Fair play.
People vote to have zero immigration, that's their right. If the British people want to have 300,000 people come a year, that's their right. Part of the problem we've had with immigration in this country...
Wait, can I ask just...
No, just let me just finish this bit and then you can ask whatever you want. A part of the problem we've had with immigration in the last 30 years is, despite the fact that people keep voting against mass immigration of the kind that we've had, they keep voting for parties that promise to reduce it in 2010, in 2015, in 2016, in 2017, in 2019, and in 2024. In all of those elections, immigration was a major issue, and the British people overwhelmingly voted against what we have today. Despite that fact, we've actually had the opposite of what they voted for. So I want managed, highly selective, low numbers, high compatibility, and I want it to be in line with the democratic wishes of the British people.
Okay, so then a statement and then a question. So I would argue that the reason why people have voted for lower immigration and they haven't gotten the lower immigration is because I don't think people tend to vote for higher or lower immigration. I think that people vote for where they feel problems are. And I feel like people sometimes scapegoat immigrants as a class of people for why these problems exist. So if housing is high, you vote for less immigrants.
True. This is true. People do use immigrants as a scapegoat for basically a lot of problems. Especially people of lower income. They tend to blame immigration and immigrants for being the reason why they can't get work or jobs or can't get housing. This is true. This has to be a scapegoat. Okay, maybe we could actually get to some substance now of the conversation. Yeah, now we can actually have a conversation.
Or if the job market is bad, you vote for less immigrants. Or if the NHS wait times are too high, you vote for less immigrants. Or if Brexit is losing too much sovereignty, whatever, you vote for less immigrants. I feel like when it comes to these issues, the immigrants become this catch-all scapegoat, which I'm not even saying, and again, you can label me however you want, but like I'm not a woke person when it comes to immigration. I don't think there's anything wrong with being selective against certain groups of people. But I think that the reason why there's such this
But
pressure
the lower income people are the most affected too, so it doesn't come from nowhere. Sure, but the point being, again, like I said earlier, immigrants are not spread out through the entirety of the UK. They tend to be localized to specific cities. It doesn't make sense why you have people like in the north where they don't have a large like migrant population still have lower income, but they still tend to blame immigrants for a lot of the reason why their income is still lower, even though they aren't really affected as much by migrants, right? So it's more of a systemic issue, and there is a lot of people do have a false belief on the amount that immigrants impact their own quality of life. That is still like true. That is still like a thing that happens, right? So yeah, where it doesn't come out from nowhere to some people, it still happens to a lot of people where immigration isn't really as much of a factor for them, right? He's not wrong where a lot of immigrants do become like a scapegoat, right?
the government, the majority government, to have more immigrants come in is because they know that as much as people might feel a certain type of way about certain types of immigrants, that the collapse of the NHS or the collapse of the education system or the collapse of the local economy is going to be worse than allowing more people to come in and work those jobs. So I guess my question is, and I'm pushing with a degree of specificity because you speak about these issues a lot. When you say selecting for certain values, like what is it? What would that test even look like? When you say selecting for certain values, what are the values that you're selecting for? Number one, and then number two, you mentioned like they have to speak the language and it should be like highly skilled people that can contribute net tax positives to the economy. Let's assume that you met the threshold for all of these things. Why cap it at 30 or 40,000? If they can integrate perfectly, if they speak the language, why not have like 100 or 200 or 300,000 of these people?
They keep putting words in our mouths. They can't utter the word illegal. Wait, what are we talking about here? I thought they blamed illegal immigrants, not immigrants in general. No, in the UK, people are blaming both illegal and legal immigrants. I don't think you realize. Like, they're not just blaming illegal immigrants, they're blaming all immigrants. No, but that's actually happening in the UK. People don't want the rate of immigration, full stop, legal and illegal. That's the big talking point in the UK. It's all immigration that people finding a problem. It's not like in America where people are talking about illegal immigrants. No, people are talking about all the rate of mass immigration overall coming to the UK. That's not putting words in anyone's mouths. That's actually what's happening in the UK.
Again.
It's a very good question. For me, I am less attached to the numbers. I just think where culturally Britain is at the moment is that's what the British people would want. For me, it's the numbers are. Joseph Stalin said quantity has a quality all of its own.
Okay, well, maybe they shouldn't have rape gangs. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do you go from what I said? How do you go from what I said to, okay, maybe they should have rape gangs? What's that got to do with what I just said? Bro, that doesn't connect. That doesn't... Brother, what? What? That doesn't follow... Okay, you know what? All right.
And I think there's a truth to that, which is once you have very large numbers of people coming over a short period of time, it is disruptive for the reasons we've already discussed. And it also can put pressure on infrastructure. The reason, by the way, we haven't had
I'm just making a statement. Brother, you just brought up a talking point that doesn't connect at all to what I was just saying. I was having a talk about the rate of immigration into the UK, and you just went, okay, maybe they should have rape gangs. Like, all you do is spew a talking point. You just talk like a talking point that they use and said it that had no actual correlation to what I was just saying. It's like you have the talking points on lockdown.
The British people voted for isn't that. I mean, I agree with you. Of course, there are some people who scapegoat immigrants to explain the problems that society has, and I don't agree with scapegoating immigrants. That doesn't mean mass immigration is necessarily good. One of the problems with mass immigration is it's effectively been used in Europe to cover up the fact that our economies are not growing. Our economies are shrinking on a per capita basis. We are poorer per capita in this country today than we were before the financial crisis. And the reason we haven't had the policy of controlled immigration that people keep voting for is that bringing in more bodies is the only way politicians can pretend our economy is still growing. That's actually the main reason that this has been happening.
Okay, so I guess my question is, what are the values or what are the things that you would select for when you talk about like a values-based
I have to listen to that again. I was distracted.
To explain the problems that society has. And I don't agree with scapegoating immigrants. That doesn't mean mass immigration is necessarily good. One of the problems with mass immigration is it's effectively been used in Europe to cover up the fact that our economies are not growing. Our economies are shrinking on a per capita basis. We are poorer per capita in this country today than we were before the financial crisis. And the reason we haven't had the policy of controlled immigration that people keep voting for is that bringing in more bodies is the only way politicians can pretend our economy is still growing. That's actually the main reason that this has been.
I feel this is assumption. This is just again, we're not bringing any facts into this or figures. We're going by rhetoric rather than like reality.
Happening.
Okay, so
yeah, he's going on for a rhetorical win here rather than like saying like anything with fact or specificity again. Like it's easy proven with numbers. It's not rhetoric. No, but the point is he is making a rhetorical argument. He is making a rhetorical argument by definition, literally.
And so I guess my question is, what are the values, or what are the things that you would select for when you talk about like a values-based test for people coming to the country? Like, what are the things that you're talking about? And then also just a comment on, the reason why we're bringing in immigrants is to shore up an economy. I think a lot of that has to do with the boomer generation as well.
Because like because again, this comes down to the whole thing of like how much value do immigrants bring into a country? And it's like, okay, well, he's okay. So he's basically saying that like, you bring more people in, so they will directly contribute to the amount of like GDP or whatever it is, but there are still more people overall, so actually it's less. That's what he's saying, right? Right. So that's what Konstantin is saying. Like, yes, they bring in more, like they increase the overall GDP, but because there are more people overall, it actually makes people poorer. Because there's more people, it's spread out between, everything gets spread out between more people. I think that's what he's trying to say, right? But then you have to, I don't think it's that simple, because then you have to argue with the facts of like most, again, I don't want to say a fact that they're saying they're padding the numbers, but no, they're saying they're padding the numbers, but it doesn't work that way. It makes people poorer because it's still split between more people. So like, but it's kind of ignoring the fact that a lot of migrants actually do get employment. They do earn money, but they're also still undertaking and doing work that often people don't want to go and undertake. They still have value. They still add value outside of like direct GDP increases and stuff like that. Like it's, and also, I'm pretty sure this is a fact that like second generation migrants, so if they have kids, second generation migrants actually tend to contribute more than like native people on average, which is something. I'm pretty sure that's like a statistic that second generation migrants actually on average tend to be more employed than natives in the UK.
People come back from wars, or stay for wars, I guess, for your guys' case, but in the United States, we say come back. And then you had this aging population that had a ton of kids, and now these people have all hit a certain age, so you're kind of this weird demographic age thing, which is why they're bringing in a bunch of younger workers now to kind of fix that issue, because you get a lot of benefits and, your triple lock pension, whatever else, all these things, Social Security in the United States, yeah.
Well, that's part of it, but the problem is if you're bringing people who are net consumers of tax revenue, then you're not solving that problem, you're making it worse. Right, and that's what's been happening in the UK. So when you have mass unskilled or very low-skilled immigration and plus lots of dependents, you're actually bringing in people who are then going on benefits in this country, which I have no idea why it is in this country that we allow foreign citizens to receive benefits. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, let me clear up some misinformation about this. So you cannot receive welfare as an immigrant unless you are an asylum seeker or unless you are on like a family visa. You cannot just receive benefits if you're just an immigrant or you've been in the UK for 5 years. So this is a bit of a misinfo. Like the only way you receive welfare is if by asylum seeking or if you're on family visa. But there has been an increase in the amount of asylum seekers coming to the UK. That is true. That's 100% true, which is why it's taking a long time to process them, which is why there's been the whole controversies of having to spend lots of money to house them in like hotels and stuff. That's bad, obviously. But it's not a fact that everyone that comes here gets welfare. That's just not true. But it only applies to asylum seekers. But the rate of asylum seekers has gone up. That is true. That is true. That is true. Yeah. Anyway.
Me. But what happens is you then effectively are bringing net consumers of tax revenues and you're making that problem worse, which is why I say it isn't that. It's the fact that politicians are able to pretend that we are growing. I mean, the British economy is growing by like 1.1% or whatever it is. It's still not even growing even on that basis. But the reason they bring in lots and lots of people is so that they can add to the total tax base without having consideration of what happens when you divide that by the number of people, which is you're getting poorer.
Okay, so then...
But see, that's what I mean. Like, he's saying that like, immigration boosts GDP, but not the GDP per capita, right? But like even if it's a small increase, that still builds up over time, right? He's also ignoring the fact that you are increasing the workforce of an actual country or place, right? You're bringing in actual like working migrants, you're increasing the workforce, and that means that a country will have a higher total output of like stuff that they do. that also contributes, right? The actual productivity of a country increases as well. And more output, there is more things to be taxed, right? There are more things to be taxed. So it's like, I don't know why he's, like, I get what he's saying, but I don't think it's, I don't think it's nuanced enough.
Let's say that everything you just say is true, and I would agree that bringing in people to consume welfare. Now, I can't speak to the exact immigration schema that you have in the United Kingdom, but let's assume that that is happening.
And then you could, okay, you could then also, this argument makes no sense because that's just what GDP is. But, all right, let me. Because Kisin is claiming that actually it makes people poorer. Kisin's claiming that, like, actually it still makes people poorer, but I don't agree. Or I don't believe that to be the case, though. Because I don't think we've seen, like, proof of that necessarily, that it makes people poorer. Right? And then if he's worried about GDP shrinkage, then you could make, okay, I'm kind of playing devil's advocate here a little bit. You can kind of say that, like, well, the UK has been heading towards an aging population, right? The UK is heading towards an aging population, and without migrants that are, like, younger and of working age, you could say that the increasing in age of a population would put more pension stress and therefore actually shrink the GDP anyway. So, you know, by bringing in more migrants, you can sort of counteract that. But the thing is, you're still talking about people who contribute to the country. Working migrants specifically. We're talking about legal working migrants still contributing. That's still a positive benefit, right? Because without it, like, it's still a fact that you would have an aging population. You would still have strain on pensions. You would still have worry about shrinking GDP. So, like, he's framing it like it's a bad thing. Is it really? Yes. If you were to remove migrants from the conversation, right? The UK would be having an aging population. Less people are having kids. Why? Because things have been fucking expensive, right? A lot of shit's fucking happened. Less people are having kids. So you could make the argument that without, like, the influx of migrants who are working, because a lot of them do work, without working migrants still contributing to the workforce and the output base, it'd be like Japan. We would suffer the same problem as Japan of having a aging population, actually putting strain and shrinking GDP that way too, right? Like, we would be having the same issue as Japan would have.
Then why not speak to?
I think it's happening in, like, Norway as well. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure they're the ones who had
bitch. What a nasty, vile fucking cunt.
I appreciate it. I think it's either Norway or Iceland or one of those other countries where they actually had advertisements for people to have more fucking sex, because, like, birth rates are fucking declining in a lot of, like, these countries, and, like, the influx of migrants is helpful. Working migrants get, like, that even if it's low skilled leveled, like, jobs, still contributes to. Still helps with that GDP strain of, like, a growing aging population and pensions, right?
Policies, rather than attacking the concept of, like, well, you know, 200,000 people came in and they're all leeching from the welfare. Why not just say that, you know, if people want to try to immigrate, we'll do this. However, we're going to forbid people from qualifying for this much welfare. In the United States, you have to make a certain amount of money to qualify for visas or, you know, long permanent resident cards, green cards, or whatever. Why don't I ever hear a conversation about that, changing the incentives?
Well, that's exactly what I advocate for all the time. That's literally what I say every time I talk about immigration.
Okay, that's good, but because I feel like I just heard you talk a lot about it, and it was just reducing the number, high skilled only, reducing the number, but having, like, a cap on.
The thing you just described is literally what I advocate for on a daily basis.
Okay, I hear you talk a lot about the other stuff, but maybe I've just happened to miss those things.
The thing that what I believe about immigration, one of the problems is, because for the reasons we've already discussed, when you've had this open...
Because, like, again, talk about this, like, the kind of, like, skilled work as well. Like, the UK has massive problems when it comes to healthcare, as in, like the care sort of side of things, logistics, hospitality. There's even massive gaps in, like, agriculture, because these currently, like, wages don't meet what people need to fucking survive, right? Like, a lot of people, it's happening in a lot of places that wages don't meet, like, demands of what people need to fucking, like, put food on the table, like, half the time. And I feel we should be targeting policies to help increase those things, to incentivize, like, higher wage pay that makes sense, right? To make sense so people don't put the blame on like this whole like immigration shit the whole fucking time, because like immigrants aren't the reason why everything's so expensive. They're not the whole reason why wages don't increase. Like, they're not the be all end all. They're not the scapegoat for everything. And I think people should turn to like the actual policies of why things are the way they are. How can we incentivize work? How can we make this better? How can we incentivize like normal domestic people, nationals, to take up these jobs? How can we incentivize them to do that, and so that it doesn't get pushed to like migrants or whatever it is. Like that we should focus on that. I think we should focus on that. We should focus on like, how do we actually incentivize people to do the work that they don't want to do? Well, because the wages aren't fair. Okay, how do we fix that? I think those are the conversations which should be happening, and not scapegoating it to immigrants all the fucking time.
Border policy combined with, the mantra diversity is our greatest strength, you build up a lot of resentment with other people against immigrants. And the reason you see people now on the internet talking about, Britain's been colonized and Britain's been invaded. I don't like that language. I understand why people use it, but I don't like it. And the reason I don't like it is I don't blame people for wanting to come to Britain. Britain's great. Of course they'd want to come here. I believe that what we need to do is change policy so that the British government is doing things that are in the interest of the British people.
Sure.
And it's not in the interest of the British people for us to be spending £14 million a day on illegal immigrants. It's not in the interest of British people to be housing, clothing, and feeding people who've come here from other countries who are not British citizens and who are not paying tax here. We should.
Because again, the whole what's the more fiscally negative? Again, I would still argue that like an aging population is still more detrimental to like a migrant workforce. I believe that personally. I believe that the aging population is actually more of a threat than migrant workers, because I still believe that it's still a fact that like they still contribute positively overall. That there isn't a net takeaway. High skilled workers definitely contribute to the country. Lower skilled, they do contribute, maybe not obviously to the same extent, probably more close to neutral to positive. But there's been no proof that they're a net negative to the actual overall economy. There's been no study to show that. There's been nothing to indicate that that's actually the case. But I do think what genuinely actually contributes to fiscal decline is an aging population. That's something we need to target. How do we convince people to have kids? How do we convince people to have kids, have families? Because it's too fucking expensive. How do we solve these problems to stop people having families and spending money and having money to spend? Like, this is something that's the real issue we got to fucking find.
We shouldn't have foreign nationals in social housing. We should not be providing benefits to foreign nationals. And I say this as someone who was very poor and a foreign national for quite a significant portion of my life in this country. So I advocate for sensible policies on immigration, on what happens when you get here. That is my position, which is why, with all respect, I'm glad a normal conversation has broken out between us, despite the conversation we were having earlier, because this is the reason I don't subscribe to political parties and this sort of team-based agenda, because every political party has lots of things about its policies that I don't like. I don't like lots of things about left and right political parties. I like to advocate for the things that I believe are positive for this country. I think a positive, carefully selected immigration policy, and then putting the interests of British people who are already here, who are nationals of this country first, is exactly what we should be doing. So
sure.
I'm glad we agree on that.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily disagree with anything you've said, but one of the issues with the statement of like, I don't subscribe to a certain political party, I think that you can have a constellation of ideas that don't map cleanly onto some side, but when it comes down to elections, or when it comes down to pushing people to vote in an election, you kind of have to choose a party, or you have to choose a person. Things have to collapse into one choice.
Sure.
And I guess, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but the feeling that I get from you, from the things that I've heard you say, is that if I were to look at the past 20 years of British politics, and if immigration was a huge issue that I had with this country, I feel like the Conservatives have failed monumentally in dealing with the immigration issue.
Of course.
I feel
just like Labour before them. Yeah.
Sure, but I feel like the prediction was that Labour was going to continue to fail massively on it, and it seems like Labour hasn't failed. It seems like Starmer, for all of his faults, I know you guys all hate him, but it seems like his government has done a good job at cutting heavily into the amount of immigrants coming over, cutting heavily through the backlog of asylum seekers that you had that the Tories refused to deal with. But now, on the eve of all these Tories beginning to look like they're going to flip to reform, I feel like all of the people who are opposed to the mass migration or mass immigration narrative are going to try to support reform, when all of these people have seemed to fail to deliver on these reduction of immigration promises over and over and over again.
I kind of said this earlier. Like, all these people going to reform are conservatives that didn't do fucking anything about this issue properly. And Labour actually is. It's kind of weird.
And that's just very confusing to me. I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, let me explain it to you. I mean, it's a fair critique. So, first of all, the Labour, your point about, Labour Party is reduced in numbers, it's not quite...
He's going to say it would have gone down. He's going to say it's not Labour's policy. It would have happened anyway. He's going to completely dismiss it. I bet you. I put money on it. He's going to be like, it would have always gone down. I'm gonna put money on it.
how it works. But yeah, the numbers are lower. They're still very high. I mean, this is why I kept bringing up the point about what was happening
He's not gonna give Labour flowers. He's gonna say it's always happened.
in this country 30 years ago when I first
It would have
came
always
here.
happened.
The numbers of people coming then were about 40 to 50,000 a year, 55,000 I think in 1996. It's still like 300 something thousand now, which is way too high, particularly given the cumulative impact of mass immigration that we've had. So both Labour and not both Labour, the Labour, the Lib Dems and the Conservatives have all failed on this. All the mainstream politicians have failed on this for the reasons that I gave you.
Sure.
And let
We
me
have to make a
address the
choice,
point about
right?
reform.
Like
Let me
the
address
Labour failed, the Labour or the Conservative Party, the Tories failed far, far, far more.
No, it started with the Blair government. So more people came under the Blair government. Let me just
No,
lay
I
this
understand.
out.
We're going Boris wave after. It seems like the Tories failed hardcore.
They
with
both
immigration
failed
stuff.
in exactly the same way.
Okay, so you would say as of right now, if you could flip a coin and have the Tories continue, okay, versus the Labour government, that they would both perform the same on immigration.
I think it probably very likely similar. Yeah, absolutely.
How would we feel that way? What's the evidence of that?
Sorry?
What would be why would we feel that way? What would we look to in reality that would inform that?
I think the numbers were going to come down, whoever was in charge.
Bro, I predict the fucking future, dude. Dude, I actually predict the future. Dude, I said it. I said it and it came true. I said it and it fucking came true.
I don't think the numbers this year have come down because the Labour government has come in. I think they were likely to come down anyway. My point is something else. Immigration.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Holy shit, dude.
The both governments is way too high, particularly given its cumulative impact over time. But your point about a few Tories defecting to reform, it's not all these Tories. It's like 3 or 4 people in terms of the MPs. They were all people who would have been pretty hawkish about immigration, and when they were in power, tried to do something about it and were prevented from doing anything about it by their own party, which is why they're now moving to reform. So yeah, I voted. I think I voted for the party I voted most for in my life are the Liberal Democrats. Second most would be Labour. I think I might have voted. Yeah, I think I voted Conservative once, and yeah, I've never voted Reform. So,
Okay, I guess when I look at, so here's a question, I guess, when it comes to the immigration thing. Let's say that for the next 5 years, we could float this idea of capping immigration at 30 or 40,000 per year to the UK, but it would mean I won't say severe, but somewhat of a degradation or a continued degradation of the services that the NHS provides, and then an increase in the cost of education, that the costs are going to continue to go up. But we can cut the amount of immigrants coming in as a result of that. Do you think that's a trade? Is it a trade that you would support? And do you think it's a trade that most British people would support?
I definitely think it's a trade that most British people would support, but I also don't think that that is actually what would happen. I mean, first of all, given the decline in birth rates that we are now seeing, schools are shutting anyway, so you don't need foreign teachers to teach British.
Yes, decline in birth rates, which means what? You have an aging population, which what? Puts strain on pensions, which what? Results in fucking GDP shrinkage. Yes, so what's the best way of combating that? Either get people to have more sex, or fucking what? You increase your workforce by bringing in migrants. Hey, listen, man. It is what it is.
And that's not really happening. In
It's
terms
like
of
foreign students for money, right?
Hold on, but you mean for universities?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, foreign students are coming in and paying fees and then going.
Paying
back
people
their
to
country
have
and stuff.
kids, yeah, and then how do you then support the child? Who gives you the money to be able to support the fucking child?
Fine, I've got no problem with that. We're exporting a British service. No issue with that at all. But in terms of the NHS, I do think...
What's a pension? Oh, fuck. What's the American equivalent? What's the American equivalent? Social Security? No, it's not Social Security. It's 401k. Yeah, 401k. Maybe? Or it might be Social Security. All the money they give to immigrants, that's why. Dude, do you realize like how Do you realize, like, every time we talk about, like, a topic, your talking point is immediately to be like, yeah, they give all the money to the immigrants. Do you realize it makes you look, like, really biased? Do you understand why people would paint you in a certain way? Like, that's always your first thing on your mind. Because we're literally talking about pensions. We're talking about pensions, which has got nothing to do with, like, immigrants. And you immediately are like, oh, all that money they give to the immigrants. Like, it's on your mind constantly. You keep giving these talking points that are relevant to the conversation we're having. It's very strange. It makes you look very, very, you know, biased. Like, I'm just letting you know. All the talking points in the wrong convo. Yeah, like, we're talking about pensions. Like, what? Why immigrants goes with pensions?
It would have a short-term impact on the NHS, but we have to train British people to do those jobs, inevitably so. And that short-term impact will be disruptive, but it will be worth it. But my broader point to you about mass immigration beyond specific shortages in specific industries, which, by the way, are exaggerated. You got to remember, right? In what is effectively a market economy, when you have a shortage of labor, what that does is increases the wages that people are willing to offer people to do those jobs, and that then creates more people who come in and do those jobs. So,
but it also increases the cost of those services.
Yeah,
right?
of course. But because British people are being paid properly to do those jobs. To me, that's a trade-off that's perfectly worth it.
The cost will ultimately rise more than there will be a concentrated industry that might be paid a little bit better, but the cost overall of the things, like the NHS,
wages for
increase.
British people will go up, which will help them to be able to afford other things that they want, right? I am perfectly happy for British NHS staff and doctors to be paid better. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Well, I think the question would be, is it worth the trade-off of a degradation of NHS services, which is what would happen.
I don't know that it would lead to long-term. I think short-term, of course, it would be disruptive. I don't think long-term it would lead to a degradation of NHS services at all. You would have a highly paid workforce of British people who are trained in this country to be doctors and nurses. I think that would be incredible, and that's what we should be aiming for. But the broader point I'm making to you is take the NHS and other shortages that you might create in this way out of it. The bulk of the people who've come over the last 30 years are not supporting themselves financially to the point where it's worth our time bringing them in, and that's the problem.
Again, I feel like he should go down the argument of actually talking about the rate of people that are coming on, like, family visas. I think that's what he should do, because he's talking about the influx of migrants or, like, immigrants that are lower contributing, not being worth it. But the thing is, there's still nothing to show that they are a net takeaway from the economy. I think that's the thing he's gonna have to, like, try and prove, that, like, actually it is, like, a detriment overall, but there's still, like, no conclusive proof of it overall. But I think he should probably, if he wants to go down this route, he should talk about asylum seeking and family visas, and how the fact that, like, both of those are able to use the actual welfare system, maybe in this conversation, that might be useful for him.
Even the bulk of the legal immigrants, you don't think are worth it financially or economically?
The bulk.
It's okay, we're just Brother, did I ever call you a racist or a bigot? Brother, at what point did I ever call you? Why are you projecting? I never called you a racist or a bigot. You're the one who came here and said that I'm being ignorant. You're saying the one that I'm being... Brother, hello? So, I never uttered the words racist or bigot. I'm not talking to you just chat, but no one said this to you. No one has called you a racist or a bigot. Like, chill. Chill out.
Of the wave of low-skilled and no-skilled immigration and dependence that we have had is...
Twitch chat did? Okay, if one person did, okay. That's not everyone. Like, let's chill out.
Not economically beneficial to us. We should be welcoming people in who are economically beneficial, and as part of the wave that we've had over the last 30 years, some of those people have been economically beneficial. Great, let's bring those people in, but let's not bring in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are net takers of tax revenue and also are more likely to be doing other things that we don't want.
So let's do final thoughts.
Just a quick question. What do you think then is the incentive of a conservative government to bring in more immigrants, if not to desperately fill jobs that they feel the economy is going to be lacking?
We talked about it earlier, didn't we?
Well, yeah, but when I
check pretend the economy is growing when it's not. That's the incentive.
But if they're net takers of everything.
But they still need to fill the jobs. The jobs still need filling.
Wouldn't this would increase your debt and your deficits?
No,
it would
what
hurt your...
happens? Well, no, what happens? The way to think about it is like this. Let's say that you're a family, you've got a wife, 2 kids, right? And you have a total household income of £100,000. Okay, and your wife says we need to grow our household income. Let's bring my parents in. Let's bring the in-laws in. They earn 20,000 a year collectively together. So you bring in now your household income is 120,000, except you now have to divide it among 6 people instead of 4 people. That's what they've done. They are the wife that says, let's bring the in-laws in so we can pretend our household income.
So I understand the analogy, but I feel like it would be more you have a household of 4 people, and then there's also some kind of work that needs to be done. Maybe you need grandma to knit, and you need grandpa to mow the grass or something, and you can't afford to do it. You have to hire out somebody else to do it.
Yeah, but you can't pretend you're getting richer. You're getting poorer because you now have to feed 2 more people.
Yeah, but if you didn't bring...
This is... Okay. Desi's kind of right, though, because those people are coming because if they are being hired and they are doing work, they're still contributing to a workforce as well. Like, they're all still okay, let me hear what they're saying.
Those people in, the cost for everything would be so much higher that at the end of the day...
It wouldn't.
Okay. This is a mean question, but just to push, because like this is frustrating because, well, but in every single part of the world where this is tried, it is the case that bringing in even low-skilled immigration bolsters every part of your economy.
They are taking jobs, though. No, migrants absolutely do take jobs, but then a lot of them are taking jobs that, like, domestic people, nationals, aren't taking. Right? Like, they're taking the jobs that they cannot employ normal people for. If the hourly rate is £20 and you get an immigrant for £5, but the point is that it's not happening. Like, a lot of these sectors currently cannot get workers, even at normal rates. Like, they can't do it. It's not happening. Normal domestic people are not taking the jobs. And I feel like we need to find a way to incentivize that. That's the problem. Like, we need to incentivize. If you don't want migrants to take those jobs, you need to incentivize people to actually take them and work. Because the jobs still need doing, right? How do you know if native people won't take certain jobs if we can't get them? Because they're... Because they refuse them. They don't want to work them. What do you mean? How do you know native people won't take them? Because they literally don't take them. There are people begging for people to, like, for hires. There are sectors that are begging to, like, hire people. But they don't want to take the work.
Some exceptions, especially in Europe and the UK, where you have weird rules around like asylum seekers not being allowed to work.
Maybe
for
the
Europe
response
reason,
would be to fix wages, not import slaves to do the job. I don't disagree with that. You see, the thing is, I don't disagree with that, right? But also, I think saying like import slaves, I don't like this framing. To fix wages, like, I agree. Like, how do you incentivize people? How do you increase wages without increasing inflation? Like, how you can't just increase wage and then expect everything to be fine, right? You can't be like, oh, just pay them more and then it's fine. Like a lot of these sectors, specifically like in agriculture, you can't just like increase wage. Agriculture in the UK is already on such a fine, thin line. Like, there are farmers who lose money. There are farmers right now that are losing money, and the only way they even make a living is because they get subsidized by the fucking government. Like, they can't afford to raise wages, and agriculture is a huge sector in the UK, right? Like, fucking massive, and they cannot afford to raise wages. So, like, how the fuck do we fix it? Those are the things we should care about. How do we fix these issues? The healthcare sector too. Care assistants are needed. It's so many things. Agriculture is mostly automated with machines now. Bro. Okay, I have a feeling you just don't know what happens with the agriculture and the current farmers crisis that goes on in the UK, right? There's a lot of shit, like, the whole farming industry is in, like, a shambles right now, like, in the UK. It's a really big fucking problem. It's not what you think it is.
is a whole other issue to bring up. But this idea that if we just cut off immigrants, all of our native people can just work these jobs and it'll be fine. Like, I hear this rhetoric from so many people all over the world, and this has never worked anywhere ever.
Well, if bringing in 8 million people, as we've done, boosts your economic growth, and why aren't we growing?
well, I think Brexit hurt quite a bit. Number one, I think
We're doing better than other European countries, which, by the way, have also done mass immigration. The reason our economies are growing...
I'm pointing out, your goal wouldn't be to other European countries. Your goal would be compared to where the United Kingdom could be otherwise. And I know that for all of your issues with EU immigrants from Eastern Europe or whatever, you've basically replaced all of those now with a high amount of just Indian and Pakistani immigrants, which earlier seemed like the ones you had the biggest problems with. So it seems like in terms of immigration or getting the types of labor that you would want to this country, that was pretty significantly impacted.
Brexit didn't do on immigration what people wanted it to do.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I didn't vote for it, just to remember.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah. Let's move on to the next topic. Is Trump's approach to political issues dictatorial?
Oh, okay, we're moving on from wokeism and immigration. Okay, this is getting interesting now. Oh boy, okay. Here come the knives. Here comes the team sports. Here comes the team sports. Here comes the blood sports. Oh boy, here it is. Here's the moment. Talking about Trump. Okay, oh boy.
Or
sure.
Yeah. Okay, should we move on?
Yeah. Let's move on to the next topic. Is Trump's approach to political issues dictatorial or reflective of democratic consensus?
Guys, what do you think? What's your opinion so far? I want to hear what you guys think. What do you guys think? If you want to speak about it. You know my opinion? No. On this specific thing.
Let's move on to the next topic. Is Trump's approach to political issues
dictatorial
or reflective of democratic consensus?
What are you guys' thoughts? I mean, bro, literally declared war without approval of Congress. So yes, it is dictatorial. Take on Trump, I think it is a lot of wrong and a lot of right. Seems dictatorial from my perspective, but I'm not into politics. Dictatorial. He completely ignores the democratic consensus. It is borderline dictatorial. Well, you could see their approval ratings. If it goes up because of his actions, that would mean it's more of a consensus. Dictatorial. He won the election so massively he feels like he has a mandate. Reflective of the people. He's a dick. Because here's my thing. If you want my opinion, okay? If you truly want my opinion on this matter, right? On if someone's dictatorial, from an outsider's perspective, I see a president that refuses to accept electoral outcomes. That to me is a red flag, okay? You have a president who repeatedly tries to undermine and circumvent the actual, independent institutions set in place to regulate power. That to me is dictatorial. You have someone that wants to use his executive power to circumvent stuff. That to me is a sign of being dictatorial. You have someone that is constantly targeting media, people, politics, other people around him of being bad faith and to put more pressure on them and get people to believe that they are bad faith people. That's worrying. Someone who is every single day wants to take law enforcement and politicize it almost. It's kind of reminiscent of other dictatorial things. He does so many things to remove checks on America to keep everything in line. That to me is dictatorial. That's you, boo. But everything I said, that's what I believe. I feel a president who does all those things is by definition dictatorial. Right? If you want my opinion, a president who does that, that's a dictatorial way of doing things. Yeah, starting a war without Congress's approval. It feels a little bit dictatorial to me. That's not going through the actual, institutions set in place. You're circumventing him by using your own executive power to go beyond traditions to do stuff. That to me is dictatorial. Is it not? Yeah, Trump skirting around with the idea that he should have a third term. That goes against the Constitution. Like, there are so many things that he has done, to me, that scream dictatorial. All right, let's see what happens. That's my initial opinion.
Yeah, I think, I mean, almost definitionally, Donald Trump views himself as a guy who should be able to operate the entire executive branch just through the White House.
True, we've seen how many executive orders he's tried to pass without taking them through Congress. That's true, right? That's just a fact. He's tried to pass so many executive orders through the Oval Office without going through Congress. That's just a fact, right? Right? We all agree that happened, right? I think we all have to say yes because this is a fact, right? This happens. Executive orders on their very nature skip. Exactly. So he finds ways to circumvent going through Congress to pass legislation, right? True. True, that happens. That's not very democratic. It's funny how once... Okay, do you not think that's a problem? Okay. Do you not think that is a problem? Do you not think it's a problem that he uses executive orders constantly to circumvent Congress in order to pass legislation? Do you not think that that's a bit problematic? Isn't that by definition dictatorial? Because you're working with a utilitarian mindset, right? Like, you don't need a mandate from anything. You don't need to go through a more of a refined democratic process to get things done. Do you not think that's a bit problematic? Or do you not think it's a red flag? I typed it out, it's not showing up. Okay. Hi, Shadow. Trump also pulls numbers out of his ass about how the US economy is booming. But the due process is now a suggestion when it comes to immigration enforcement. Okay. Wait. Okay. So, okay, let's carry on. Let's carry on and see what happens.
There's a number of examples of this. I mean, we can run through any of these. I'm not entirely sure what your position would be on this. I'd be surprised if it was anything different, but yeah, you can tell me, or I can define more things or whatever if that would make you comfortable first, I guess.
Well, yeah, maybe you can define dictatorial for us, actually.
Sure. So when I think of dictator, I think of single man type rule, where there's a single person who feels like they have more legitimacy, well, I would say than the other branches of government, but he would be the government essentially. So I would say examples of this are the way that Donald Trump treats his Supreme Court. I would say that the way that he...
Stephen, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just define, I just couldn't quite hear it. So
Sure.
It's a single person who feels he has more legitimacy?
More can enact power through his will alone, basically.
His will alone?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to follow the law?
He feels like he's above the law.
He's above the law. He feels, or he's acting like, you know, somebody in the audience might feel like they're above the law.
Dictatorial is very different from like someone being a dictator. Right? Like, no one's claiming that Trump is a actual dictator. We're claiming, is he taking actions that are dictatorial in nature? Right? Because no one goes from being a nobody to dictator. That doesn't happen with... Okay, look at fucking Hitler. Hitler didn't become a dictator overnight. It was a constant... Like, there's a lot of things that happened during the time. A lot of things that happened that led up to it being the case, right? But, like, a lot of circumstances that aligned. You don't just suddenly go, like, I'm a dictator now. It's constantly pushing the boundaries, finding loopholes in regulations, certain circumstances that happens that can let you controlling more power over time. How much can you get away with, right? Like, it happens over time. Like, you don't just immediately become a fucking dictator, right? So you can't be like, okay, Trump is not by definition a dictator, but is he acting in a dictatorial way? That's a different question entirely, right?
That doesn't make them a dictator, right?
No, but it would make them dictatorial.
If someone in the audience thinks they're above the law, that would mean they're dictatorial.
Yeah, it would be a dictatorial personality. They might not be a dictator because they don't have the power to be a dictator.
Okay. And if someone is, say, the president, and they can be voted out, and they will be voted out, would they still be considered dictatorial?
Yeah, they could have. Yeah, they could be dictatorial. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, just because. Is he gonna make the argument that because you could vote Trump out, he by definition can't be dictatorial? That's the stupidest fucking argument you can make. That's a stupid, because you could vote him out means he's not dictatorial in nature. Don't make that argument. That's the stupidest fucking argument you could fucking make. Don't do that. Oh my god, don't do that.
Even if they can be voted out?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
To me, a dictator is someone who just basically retains power, including by...
It is true. By definition, he's not dictatorial. Okay, there's a difference between someone being a dictator and someone who shows traits of being dictatorial. Like they could, if the circumstances aligned, they could end up being a dictator if circumstances allowed it for. But because there are checks in places in the actual like constitution, in the legalities of things, in regulations of things, they physically can't. But if it's somehow something happened that allowed it to be, they probably could and would. There's a difference between like actually, that is a true statement. This it's a difference between dictatorial and dictator. Like this is so different.
Force. If you can be voted out, how can you be a dictator?
Like I'd say that like Putin is a dictator. You can't vote him out, right? You know what I mean? Trump literally said that because we were at war, we shouldn't have any more elections. Wait, did he actually say that? Okay.
Well, I mean, you have some people who will change their voting systems in order to be elected over and over
like
again.
Vladimir Putin, fair.
Sure.
So
Or
Putin
Evo
is a
Morales.
dictator.
Or,
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But if you can be voted out in a free and fair election, then can you still be a dictator?
You could. I mean, you could nominate the next person in line to be the next king or president. I think that Donald Trump, like,
That's why I said free and fair election, right?
Sure. Which I mean, they're also trying to actively impede right now. But do you think that if Donald Trump was 20 years younger, he keeps making these references to running for a third term? Do you think he'd try to run for a third term?
Yeah, I think the fact that he keeps referencing a third term is a disaster, and I think he should definitely stop doing that.
Yeah, I think it's dictatorial.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I say he's a pretty dictatorial guy. Yeah.
I think. Well, I think that. See, here's the issue with that, right? Is Trump talks a lot of shit and he likes to piss people off, and so he says these things.
Well, that was easy. Yeah, that's pretty dictatorial, is it not? Yeah, it is. Okay, great. I'm glad we agree. That's a fucking dictatorial thing to say. He's not getting a third term. He's just trying to piss off the left. Dude, I hate when people make this argument. Oh, Trump's just being silly. Guys, Trump's being silly. He's just trolling. He's just pissing people off. Yeah, you know when he said that he wouldn't do no new wars? He said he'd do 100 deals in 100 days. He'd solve the Ukraine-Russian crisis on day one. He'd solve Palestine-Israel conflict day one. He was just being silly, right? He was joking. You're so biased? No. Is that the same thing? Do you agree? Was he just being silly then? Was he just pissing off the left then? Or was he being serious? Yo, ich bin X. Was he being serious or was he just pissing off the left then? Tell me. Was he just joking then? Was he being hyperbolic then? Was he just being was he over exaggerating? It was obvious. I bet no, answer my question, man. Bro, answer my question. I think he was joking, yes. You think Trump was joking when he said, if you elect me, I'll do 100 deals in 100 days. I'd solve Russia-Ukraine day one. I'd solve Palestine-Israel conflict day one. You think he was just joking? You don't think people actually took him seriously? You don't think at all that people took him seriously on that? He was just saying it to be silly. That's really your position? Yeah, I think Trump says a lot of things. You're saying nothing. This isn't a statement. This isn't a position of anything. Do you not think that people believe that? Do you think everyone thought he was joking, or do you think people actually believed he would do those things? Because a lot of people voted for him because they thought he would do those things. Right? You can't be serious. People voted for him because they thought he would do those things and keep to his promises. Right? I think the other side took it seriously. Oh, I'm so sorry. When someone runs for a fucking election and they make promises, yes, I'm going to think that maybe they would do them. Okay, so basically what you're saying, Trump has normalized. Okay, so Cabinetz, in the next fucking election, I hope every candidate just lies. Just lies, because they're just being silly. They're just there to piss off the other side, right? I hope every single person that runs for elections can just lie. They should all just lie. Do you know what? The fucking next Democratic representative will be like, we'll deport everyone. We'll deport everyone. We'll do all of this. We'll do all of that. Everyone should just lie. That's what you're saying, right? Everyone should just lie. Right? That's what you're approving. That's what you think it's a fine thing for him to do, right? So, therefore, you cannot complain if Democrats do it, right? Can't they always lie? Okay, so no one should ever complain about it, right? If you're allowing Trump to do it and you think he was hyperbolic and that was fine, okay, then none of you can ever complain if Democrats do it. You can't complain if anyone does it. If you've allowed Trump to do this and you think it's fine, then you can't complain when others do it. You can never use that excuse again. None of y'all can ever use the excuse of like, well, they said they'd do this before they got elected and they didn't do it. That's bad. You can't use that excuse anymore. If you want to hold your own president to account for the things that he said and then what he didn't do and turn back on it later, you cannot give that same energy to other people in the future. I hope none of y'all complain about it. If you agree that he was just being hyperbolic and it's fine, I hope none of y'all ever complain about the other side doing it again. I hope none of y'all complain about anything the Democrats do again. Or anything they might lie about. That's a stupid argument. I don't agree with that. But that's what they're saying, right? If people still support the guy that like goes back on what he says or fails everything he promised he'd deliver on, literally every single thing he promised to deliver on, he has failed at. And if people are supportive of that and be like, oh, but he's still fine, then you can't complain when the other side does it either. That he hasn't done or tried doing everything he's promised. Okay. Did he make 100 deals in 100 days? No. Has he solved the Russia-Ukraine crisis? No. Has he solved the Israel-Palestine crisis? No. Has he delivered on what he promised for immigration? No. He's literally failed in everything, has he not?
Things, and you kind of go, well, it's 99.999% that he's trolling.
Wait, is it though?
Hold on. Just let me lay out my argument. We've established that we're actually able to have a conversation, so let's have one. So 99.999%, this is my assessment anyway, he's trolling. 0.0001%, shit, he's talking about a third term. Not good. And I regard, particularly given what happened on January the 6th, the fact that he keeps referencing a third term as a problem, and it's something that indicates that the risk...
It's clear you're just set in your ways. Brother, I'm just giving facts. Dude, what do you mean set in your ways? Do you just hate facts? Do you just hate reality? I give valid points and you're like, you're just set in your ways. You're facts. But no, it's true. Did he do 100 deals in 100 days or not? Brother, did he do 100 deals in 100 days or not? He didn't, did he? There's been nothing. So is that a fact or not? He did plenty of deals. How many? How many deals did he do? Oh my God. A president shouldn't joke at all in his capacity as a president. He has a responsibility. No, I agree. But for some reason, a lot of these MAGA people think it's perfectly okay to be hyperbolic. It's perfectly okay to lie because vibes, I guess? I guess? He did broker peace in the Middle East. Yeah, clearly that fucking worked, didn't it? Yeah, clearly the peace worked, right? Clearly the peace in the Middle East worked, right? Brother, what are you saying? Ich bin X. I think you should stop talking unless you don't want people to call you a moron. It's okay for you to hate him, but he's still doing work. Brother, you just said he brokered peace in the Middle East. Do you know what's happening right now? Do you know what's happening the past like 3 days? And you're telling me he brokered peace in the Middle East. Do you know what just happened the past 3 days? Do you think there's currently peace? No, answer the question. Not his fault they can't stop fighting. Who escalated the fight? Ich bin X. Who escalated the fight? Who escalated it? Who decided to strike? Palestine? Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna carry on with the video. I'm not MAGA. I don't like either of those motherfuckers on both sides. Yo, the buns. I appreciate the $5. I appreciate the $5. I'm okay. No way this guy is real. No, okay. You know, yep. Okay. That's okay. Okay, I'm just gonna carry on.
Of him trying to do whatever it is he might do when that happens is non-zero, which to me would be absolutely dictatorial. However, I do lean on the idea that it's probably just trolling. In terms of everything else he's doing domestically, what I see is
I don't think it's a good idea to be just trolling because then the you have the United States of America, who I'd argue is probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest powerhouse of the entire world that people look to. And then if your president is just a guy that's engaging with trolling, how do people take someone like that seriously? The president of the United States should be someone that follows law, that follows legislation, that acts accordingly, that acts democratically within laws, not someone that you don't know if they're being silly or not. Like someone who's like, you don't know if they're being honest, if they're just being haha, if they're just trolling. Just when you don't know what your president actually believes or what they want to do, that just destabilizes the entire world because you don't know what they're going to do next. You don't know if they're being silly or not. Like that puts so much like unnecessary destabilization on fucking everything. I don't think it's a good idea that your president, the leader of the country, one of the most powerful countries in the world, is just haha silly. I don't think that's a good thing. That destabilizes everyone, makes everyone uncertain.
And the system of checks and balances working as intended. He is doing things. Some of them are illegal. The legal system.
That's what you believe. That is just a truth. That is just a truth. That's not what I believe. That is just a truth. It destabilizes tensions in the whole of the global space. Leaders don't know what to like think about this man because they don't know what Trump's gonna do next. They don't know if he's gonna go over and invade Greenland fucking tomorrow, right? Bro, there are leaders scrambling because they have no idea if tomorrow Trump is gonna decide to take over fucking Greenland by force or not. That destabilizes tensions in the world. Does it not? Isn't that true? Canada, your neighbor, had to go and make deals with China because the US is so unpredictable. Exactly. Canada had to go make deals with China. Fucking the EU now has no fucking idea if Trump wants to invade, take over Greenland fucking tomorrow or not. That just destabilizes and raises tensions across the whole globe. That's not a good thing for a president to do. Someone working unilaterally, it's just not a good thing.
Against that, in terms of which to me would be absolutely dictatorial. However, I do lean on the idea that it's probably just trolling. In terms of everything else he's doing domestically, what I see is the American system of checks and balances working as intended. He is doing things, some of them are illegal. The legal system pushes back against that. The Supreme Court...
Yeah, but months fucking later. Okay, wait, you can make the argument, okay, the system works as intended, the legal system pushes it back, but yeah, like months later after he's already done damage, no? Yeah, okay, like, legal system works after the fact. After he's already done the thing. What? What point is this?
Or in which...
Surely, rather you'd want someone that actually follows the law to begin with. Not be like, actually, you didn't follow the law months later. You want a president that follows the law from the first instance, no?
3 of his own appointees sit on, and 3 of the other 6 are Republican-appointed judges, regularly and repeatedly deny him the opportunity to do things that he wants to do. That, I think, is how the system is supposed to work, isn't it?
So, no, but I would also say that for the first part, I don't know where 99.999% of Trump's statements are trolling. I don't know where that comes from. I feel like...
That specific statement about third term, I suspect, is 99.9% trolling. That's
but you said earlier, if he was young enough, he would run for a third term.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you said you felt like he would.
No, I didn't say that.
Do you think that if he was 20 years younger, do you think he would try to run for a third term? What I was saying was,
I agree that him talking about a third term is a worrying thing that he should stop doing. That's what I agree with.
Okay. That might be that on that issue, but then there are a load of other issues where it seems like he feels like he alone is entitled to make these decisions that nobody else ought to have any oversight over. So, for instance, this idea that the president has usurped from the Congress the ability to do tariffs and worldwide economic policy that's a pretty uniquely Trump thing, that you can levy tariffs across every other country in the world. The Supreme Court has finally checked him a bit on that power. Now he says he's going to go elsewhere and try to do the exact same thing. So it seems like we're just going to have a back and forth on this, maybe until he's out of office.
Sorry to interrupt, but just I think this is worth double clicking on. That's why I said that is the system working as intended. So American democracy is robust and strong because when the president tries to do things he's not allowed to do by law, the legal system prevents him from doing that. Right?
No. Surely you just want a president that wouldn't have to happen in the first place, and that's after damage has already been done.
No, so I think that the American system is strongest when everybody is trying to act in good faith within the bounds of the system. I don't think continuously...
When was the last time that happened?
Joe Biden.
Oh.
I mean, if you want, we can run a whole host of issues. So I would look at like the weaponization of the Department of Justice by Donald Trump. I think
Let's replay that.
Everybody is trying to act in good faith within the bounds of the system. I don't think continuously...
When was the last time that happened?
Joe Biden. I mean, if you want, we can run a whole host of issues. So I would look at like the weaponization of the Department of Justice by Donald Trump. I think is a historically crazy thing by a U.S. president. If you want to give me any examples that you feel would stack up to that between Biden, Obama, and the Clintons over the past 30, 40 years.
I didn't say that Donald Trump is not doing things that shouldn't be challenged legally. What I said is I think it's the part of the American system that all these different branches compete for power in the way that has been prescribed in your founding documents. And that is an ongoing process that has been going on for 250 years. There's definitely criticisms that you can make about Trump. I think there's plenty of criticisms that people can make about previous presidents of both Democratic and Republican. What I'm saying is, whatever you may think about Donald Trump, I don't think American democracy is a threat because the system is working as intended. And if he was truly dictatorial, the signal for me of a president being dictatorial is when they override the checks and balances that exist and begin to...
Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. What is he talking about? Doesn't make any sense. Okay, but no, at that point, if they override the checks and balances, then you are a dictator. Then you become a dictator. If you manage to override them constantly and you manage to rule by unilateral force like that, then you are a dictator. But there's a difference between being dictatorial and being dictator. Again, like, I don't think he understands this. Doesn't make any sense. And Trump is constantly pushing the boundaries of what he can get away with. We've know this. Like, he's constantly doing it. Constantly doing this. Like, we have to talk about, like, the erosion of democracy, like, over time, no? Constantly overstepping is a sign of trying to erode democracy over time, no? Isn't that just, like, how it is?
To effectively break the system. I don't think that's happening.
But he's been doing that, right?
On the contrary, what's happening is every time he goes too far, the system that is in place holds him accountable and prevents him from doing what he would otherwise like to do.
Well, one, so prevent is the wrong word to use because oftentimes they have to check after the fact. So he's already done
that's how the system
thing.
works, right?
Not ideally. You don't have a guy who's trying to break.
Are we just going to ignore the presidents pushing the limits of the executive power since Bush? I think I don't think it's good, full stop. I don't like it, full stop. That's my position on that. It's not, couldn't be just necessarily just, I don't like anyone doing it, full stop.
The rules over and over and over again, and then getting.
But the conversation's about the current sitting president.
And coming back
But
and
the
breaking.
system works in that way with every president that you've ever had,
But
right?
when you have-
they do something,
No.
then they get sued, then they have to change the policy that they've adopted.
Generally, no. Generally, you consult with the people within your executive branch to see if you feel like you have the legal authority to do said thing. If they feel like you have the legal authority to do said thing, then you try to do said thing. If the courts check you, you accept the court's answer, you move on. But Donald Trump, more than any president in my lifetime, tries to circumvent the other branches, not utilize even his Republican majority Congress, chastise and attack his Supreme Court when they don't give him the specific rulings that he wants. And then when he's ruled against, he constantly openly flirts with the idea of either defying the Supreme Court or going around it using any other number of things that they know will also be ruled as unconstitutional. But the problem is the damage is already done.
He follows what the Supreme Court says, right?
I don't think it works that way. It would be like saying, like, if somebody doesn't want you to beat you up and they stop beating you up 10 minutes into you asking, I'm saying, well, they eventually listened, right? Well, I mean, the damage is already done.
Well, the damage is not already done in that they can't pursue the policy that they were pursuing prior
Well, the
to that
damage is
point,
already
right?
done, though, right? So, for instance, for tariffs, he's collected some $200+ million of tariffs. He's irreparably harmed our trade relationship with basically every other country, including the United Kingdom, on the planet. We've got people, DACA kids, we just recently found out, I think yesterday, have been deported from the country who were never supposed to be. You've got 2 American citizens that were murdered by questionable, at best, deployments of ICE. You've got the president illegally deployed the National Guard and military to states like California. Like, the damage is already done on that. The court eventually says, hey, you weren't allowed to do that. And Donald Trump goes, oh, cool, I'll find another way to get around this in the future. I don't think, especially an executive, which is the scariest.
I do think that's also crazy. Like, mobilizing the National Guard like that, I do think was a crazy fucking thing. Like, I do think that was a crazy fucking thing. Like, I do. Like, that's fucking wild. 2 American citizens that attacked federal agents. Yeah, and I could also say, oh, federal agents that killed 2 American civilians. Bro, both of us could play that game. 2 American citizens that attacked federal agents. Okay, I could say 2 federal agents that murdered 2 American citizens. We could both play that game. We could both play that game, bro.
Because the executive is the guy who's supposed to enforce the laws, him continually skirting or going over these guidelines over and over and over and over and over again in so many historically unique ways, and then saying, well, eventually the court said, hey, that thing that you did 2 years ago that you've already...
Is self-defense considered murder? Guys, I'm not going to have the debate of the fucking ICE shootings with you guys. I'm not doing it. I'm not going down there.
Politically and financially benefited from, you weren't allowed to do that. I don't think that's a good system. I feel like it's a dictatorial guy.
Don't hit people with guns with your car when you are asked to move. Yeah, maybe federal agents shouldn't also just walk across the front of a live moving fucking vehicle. Yeah, how about that? Like, I'm so like, why do none of you guys who think that like they acted in self-defense, why do none of you advocate for better training of ICE agents? Why did the fucking ICE agent walk in front of a car that was turned on when you're not supposed to do that? Why do none of you advocate for better training for ICE agents? Why is it always, no, self-defense, they were in the wrong? Why can't anyone ever say more training is probably a good thing and they should do? The car was stationary. Brother, there was someone in the car and it moved 2 seconds prior. You can't say it was stationary. There was someone in the car that could drive away. Training suggests you shouldn't walk in front of a car that's on like that. It's bad. You shouldn't do that. Why does no one say, hey, maybe they should be trained more? Why does no one ever say that? Why does no one ever say that? Because they were about to arrest her? Brother, they're not supposed to walk in front of a car like that. That's just a fact. That's a fact. Why don't any of y'all say they should have proper training or better training? Why does no one say that? Why are you against saying that? Why does no one say that? That should be an obvious thing to be said. Yeah, maybe we need to train our fucking ICE officers. Maybe people should say that. Who has more power in that situation? The ICE officer with the fucking gun? They should just... Did I say that? Wait, why are you strawmanning me? I never said they should just let her do whatever she wants. Did I say that? Wait, did I say that? Why are you strawmanning me? I never said that. W strawman. W strawman argument. I never fucking said that. I just said, why does no one advocate for the better training of ICE agents? And now you're telling me, oh, you should just say she should do whatever she wants. Never said that. Bro, I'm getting fucking strawmanned by my own chat. That's crazy. Like, people can't admit to, like, simple things like that.
Well, look, it's not for me to comment on whether the American system of division of power is good or bad. It is what it is. And what I'm saying is that system seems to me to be standing up pretty well on balance. Doesn't mean that there aren't individual things that you might not agree with. For example,
it doesn't matter if you didn't say it, you're defending criminals. Why can't you say that those federal agents need better training because they did stuff that they get told not to do? Why can't you admit that? Wait, why couldn't you admit that? Why can't you admit that they need more training? Do you not think they do? But why couldn't you just admit, like, a simple thing? I'm so confused. Their job was to detain illegals, but the citizens fueled by propaganda were stopping them. Okay, so you won't answer my question. Okay, thank you for proving that you're deflecting and you can't answer a question. And there's no point in arguing with you because you just won't answer my question. Brother, like it's like you're blind to any like valid criticism. You are legit blind. I'm giving like valid criticism that any normal person would agree with, and you're like, no. What the fuck, bro? And you wonder why people are saying that you are brainwashed. I'm giving literal valid criticism that anyone on all sides would agree with, and you're being like, no. Like, what? It's okay to admit some things are fine. You know what I mean? Like, it's okay to admit certain things.
It's not my country. And it's not from. I don't vote in America. I don't live there. I visit a lot, and I like it, but it doesn't mean that I get...
You're supposed to stop and comply. You're also not supposed to move in front of a vehicle.
To sort of say, but if Britain was deporting people to a third country without due process, I would be against that, right?
You'll just go to speed shoot questions, then say I didn't answer something. I'm lagged to no IT, for fuck's sake. Brother, I asked you one question. Brother, I asked you one question. Do you not think that I should be given better training? And you just don't answer it. That's not speed shooting question. I asked you one question like 10 times. And you're making excuses. I'm lagging. Guys, I'm lagging. I didn't hear you. I'm lagging. Okay. Sure. I think they have enough training. Well, obviously not though, right? Like, obviously not. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna... Okay, whatever.
So you can deduce from that how I feel about the United States doing that. I would be totally against that. However, there is a system of checks and balances.
I'm not putting all the blame on... Oh my God.
US, which is when the president does something, or anyone does something which is found to be illegal, you have to go through the courts. And the question for me is, has America become a dictatorship, which is what I think the important question is, right? Somebody can have all the tendencies they want. The question is America in a position where its leader is able to do whatever he wants and ignore the law? I don't believe that's happening. And is America in a position where its leader will not democratically allow the next freely elected person to take power? Is America in a position where that's not...
They shouldn't need training to deal with civilians interrupting operations if the locals cooperated. No, they do need training because the federal agents have more responsibility and power in a situation than a civilian does.
What a bitch bitch.
Yo, Divine Just
What
Studios,
a
I appreciate the
nasty,
sub.
vile fucking cunt.
You cannot expect civilians to put them to the same standards as federal agents that are hired by the government to undergo a task that involves like detaining of people. So they do need more training because they hold way more responsibility in any like area, right? They have more power than a normal civilian does, right? If they have more power and responsibility, they should have more training than a civilian, right? They're the ones that have the guns. They're the ones that can have the mandate to shoot people. They're the ones that can detain people. They have more power over like a civilian in that aspect, right? So if they have more power and responsibility, they should have more training, no? You're literally saying civilians should be more better behaved and more responsible than the federal agents with guns. So you are actually telling me that civilians should have more responsibility than the federal agents hired by the government with guns? Yes? Oh my god, bro. Okay, so civilians should be held to account more than federal agents that are hired by the government. Okay, got it, guys. Got it. Civilians should be held to a higher standard than federal agents hired and trained by the government. Okay, got it. Jesus fucking Christ.
Going to happen? I don't think that's the case either. I think power will be handed over peacefully and democratically, and I think the President of the United States is not unrestricted by the law in terms of what he's able to do. So to me, that's a reassuring thing.
Do you think a dictator thing is only bad at the very microsecond it becomes a dictator, or do you think that all of the steps leading up to it are maybe cause for concern? Because when we say that there will be free and fair elections,
brother, you could spam this in my chat as much as you want. It just doesn't change anything. Had over 10 years of experience and was hired by the Obama admin. Okay, then he's retarded. Okay, then they hired a fucking retard. Okay, if he's ignoring basic training and he had 10 years of experience, okay, congrats, you hired a fucking retard. Great, thanks. What does that prove? That just proves you just hired a retard. Like, what the fuck? It proves you're wrong? No, it proves the guy was retarded then. If you had 10 years of training and then he still disregarded basic training, you hired a retard. Congrats.
I'm fairly certain that that's the case, but you have the president right now weaponizing his Department of Justice to attack states to look for evidence of fraud in the 2020 election. A case that he's lost in front of court.
Just move the goalpost? That's not moving the goalpost. That's just a fact, right? If you're telling me, well, no, Cap, he was properly trained. He had 10 years experience. Okay, then why did he not follow basic training then? Okay, if he had all this experience, why did he not follow basic training? Is he just stupid? Did he just forget that day? Does he have amnesia? Like, clearly the guy's not mentally sound if he forgets basic training. Maybe that's a bit of a problem.
into the public and free and fair elections. I'm fairly certain that that's the case, but you have the president right now weaponizing his Department of Justice to attack states to look for evidence of fraud in the 2020 election. A case that he's lost in front of courts and to the public and to his own prior administration over and over and over again. Or you've got the president of the United States who's already benefited financially, massively, that the tax department has from collecting revenue from tariffs, which was a thing he knew he never should have done, but he did it, and he's continuing to do it in other ways, and the court will probably rule against him there. Insofar as being able to break the laws or whatever, you have a president who has now been granted immunity from committing all crimes as a result of a bizarro Supreme Court ruling. So in a way, that's a uniquely...
Wait, let's go on that point. If it's just one dude, why not make him the scapegoat? Why is he still an ICE agent? What? Why not make him the scapegoat? Why is he still an ICE agent? Because it's a signal of a broader problem with the entire, federal service. Right? I'm agreeing with you? Okay.
The new thing that Donald Trump has been granted, the ability that once he commits a crime, it can never be questioned or talked about because he's the president of the United States. So, I mean, in some ways, he literally is committing crimes or he can commit crimes that he can't be ever held accountable for because of new precedents that have been created to protect him as the president of the United States.
Sorry, what were your questions? You made, I think, 3 questions.
So basically, I think that the idea that he's not a dictator yet, because we might have the next free and fair election, when it seems like every part of his administration is through multiple vectors trying to attack free.
True. I agree with this wholeheartedly. Because it's just true. It's literally just true.
And fair elections to say, well, as long as the courts, eventually course correct that it's not a dictatorial thing, I just think it's a very naive reading of how democracies can fail.
Well, that I don't. Sorry.
And he doesn't have a response for that. Bro doesn't have a response for that.
In terms of just say that last bit again.
I think that a guy who is in bad faith attacking all of your democratic norms as the executive is a uniquely scary thing. In the U.S., we call it a constitutional crisis. That's a uniquely scary thing, and Donald Trump has shown a penchant for a willingness to do this over and over and over again. And just because he's not at the point where I am a dictator, angling himself and doing everything he can to get to that point, I think that interim period is worth criticizing.
I'm not against criticizing any president or prime minister or leader of any country. I think.
Oh, shut up! Oh my God. Bro makes a really valid point. Okay, they might not be a dictator right now, but they're taking all the avenues that could lead to someone being dictatorial and are dictatorial. It could be like seen as like a signal and a problem. And Bro's response is, yeah, I think we could criticize like all leaders. Bro, oh, come on with the fucking gish galloping. Like, brother, holy fuck.
It was somewhat humorous to some people, but I genuinely believe that there are good and bad sides to every person and every decision.
Oh, everyone's good and bad. Everyone has like good things and bad things. Like, oh, blah, 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 blah. Dude.
So on. So there's plenty to criticize every leader of every country for. President Trump is no exception to that. There's lots of things I don't agree with him on. There's lots of things I agree with him on, as with every other person. But to me, words are important because they have certain definitions. You don't say that someone is pregnant until they've actually become pregnant. In the same way, I wouldn't call someone a dictator until they are a dictator.
No, but you could say if someone is dictatorial. Bro, I feel like he's purposely being obtuse. Is there a reason why he doesn't want to like criticize Trump? Is there a reason why he won't? He said one thing was dictatorial. That was the whole like election thing, right? Like, why is he so against pointing something out? Why is he so against pointing other things out? I'm very confused. Is there an alternative motive? He doesn't want the MAGA cult attacking him? Maybe he doesn't want to be too critical because he's scared of the backlash. Maybe.
Does not mean that you can't say, well, deporting people to a prison in a country to which they've never been is not something I want the leader of my country to do. That is not something I want the leader of my country to do. And that is something that I would want the judicial system of my country to challenge the leader on doing and prevent them from doing in the future. That's my view on it.
Do you think that Donald Trump is uniquely dictatorial in his search for power in the United States? And then if your answer to that is no, in what ways are Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, in what ways did they test the power of the executive in the ways that Donald Trump has? Maybe using the example of the weaponization of the Department of Justice.
Truthfully, I just don't know enough about all the history of the American presidents to be able to make a good comparison between all of them. I don't know, so I can't answer that. It's such a shame whenever that gets used. It's such a shame whenever that gets used. Like, I don't know, so I can't answer. It's such a get out of jail free. It really is a get out of jail free, bro. Can't say.
So are you neutral on that, or do you think
it's not that I'm neutral? I'm uninformed about it.
Okay.
If
I were to tell you that Donald Trump has told his Department of Justice to go after individuals using a prosecutor that he said that he truthed out, that this is a thing that no U.S. president in my lifetime has ever done, would you agree that that's like a uniquely bad way for him to weaponize his Department of Justice?
If that is all true, I just don't have enough detail to be able to comment on it properly. I think if you had a Republican here, they'd probably start talking about the fact that the Democrats tried to put Trump in prison, and their view of that would be that is equivalent, right?
Sure.
I don't
There's
know
a fact of the matter, though.
I don't know enough about it to say which one of those cases is true. I try not to comment on things I don't know enough about.
Okay.
But I don't see. I think the conversation we're having here is Donald Trump dictatorial. It's not my impression that he is, and more importantly,
how can it be your impression that he's not if you don't have any concept of historically what presidential actions have been?
You're totally right. It's my impression, which is why I said it's my impression. It's not my hard-held opinion based on the facts.
What would be a line in the sand for you, or a thing that if you saw Donald Trump do it, you'd be like, "Ooh, that's a pretty scary."
If he used force to prevent the legal system of the United States from enacting its will, or
did January 6th just not fucking happen? Did January 6th just not fucking happen? Did that just not happen? Did we just forget that happened? What do we mean? You mean when Trump told January 6ers to like not... Brother. Oh no. Okay, now we're gonna have a bunch of people saying that January 6th was not a problem at all, and Trump actually told them not to do that thing, right? That's what's gonna happen, right? Oh my god. Okay.
Or if you prevented a free and fair election from taking place, or the freely and fairly elected candidate, whoever's next.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I have to replay this whole thing. There's no way fucking way this is being said right now.
Having here is Donald Trump dictatorial. It's not my impression that he is. And more importantly...
How can it be your impression that he's not if you don't have any concept of historically what presidential actions have been in the
You're
United
totally
States?
right. It's my impression, which is why I said it's my impression. It's not my hard-held opinion based on the facts.
What would be a line in the sand for you, or a thing that if you saw
Because honestly, if I was fucking American, I'm being so honest. If I was American and I saw January 6th happen and the response that happened following it, I would fucking never vote for Trump again. That issue alone would make me never vote for him. Just that alone. January 6th would make me never vote for him, ever. Just that alone, if I was American. Like, holy fuck.
Trump do it, you'd be like, ooh, that's a pretty scary...
If you used force to prevent the legal system of the United States from enacting its will, or if you prevented a free and fair election from taking place, or the freely and fairly elected candidate of the whoever's next from taking power.
So when Donald Trump, I think he wrote an executive order, when he's talking about utilizing ICE to help the states manage their polling stations, would that be an example of that? Because these are things he's already said he wants to do. In the United States, our individual states all run their own elections. It's a very big deal for all of them. The federal government doesn't intervene in that traditionally.
Yeah.
But Donald Trump has been on record now saying multiple times that he would like to have more control over elections in the states.
Well, it depends what those ICE people do. If they're stuffing ballots into voting booths, then yeah, that'd be a problem. If they're preventing people who are not citizens of the country from voting, I think that would actually help election integrity. So it depends what they're actually doing.
So it's not like Donald Trump is going to say we're going here to prevent people from voting, right?
I'm not saying it's about what he'd say. I think it's about what he'd do. So if the ICE agents are there to prevent non-citizens from voting, I think that helps election integrity.
They don't even have a mechanism by which...
If the ICE agents are there to prevent people from voting who should be voting, or if they're stuffing ballots into voting booths, then that's a different conversation.
If a state explicitly says, we don't want ICE here, we don't want the federal government intervening in our state elections, and Donald Trump says, I'm going to do it anyway for election security.
Yeah.
Well, then you could have... Then you could have, like, better checks that don't involve ICE. If that's what you care about. Like, if you care about non-citizens not voting in, like, elections, I feel like you can do that without having... I do believe in, like... I'm someone who does believe in, like, a voter ID. Like, I do believe in that. Like, I feel like that should be a thing should have. I feel like everyone should have their identity, like, verified before, like, you do votes and stuff like that. Like, I do believe in that kind of stuff. So I feel like you can do that without having to have, like, ICE. Because there... You know, I feel that's what I feel. That's what I feel. Don't need voter ID if you have compulsory voting.
Agree that would be highly problematic and somewhat dictatorial?
Well, it depends on what the reason is for the state to do that. If the state is doing that to ensure that non-citizens vote, then no. If the state says that for other reasons, then yes.
Well, they're never going to, even if they were doing it to ensure non-citizens vote, they're never going to say that, right?
Right.
But if Donald Trump is doing it for election security, he's never going to say...
But if that was the rationale for them doing it, then I think you'd want somebody to prevent non-citizens from voting, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it would be up to the state to enforce that, number one.
What
and
if
number
the state refuses to enforce that because it's in their electoral interest to do that?
it would be up to the people of that state to vote, to have their state do something different in terms of the accountability. That's just how our system works.
Okay.
But I mean, like, given that I know that Donald Trump has tried to interfere with elections in the past, why would I even trust his administration to do anything related to election integrity utilizing federal officers, even if he said that was his intention? I feel like just seeing him send those agents to any state just in and of itself would be enough to say this is a dictatorial action.
Well, no, your suspicion does not make it dictatorial. But yes, I agree with you. January the 6th was not a good look, and it created a lot of doubts in a lot of people's minds about his intentions when it comes to accepting the results of elections. Democracy depends on losers' consent, and when people lose, they should accept it. But you can also see it from the perspective of someone who might say, well, if you've got a situation where there seems to be, you tell me if this is wrong, but there seems to be some kind of, inexplicable desire to have people vote without ID or to have people vote who may or may not be citizens, that would also make you question election integrity. And I think people are totally entitled to question it and then act accordingly. So
they are, but the process is to vote on your state. Then if you want to have a different requirement for identification at the time you go to vote, you need ID to vote in the United States, just not when you go to the ballot to vote, but to register to vote with your own ID, which I think it was like that even in the UK up until I think a few years ago. I think you didn't have to show a voter ID.
You still don't.
Oh, you still
so
don't?
That's a problem, and that's something we need to fix as well.
Yeah, so I'm saying that but in the United States, it would be up to an individual state to fix what they want. The president coming in and deciding that he wants it to change, and then given his whole history with election conduct, it doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of good faith. That would be a thing it does right now worry me as a U.S. citizen. You've seen him invade Georgia right now with his FBI to seize voter information from 2020, and you've seen he's got an entire cabinet. His whole cabinet has refused to even concede that he lost the 2020 election, which is kind of insane, given that we were supposed to be
that's so strange,
a bastion of democracy and everything, the leader of the free world in terms of liberalism and democracy. So yeah, I don't know why I would ever be okay with the president overstepping his boundary with federal officers to go into states and enforce stuff and not see that as anything but dictatorial.
Well,
the 2020 election was scuffed. White vans with stacks of papers at 3 a.m. People stopped from voting in conservative areas, etc. Dude, you hit every single talking point in every single conspiracy theory. Like, you really do. Like, you are the perfect example of someone who hits every single... Yeah, this was all, like, disproven. Like you hit every conspiracy point, every talking point possible. Like, are you surprised people are telling you that you look like a certain thing or not? Like I don't know, man. When you say stuff like that, like, are you surprised when people come back with, like, points? Like, I don't... Let's not mention the Elon fraud. Yeah, let's not mention, like, Trump asking people to find more votes. Let's not talk about that, right? Let's not talk about the fact that Trump asked people to find more votes. Like, let's not do that, right? Let's not do that, right?
I think
never happened, right? Trump never asked people to find more votes. That never happened, right?
you have a legal system that will ensure that the law is ultimately followed, and that's what differs it from a dictatorial system like the one that I lived in for some time, first in the Soviet Union and then in Russia, where you actually have a situation where you cannot remove a person who's in power from power. And so I just insist on defining words in the way that I think is accurate, which is a dictator is someone who cannot be removed from power and who's deliberately using force to violate the law. That to me is what a dictator is. Someone can have dictatorial tendencies. I mean, I might have dictatorial tendencies about parenting, whatever. That doesn't make me a dictator. Right?
No, but if you were the president of the United States, I would be really scared about your dictatorial tendencies.
No, I
the
agree.
fact that Donald Trump has already embarked on so many horrendous actions that have been contrary to every president
But as
prior
I
to
say,
him.
I think he is constrained, rightly, like all previous presidents, by the system of checks and balances that you have. The executive will always strain to exceed its authority, and there will be other branches of government whose job it is to restrain them and to use their power for their own agenda. That's just
I
how it
understand what you're
works.
saying, but I mean, with President Trump, it has been unique. It has been a unique stretch in almost every single realm regarding executive authority. So,
But he is following the law
No,
once
he's
the
not.
judgment. Which laws is he not following? Once the Supreme Court says this is a thing you're not allowed to do, he still carries on doing that thing?
No, but if they say that
Well,
it's not a
that's
thing
what
that
I'm
he's allowed to
saying.
do, then he broke the law up to that point.
Okay, but the moment, well, but if I don't know, if I'm doing something and I don't know that whether I'm allowed to do it or not,
Yeah.
right?
Is he implying that Trump doesn't know that he's breaking a law? I think the fact that you... Okay. What? Now we're just assuming. No, but Trump doesn't know that he's breaking the law. There's no particular reason why he does so many executive orders and does stuff from the White House. He's completely clueless that he's trying to skirt around, like, democracy. He's just a silly little guy. Yeah, he's just ignorant. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just being a silly little guy. Like, he doesn't know that he's breaking the law. No, of course not. He doesn't know. Okay, so you're saying your fucking president's a retard. Okay, so you're admitting that the president is a retard. Okay, great.
What would happen to you?
And someone comes in and says, you're not allowed to do this, and I stop doing it, isn't that me, in fact, the system working as intended?
No, because what would happen to you if you did that?
I
Exactly. There'd be accountability. You'd go to jail probably, right? If you were doing something...
Democracy is what put him in power, so how is it an attack on democracy? Because he is constantly going against the systems that are put in place. He's using executive orders to go against the actual institutions put in place. He's pushing the boundaries of it massively, no? I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't know I'm supposed to rob a bank.
Fine or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't that mean, in fact, the system working as intended?
No, because what would happen to you if you did that?
Guys, he's just trolling. He doesn't actually know. So far we've got Trump is just trolling most of the time, and also he doesn't realize he's doing something illegal. He's both. So basically, you've admitted that the president's fucking incompetent. Oh, he's just silly. He's just trolling. Oh, he didn't realize he was doing something illegal. Okay, you're admitting that the president's fucking incompetent, right? Like, is that what we're getting at? Isn't that what we're getting at?
Exactly. There'd be accountability. You'd go to jail probably, right? If you were doing something illegal.
Fine or whatever, right?
Yeah, exactly. There'd be a punishment.
Right.
For the executive, there is none.
Well, of course, because the executive is not a person. You can't put the executive in prison, right?
Well, because they're the people that put people in prison.
No, because it's about policy. It's about policy implementation, not personal behavior. Right, that's the difference.
I mean, for Donald Trump, it is personal behavior, but I'm just saying that the idea that when you say the law is working as intended, if I were out setting buildings on fire and then a police officer came up to me and said, sir, we evaluated the last 20 arsons you did and we've decided they were all illegal, and I say, oh, okay, I'm going to stop setting buildings on fire,
Yeah.
you would never describe me as somebody who is following the law because once I was told I wasn't allowed to do a
Yeah,
thing.
that's fair. But this is where the analogy between the person and the executive breaks down, right? Because the president is testing where the law is and finding out what he is and isn't allowed to do. And the Supreme Court's job is to adjudicate on whether what he's doing is compliant with the law or not.
I think
not
our
like he knows that you're not supposed to set a building on fire and then goes and sets it on fire. He is questioning the way that the
Again, we're just assuming.
system should work. He implements a policy. The Supreme Court says you're not supposed to do this. He stops doing it.
I think
That's
there's
the
a
system
world
working
where
as
that
intended.
can be the case, and I think
Right.
there are times where a president has tested where they feel, when Biden tried to do mass student loan forgiveness, there was a student education bill. They gave the president pretty broad powers to forgive student loans based on like disaster stuff, and he thought for COVID he could. And I think that there is an argument on both sides where it's like, well, that would be way too much for Congress to grant without like more specific legislation. Or, I think he actually was allowed that power. I think you could have a reasonable disagreement there in terms of what the president could do. For Donald Trump, the idea that I could tariff the entire planet without congressional approval ever, or that I can go to war with whatever country I want to without approving anything with the Senate, or that I could...
That's the difference, right? That's such a good point. You know what? Actually, that is such a good point of like, okay, you could talk about like local things that matter to the people in that regard of like education or childcare or whatever the fuck it is, things that matter. But when you're talking about big overarching things like enacting war, going to war, right? Huge tariffs on people, for your whole country, on other countries, on economies. Big things like that matter a lot. The fact that you don't have to go to Congress for approval of enacting war or doing huge missile strikes or huge military operations, that's very different from like, oh, I could just do some executive orders from my White House to help a certain like policy along in a certain like state or in a certain fucking thing. Like, that's a huge difference, right? That's a massive difference in responsibility outcome to everyone. That's such a good point. Like, scale matters here, right? Why are we continuing to stick to the war comment? America hasn't had congressional declared war since World War II. Okay. Okay. Then how do I frame this in the words? I'll need to find the better wording.
Tell my Department of Justice to target individuals with what we all know are essentially fabricated indictments about mortgage fraud because they're all political adversaries of his.
Okay, Tillian. Why the fuck did he create and rename this shit to, what is it? What do they call it? The Department of War. Why did he make the Department of War? And now the guys from the Department of War are now speaking about the attacks that are happening on Iran. If there's no war, why did they name it the Department of War? Because legally, it's not been declared as a war, right? Then why the fuck did they name it the Department of War? Like, that's why we're going to the war comment. Quack looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It's a fucking duck, right? Yeah, there's no war because it didn't go through fucking Congress. Yes, technically. Why do they call it a Department of War? Why do they call it Operation Something Fury? Or like, why? There's no war, guys. There's no war. It's not been gone through. It's not legally a war. That's the problem, right? That's literally the problem. You've described the fucking problem. You've described the problem. You've described the problem.
With issue after that, I can invoke the Alien Enemies Act so that I can more quickly deport Venezuelans because I'm trying to claim that Venezuela is actively invading the United States of America because they have gangs there. I don't think that these are good faith tests of the law. There's just a guy breaking the law and then giving some pretextual basis for why they were allowed to do the thing that they did.
We have 15 minutes left, gentlemen, wherever you guys want to go.
Fine. I think we just disagree fundamentally. To me, the question is America becoming a dictatorship? From what I observe, I don't see that.
Okay. Why do you think...
But attack the conversation. America doesn't, and for a long time, not use congressional act authority for military operations. Okay, do you not think that Trump and the current administration has escalated tensions, calling things the Department of War, right? Enacting unilateral force over Venezuela, threatening it over Greenland, doing the current like strikes in Iran. Do you not think that the current administration has been doing these? Have they been doing those things or not? To a greater extent that other administrations previously have done in recent times. Has that not happened? It was called the Department of War. After World War II, they renamed it to Defense because they were cowards. No, do you know why after World War II? Because people decided that actually we don't want wars. We believe having world wars is not fucking good because it destabilizes entire fucking countries. It destabilizes the whole entire globe. And we decided, you know what? Unilateral advancement, unilateral actions by countries leads to fucking tensions, escalation. It leads to wars. And we decided to enter a realm of peace where we decide, you know what? Maybe diplomacy is the better way to go about things. That's why having your whole thing be named Department of War, just that alone like escalates tensions. So I think it's a good thing to like not call it a Department of War, because after World War II, we decided we don't want more unilateral action by countries. We don't think authoritarianism is a good thing. We want like a department of like, we want things to be held diplomatic because we realize we don't want people to fucking die. We realize people dying is a fucking bad thing. We realized after World War II, people dying is a bad thing. We realized people like fucking Hitler shouldn't fucking exist. We realized authoritarian unilateral fucking movement of like countries is not a good thing, right? We want de-escalation. We want de-escalation of things. So like, you know what I mean? No, we want to sound badass so people don't mess with us. Okay, great. Yeah, so basically you want people to be scared of the US. Yeah, yeah, great. You want people to be scared of the US and unpredictable. Congratulations, you got it. Everyone fucking thinks the US is confirmed destabilizing the current global optics. Yes, you're correct. You're right on that. You're right on that. You are in fact right on that. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Do you agree that if you could push a button right now to vote for Trump or Kamala Harris a year ago, my guess is you would probably favor Trump?
Well, I don't know what Kamala Harris would have done with this year, but probably, yeah.
What do you think Donald Trump did over the past year and a half, or what policies does he have versus Kamala that you think made Trump a superior candidate or do better than Kamala would have?
I think, look, again, I come back to this thing about the fact that I'm not an American citizen. So my judgment of President Trump is not the same as an American.
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'd vote Trump, but yeah, I don't know what Kamala would do. Okay, then like why even say that? Then why even say that then? Like why why even okay. It's like this is why I go back to the thing of like Trump made so many promises that he just didn't fucking keep. He made so many promises that he just doesn't fucking keep. You know what?
American citizen. An American citizen will...
Kamala would have kept the border open for sure. Proof? Proof? This is so fucking oh, I know. I also do a question and you're gonna throw proof at me. Okay. The reason why I'm so like stunned, right? Didn't the Democrats, someone correct me if I'm wrong, didn't the Democrats try to like actually pass like a border security bill before Trump was in office? That would massively reduce the amount of like asylum seekers coming into the US. And didn't Trump tell everyone not to vote for it? Didn't Trump and Republicans literally shoot down the bill that would massively reduce the amount of asylum seekers coming into the US before he came in? So therefore, he could use it as a talking point in his presidential run. Did that or did that not happen? Like, that bill was coupled with garbage. You are retarded. The bill also had a ton of pork barrel spending in it. Wasn't it a fuck ton of extra money for Ukraine? It happened. But I think it just, the reason why I bring it up, because like it goes against your narrative that like Kamala would have kept the border open. Like I feel like Democrats are like absolutely open to like better border enforcement. That's the point. Like Democrats are clearly open to more border enforcement in some extent. And to paint the narrative that they never would is kind of like silly given the fact that they clearly were open to it. To even a certain extent, right?
Care about the cost of living in America, about immigration into the United States. These are things that don't affect me, that I don't.
Cap, please don't be a what? Sorry, a what now? Sorry, finish that sentence. Are you gonna call me a bitch? Are you trying to call me a bitch? For what? Asking questions? But you realize you don't actually respond to me. You just respond to me with like ad hominems, right? Like I'm saying, you're saying that like Kamala would have kept the border open. You don't have any proof of that. But in fact, they seem to be open to actually like passing some kind of legislation. Probably wasn't the best one, sure, but they're open to it. And you're like, no, don't call me cat, please don't be a bitch. Like, you're not actually able to, like, engage with anything that I'm saying. Don't dodge it. You straight up said I was retarded because I don't share your views. I never said you were retarded because you don't share my views. Why are you strawmanning me for the second time? This is the second time you're strawmanning me. I never said you're retarded because you don't agree with me. That never left my mouth. That never left my mouth. Whatever, bye. You see, this is what happens, man. You rebuttal with like truth, and people can't handle it. This is crazy. This is what I mean. Like these people get so up in arms if you dare criticize the MAGA that they can't handle it. They feel they have to defend it tooth and nail. There's no way they can be wrong. It has to be right. And if you dare criticize anything about it, then it's like a problem. You're a problem. You're this, you're that. And they take it so personally. They take it so overwhelmingly personally. And it's so strange to me. Like, why aren't we allowed to criticize? Why aren't we allowed to criticize people in power? Why can't we criticize also? Why is it that you can't criticize MAGA? And if you do, you must be in the wrong. It's so strange. And people wonder why people call it a cult. Because if you criticize it, they attack you. It's so strange. It's so strange. Like, I want to have like actual nuanced conversations, but like you criticize something and it's like, nope, you're wrong. It's all wrong. It's so weird to me. It's weird. It's so fucking weird. It freaks me out, man. It fucking freaks me out, like, massively. You must criticize anyone in power, independent from the left or right. No, I feel like you should always be hypercritical of the people in power. They're the ones who are making laws, right? They're the ones making laws. They're the ones who determine how you fucking live your life. You must be critical always to the people in power. Never give them an inch. Never give them a fucking inch. That's how I feel about it. It could be anyone. Democrats, Republicans, Labor, Conservative. Fucking, you should be critical of every single person in power. Fucking, I'm critical of Keir Starmer. And then Labor. You know what I mean? Like, be critical of everyone. No one should be immune and no one should be perfect. As soon as you think your government is perfect, you have been captured. You have been fucking captured. And these people who think that Trump could do no wrong and they've done everything perfect, like Ich bin X, you are captured, bro. If you cannot criticize your own government, you need to take a good hard look at yourself. It's so crazy, man.
Care about, right? Because I don't live in America. So for me, I can't judge him on that. I can judge him on the things that affect people in the rest of the world. I think the number one thing that I would absolutely say is incredibly important that he's done is he's made Europe and Britain realize that their military and foreign policy has been a gigantic disaster that has, and combine that with energy and industry and economic policy, and that they have not been funding their defense in anything like the level that we need. We've made ourselves reliant, well, not Britain so much, but Europeans made themselves incredibly reliant on Russian hydrocarbons, Russian energy, Russian gas, Russian oil, and that meant that when the war in Ukraine broke out, Europe was completely toothless in responding to that invasion, to the point where the Germans first offer to the Ukrainians was 5,000 helmets. That's what they offered the Ukrainians in support. So what President Trump has done is he's come in and he said, look, we are happy to be allies with you, but you guys are going to have to carry your own weight. You're going to have to fund your own defense. He's been saying this, by the way, for a very long time, when the Germans openly laughed in his face when he told them all of these things. He has forced Europe to take seriously its own defense. I think that's an incredibly good thing, and I think it's an incredibly important thing, because we live in a world now in which you're going to see more conflict. We're going to have to get better at defending ourselves and also projecting our power abroad. So just on this, and that means necessarily we have to have certain changes in terms of our domestic policy when it comes to things like energy, when it comes to things like growing the economy, when it comes to mass immigration. All of these things he has forced Europe to reckon with on a realistic basis, instead of living in cloud cuckoo land where we've been living for a very long time. So to me, that is a huge achievement of his administration, for which I am very grateful.
Okay, so I don't understand how it feels like we're reframing a whole bunch of issues or problems that Trump has caused and then trying to claim that these are somehow beneficial to the continent of Europe. So the idea that Europe has to take its own defense seriously, why? Because the United States has decided to abdicate its military role across the planet? I don't understand how this is to be seen as a positive. I think that Europe, broadly speaking, has enjoyed a pretty good century of peace, prior or post World War II compared to the centuries beforehand. I think a lot of this is because of NATO, the expansion of NATO, because of U.S. protection of basically everybody around the world. Number one for Europe, from the U.S. side, is very annoying to me, because we've spent so much money on our military with the understanding that there are benefits that we get from being friends with every single country around the planet, being able to ensure free shipping everywhere, being able to share intelligence and do military operations if we need to. And now it feels like our entire military investment was for naught. And now Europe is being told, well, you guys have to figure your own stuff out, even though Europe had largely entered this agreement with the United States, saying that, like, you're going to be our nuclear umbrella, you're going to cover a lot of the military projects, and then we're all going to kind of grow economically in the meantime. I don't know how Trump basically pulling the rug out from Europe on that and saying, well, you guys need to figure it out for yourself. Whatever Europe figures out for itself, it's going to be a worse arrangement than what existed before. It's not like Europe as a continent was struggling with their military defense as the United States stood by and watched all of it be destroyed. I think Europe enjoyed the ability to grow economically and to prosper more than it would have if every single country, or if a European Union, which has its own.
Oh, diplomacy. Imagine liking diplomacy. Imagine being a fan of diplomacy. Imagine thinking that this was a bad thing. I don't get it. I really don't get how people could think that arrangement was necessarily like a wholly bad thing. No, that's completely the opposite of what he did. All he said is, if you're using your weapons, you have to pay us for it. Diplomacy is not always an option, though. Sure, okay, listen. I don't think diplomacy is always an option. For example, if you believe that there is a very serious imminent threat to your own security, someone is literally about to launch an attack on you, I think acting in a military response is a good thing. I think it's a justified thing, obviously, right? That's what I believe. If there is a lot of evidence that suggests that you are imminently under threat, then sure, Like I'm not against like being interventionist in like that regard against stuff, like 100%, right? But it's just more proof that like this kind of shit has just destabilized a lot of the current global allies. It's kind of crazy.
Set of problems. We're investing in their own military might. Number one, for the military thing, for the trade thing, I mean, the United States has undercut now its trading relationship with the European Union, and I think sadly even with the United Kingdom, regardless of what people think at the time. I think we can safely say that MAGA and the Brexit movement kind of like grew up together and shared a lot of similar rhetoric. Kind of crazy to me that the United Kingdom, which was one of the only exporter economies, or that we exported more than we imported from, somehow still got punished with tariffs, that the United States didn't honor that trade surplus that we had with them or honor any of the prior commitments or history, and now the United Kingdom has gotten screwed by the U.S. tariff regime, along with the rest of Europe. And the idea of saying, well, Europe is going to have to figure out its own stuff because the United States has abandoned Europe is a good thing. I don't understand that. I feel like if my position was I wanted to create a weaker Europe.
What's the correct response, in your opinion, for Iran's constant funding and action through proxy against the US? Well, I can tell you what you don't do. You don't just missile strike a fucking country without going through Congress. I can tell what I wouldn't want to happen. I would want people to actually vote on this first before doing it. Like that's what I would say. Like hey, maybe that should be voted on first before that happens. You know, like that's not what I asked. It's like but I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do. Like, are you trying to say like, okay, do you believe what happened was the correct response? Do you believe what happened was the correct response? Because if you want to ask me what I always would do in this situation where you have a country that you think is a threat, obviously I would go down the route, obviously try to engage negotiations first. Obviously, I would want to go and enforce sanctions. I would then try and utilize things like the United Nations, right? To go through the actual like diplomatic channels that we have set up since World War II over the course of like the fucking like 50 fucking years or however long it's been, like 100 years, building up these channels to try and effectively use the institutions we've set in place to enforce better negotiations, the high sanctions. We tried. Yeah, I know it's been tried. I'm fully aware. I'm telling you what I would still do. I would still push for it harder. I would still push for it. So I would actually try to have even more movement in that regard. And then if that fails, and then you believe that you are at risk of immediately being like attacked, right? Then I would still think you would have to go to a vote before you strike a country. Like I really don't think that you should just have free will, be able to unilaterally decide to be able to strike a country like that and destabilize it massively. That could have massive like repercussions without it being voted on in the first place. Like I don't think that that's a good thing to do. I don't believe that's a good thing to do. I don't think you should be able to unilaterally enact such strong military action without a vote of Congress. I don't believe that. If our Congress has a bunch of terrorist supporters, we can't trust a Congress not to leak the plan and lead the US deaths. Okay, that's your justification. That like, okay, then this is like, do you know what? This is like the argument of like some judges are biased, therefore all courts can't be trusted. All court rulings can't be trusted because some judges can be biased. Okay, you can't trust your own Congress, then democracy's fucked. If you can't trust Congress, then the entire democracy is fucked. Tear down the whole system. Why even have Congress at that point? Why even have institutional democracy in place? Why, at a certain point, you have to trust the systems put in place, right? At a certain point, you have to trust the systems that you put in place to rule and make your democracy, right?
You know, when we talk about Russia, I want to create a weaker Europe in any way possible. I don't know what I would say differently than what Donald Trump has essentially already done. Like if I'm Putin or if I'm Russia and I'm looking at the US and Europe.
You've come to the problem facing America. Welcome. Okay. if you're seriously here saying that the institutions put in place to uphold democracy is fucked, and then you have a president constantly trying to push the boundaries of said institutions, believing that it's fucked, aren't you literally going towards more of the angle of authoritarian rule? Like, isn't that what this points more towards every single time? If democracy is fucked, and the institutions are fucked, and then you have the erosion of democratical, like, institutions that could lead to more dictatorial outcomes, aren't you pushing for, and an administration is pushing more towards to having a dictatorship as an administration? Isn't that literally, that's how Hitler came to power, by the way. That's how Hitler came to power. The massive erosion of democratical institutions and led to the enablement of Hitler coming to unilateral power. That's literally how that happened, by the way. So if y'all are admitting that those democratic processes are eroding over time, and then you have a president constantly pushing the boundaries of those institutions, that's a massive fucking warning sign, no? Like, thanks for helping my point. Just like...
My ideal circumstance is, the United States just told Europe to deal with their own shit. That's awesome for me. I feel like the U.S. being the umbrella for Europe is very much not awesome for me, if I'm speaking from the Russian perspective.
Okay, so on the tariffs, I didn't say anything about tariffs because it's not a policy. Truthfully, I'm not entirely sure whether it's a policy that actually is going to work or not in the way that he claims. So I don't know. It's not instinctively something I'm a massive fan of, but it doesn't mean that it might not work. I don't know. But in terms of your other point about security, the Americans, I don't know if did you catch Marco Rubio's speech that he gave?
Yep.
Yeah. So he was explicitly saying the exact opposite of what you just said. He was not saying we are withdrawing our support from Europe. What he was saying is we want to be allies and friends with Europe, but we cannot do it on the basis that we protect you. It has to be on the basis that we work together to protect each other. That's what an alliance is. It's when people work together for a common purpose. A lot of countries in Europe have been doing what we in Britain call taking the piss for a long time, which is they've not even been funding their NATO obligations to the level that they were supposed to because they've been taking advantage of America. Now, the problem with taking advantage of America is I don't want Britain and Europe to be America's poodle. I want Britain, the country of which I'm a citizen, to be independently powerful and influential. If you want to be independently powerful and influential, you have to have a strong economy and you have to have a strong military and you have a strong industrial base. So the fact that the Americans are challenging Europeans to do more is not the same as America withdrawing its support or its nuclear umbrella. We, by the way, in Britain and in France, have nuclear weapons, and we hope that they still work, given the way we've been funding them, but we think we have nuclear weapons that work, and so we don't need to be relying on the American nuclear umbrella. What we should be relying on is our own strength and our own economies, and then, of course, partnership with other countries, including the United States. I'm not hearing anything out of the United States which is about abandoning its relationship with Europe. It's about encouraging Europe to also be strong and to be competent. I mean, we are at a point in Britain where we basically cannot make our own virgin steel, which means we can't make the things you make out of steel. We don't have a powerful industry to be able to make anything that's militarily...
Yeah, because it's not economically viable to, like, do so. Why do we import all our fucking steelworks? Because it's cheaper. If we were to make it in the UK, everything would become more expensive. Like, I really don't... Okay.
Useful at the scale that we need to. We would run out of ammunition. I don't remember the exact numbers. I'd have to look it up, but it's like within 2 weeks or something of a full war. And the decline in British manufacturing has been catastrophic. It's
we
the same.
Can't rely on countries for everything.
What a
I agree.
bitch! What a nasty, vile fucking cunt!
Depufu, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the sub. We can't rely on countries for everything. No, I agree, but like there are some things you literally can't do unless you're working at a massive loss. Like bringing steelworks back would just mean like we there's a reason why we import so many things.
Rest of Europe, encouraging Europe and Britain to abandon that suicidal course, I think, is incredibly powerful and beneficial for this country and for Europe, and that's why I'm glad he's done that. In addition to that, I mean, we can look at you asked me what I support of the things that he's done. I think President Trump, if you look at his first term and now, he is someone who's taken a totally different approach to the Middle East. The Abraham Accords were a great step forward, I think, with Jared Kushner negotiating in the Middle East, and also, you know, the hardline policy that he's taken on Iran, dealing with their plans for nuclear enrichment. These are all very positive developments because, of course, if Iran was allowed to develop nuclear weapons, the first thing that would happen is the Saudis would try and get them as well. It would destabilize the entire region. So for that reason, his foreign policy has been really, really strong, in my opinion, which is why I'm a big fan of it.
Sure. So there's one other thing I want to hit on before we finish. I guess as a quick thing, whatever Europe builds militarily absent the United States is going to be worse than the United States taking care of Europe militarily. And I think the United States gains a great deal of influence as a result of this. It was only under Donald Trump.
Of course, that's what I'm saying is I don't want us to be a lapdog to America. I want us to be independently strong.
That's fine, but not.
You want Britain to be independently strong. Okay. But you realize Britain can't be, as the country that we are, on equal terms with America. Right? I don't understand that. You want Britain to be independent. You can still do that in the previous NATO agreement. Like, that doesn't stop Britain from being independently strong. I don't get this.
I don't want to be mean about this, okay? But if we're realistic about the United Kingdom, we're realistic about Europe, and we're realistic about where...
Like, I don't know what he's thinking, that Britain is somehow going to become the next fucking China. Like, that's not going to happen. That's literally not going to happen. Like, I don't... Like, unfortunately, like, Britain is always going to be dwarfed by fucking America's military. And Britain does have a strong military compared to other European countries. Like, massively so. Britain, for its size, I'd say that Britain, for its size, has one of the strongest militaries, like, in the planet, for its size and population. Like, its actual arsenal and strength is huge for its size, right? But still, not to the magnitude or the extent of, like, America. Like, this, I don't know what he wants out of this.
Everybody's obsessive investments have been over the past century, right? The United States invested heavily in a lot of military stuff. Whatever the UK and Europe will look like as a military thing, it's going to be significantly worse than if the United States is essentially doing...
That's precisely what I'd like to end.
But that won't end. That's impossible for that to end. That will never end. Because we blow things up and we fuck shit up. That's what we do in the United States. We've invested trillions of dollars year after year after year after year after year in this technology. And the idea that the UK, which is also struggling, or even all of Europe, which might be struggling in other areas, is going to magically catch up to the United States in that.
No, we're not going to catch up, but we are going to be strong enough relative to the size of our country. And
maybe, but at such an unnecessary cost. Like right now, what is the pressure? You talk about
who
running...
are you to decide what military Britain should have?
The defenders of Britain. What do you mean?
Well, okay.
Like if nobody is going to invade a country...
Who elected you to decide whether Britain should have a military or not?
When European
countries
countries...
to be able to defend itself.
He's not saying that.
To have a strong economy, to have a strong industrial base, to have jobs for British people. That's what I'd like. And I don't take kindly to an American coming over here and telling us we're going to be
Okay, this is kind of a nothing bigger point. This is nothing. Okay.
Things up. This country has a great history of blowing things up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's fine. But the reality is whatever country you're trying to enact or design is going to be worse off in a world where the United States doesn't... You can say no, but that's the reality of the case. It will be.
If we are more powerful, we will get more of what we want for our country. That's how power works.
I'm just curious, what is the projected timeline for that? Because none of that has worked out since you didn't become more powerful from Brexit. I don't see the more power coming in from...
What does Brexit have to do with this?
This idea that isolating yourselves, and I don't necessarily mean just the UK, but that further isolation and entrenchment into your own autarky, fantasies are...
No. I'm not in favor of isolation. Europe has not been doing what it needs to work collectively together to be stronger.
I'm not in favor of isolation, but NATO bad. Okay.
Right?
Because it hasn't needed to, right?
What I want is for Britain and other European countries and America to be stronger together, given the challenges we face from Putin's Russia, China, Iran, and other threats. That's what I want. The cloud cuckoo world of holding hands and singing Kumbaya is over. The geopolitical moment now is going to be more violent, more disruptive, and we need to be ready for that in this country, in Europe, and in America.
Yeah, I wonder who escalates that. Crazy.
To European leaders
but
talking.
in order for that to happen, European countries, Britain and America all have to be stronger. And what Trump is saying and what Marco Rubio was saying to Europeans is, let's be stronger together by you taking ownership and responsibility.
Has NATO done anything? I think the point is that, like, we don't want people to be attacking each other, right? I think we can all agree. Like, we don't want anyone to actually be nuking people. Yeah, the whole point is NATO doesn't have to do anything. That's literally the whole point of it existing, right? Is that we go along diplomacy and NATO is there as a deterrent, not as an enacting military force. if you want to talk about that, you got to talk about the United Nations, right? NATO is a deterrent for each other. Because, like, America has basically said, if someone nukes America, the whole world ends. I'll be real. If any one person nukes America, America says, fuck you, everyone's dead. Right? Like, that's basically what this is. They will simultaneously launch thousands of fucking nuclear warheads. Everyone's dead. It's like, okay, we can't win, no one wins. That's what happens, right? Like that's... Anyone who uses that's the whole point of NATO, is a deterrent. Mutually assured destruction. So that's why, do you understand why it's kind of like scary or a bit concerning when America wants to pull out of like NATO? And they want to act more independently. Like, isn't that kind of fucking terrifying? Like,
that's what I want.
And I'll just say that spending the better part of the last year threatening to invade Greenland, I don't think has done much to foster a positive resentment in Europe towards the United States, but I guess we'll see where that play out. Just one more thing. I see this rewritten a lot in the media. I see you talk about it, and a lot of other people talk about it. Why is it that so many people are obsessed with pretending that when Donald Trump said that there were good people on both sides of that Charlottesville protest, why...
Oh, Charlottesville.
Are people pretending that it was anything other than saying that the people in like the far-right neo-Nazi march had like good people in it? I don't understand where this like historical rewriting comes from.
Have you seen the clip?
Yes, I've seen all the speeches.
So you've seen that he says, I'm not talking about the KKK and neo-nationalists who should be condemned totally. I'm talking about some of the people who were there to protest about the statues.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense because it was a KKK neo-Nazi march.
Well, what he's saying is that there were two groups there.
But there weren't.
Hold on. What he's saying, just let me finish the argument and then we can talk about it, is that there were people who were there to protest about the statues being removed, and there were also people there who were neo-Nazis. That is what he's saying. So
but it's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
It was a unite the right, far right, neo-Nazi KKK.
And there were also some people there to protest about the statues. There was no people who were there to protest about the statues.
There might have been one or two, but like...
Hold on. There were no people there who were there to protest about the statues who are not neo-Nazis.
I don't think there were people in the Tiki Torch March that were just innocent wonder buyers.
Nor do I. But there were also people there protesting about the statues. I mean,
that's not how you would characterize... If there was a neo-Nazi march and there were a few people who just happened to be there that weren't necessarily neo-Nazis, you would still
I'll be real. This whole Charlottesville thing, I think Trump just shouldn't have said what he said. I mean, it just no matter how you paint it, no matter what the optics are, he shouldn't have said what he said. He just shouldn't. He just shouldn't. It should have just been outright condemn, move on. Like, it should not have been. He should not have given grace to anything. Like, it's just so, the optics of it just look terrible, right? It's just something you don't do.
Characterize it as a neo-Nazi march.
No, if that's what had happened, yes. But my understanding is there were people protesting about statues, and there was the Tiki Talk, this thing that you're talking about, the neo-Nazi march, which was a neo-Nazi march.
Yeah, like he clarified, but like he shouldn't have said it in the first place. I agree. Like he really shouldn't have. He really shouldn't have.
Right, and these two things happened at the same time in the same place, right?
They didn't. That's the point I'm trying to bring. Is there what the only march there was the Unite the Right march, which all of their advertising memorabilia and all of the people who organized it were all well-known white supremacists, white identitarians, neo-Nazis. There was no other group of people.
So there weren't any normal people there just protesting about the statues?
I'm sure there might have been a couple normal people in the crowd, but
isn't it funny? Like the far right, guys. Would you consider like someone like Nick Fuentes to be like a far right guy? Would you guys consider Nick Fuentes to be in that category? Yes. Who? Nick Fuentes. Probably. I don't know what far right is anymore. I would say he's far right and I'm on the right. I have literally never heard of Nick Fuentes speak. Okay, well, Nick is going all Democrat these days. Here's the thing. Even he thinks MAGA sucks because they're not right-wing enough. He's like, fuck it, I'm voting Democrats right now. I'm going to be voting Democrats because, like, Trump isn't Hitler enough. He's like, they're not going far enough. We need someone worse. He doesn't want to vote MAGA anymore because they're not being insane enough. That's fucking crazy. Like, that's fucking crazy. Like even someone like him is denouncing MAGA and Trump because they're not going far enough.
It was a neo-Nazi organized march.
So it was no more than two people.
Is this the... Hold on, wait, just to be...
what
Just
I'm
wait,
trying to
wait, I
find
just
out
want to understand real quickly. You would agree with this statement. There was not a single BLM whole riot anywhere in the United States, because in any riot, there were not every single person rioting. So you would never characterize it as a riot.
No, I'd characterize it as a riot, but if someone said there were also some decent people who just care about social justice, I'd say of course there were.
If there was when we saw the videos of people setting car dealerships on fire and everything,
Yeah.
Nick
and
is
somebody was
doing the Hassan strat to punish the party who is closest to his political beliefs. Bruh, it's the fucking horseshoe theory, isn't it? Hassan and Fuentes are so much closer in like ideology than people realize. It's literally the fucking horseshoe theory. It literally, in every aspect. What's it all boiled down to? The Jews. It boils down to the Jews. That's it. Both Hassan and Nick Fuentes, when you get to the core of their problems, it's all Israel and the fucking Jews, right? That's literal horseshoe theory.
what do you think about like the riots last night that set fire to the car dealerships? And you're like, well, you know, I think there were some good people there. Wouldn't that be like a really inappropriate thing to say? You say, I condemn the violence. I think it's a horrible thing.
Of course, but that isn't what he said. He said, I condemned the people who did the rioting, but we also have to recognize that there were also some people there who were not violent, and that's exactly the...
It wasn't about not being violent. It was about being a neo-Nazi
who were
person.
not neo-Nazis, right.
It was a neo-Nazi organized march.
But I'm not arguing with you about that point. What I'm saying is what he was saying was that there were some other people. You gave me the BLM example, right? If you said to me there was a BLM riot which burned down a police precinct, but also next to it there were some people standing with placards saying Black Lives Matter who are just decent people, I'd be like, that's fair enough, but the riot is what matters.
Yeah, but I wouldn't talk about the people with the placards because I'd probably be asked for a clear comment on how do I feel about the rioting.
Well, what he said is there were people there who I condemn, who were the neo-Nazis, and there was the other people. So your argument is, did he defend the KKK and neo-Nazis? I don't think he did that.
Every single person that was there that was a neo-Nazi felt like they had been defended by Donald Trump.
Their subjective feeling is not the issue here.
It's literally definition the only thing that matters because they're the ones organizing the marches. And if Richard Spencer and these other guys are saying, yeah, I think Donald Trump made a nothing burger statement.
The Unite the Right rally was reprehensible. And what happened there was atrocious. I don't defend it. I don't support it. I'm actively against it. I think it was horrific. And these people are terrible. I hate all of them. I criticize them all the time. You mentioned, by the way, earlier that I never criticize them. I'm literally the person who, not the person, I don't want to take all the credit, who came up with the concept of the woke right, for which I'm constantly attacked by all these retards like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and whatever, right? I believe in criticizing both the right and the left when they're going wrong. The point I was making is that Donald Trump did not defend the KKK and the neo-Nazis. He made a distinction between those people and the others. And he condemned the KKK and the neo-Nazis, which he did.
Sure, I understand your perspective on this, but the people there felt like they were being supported. This exact same thing played out with the Proud Boys before, where he said, stand back and stand by, and you can see the leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers on Parler and Gab saying, like, oh, we heard you loud and clear, President Trump, and then they showed up on January 6th. You can see the organizers of the march, Jason Kessler, I don't remember the guy's first name, you can see Richard Spencer, you can see Enoch, all tweeted out or were given press interviews where they said, yeah, we feel like, Trump was supporting us. It was a neo-Nazi organized march. It's just a very weird thing, and Donald Trump has a history of this inability to criticize people that he thinks supports them for being violent. This happened a lot in the way
These are all perfectly valid points on their own right, but they're separate from the only thing I've ever said about that, which is the people who claim that Donald Trump came out and said there are good people on both sides, and by good people he meant the KKK and the neo-Nazis. I don't think that's true. I don't think that matches the evidence of what he said.
Sure, although to be clear, nobody made that claim in particular. They said that he said that there were good people on both sides, where one side was an organized neo-Nazi alt-right march.
No, I think he made the distinction very, very clearly, and people do this all the time. They take the words out of context to present that somebody said something they didn't say.
They're not but apparently every person understood him to mean that he was supporting the neo-Nazis. The neo-Nazis felt that way, and the left-leaning people
are going to pretend that Trump supported them because it benefits them. That does not mean that if you read what he said or watch it in context, that is what he was saying.
If he would have just said unequivocally, I deny.
I hate semantic debate. I hate this semantic debate. It just rots my brain. I think it's so pointless. I do think this kind of debate I think is just pointless.
He said, I condemned the KKK and the neo-Nazis who are there totally, but there were also there people protesting about the statues. That is what he said.
Sure, but there weren't those people.
That's what he said.
Okay.
And so when people try and present him as...
Because at the end of the day, the reason why I think it's pointless, because at the end of the day, no one can know what he really meant apart from Trump himself, right? No one can know. Like, no one can know what he really meant apart from the man himself. All you could do is like look at the optics of how it looked. Like, it's
not having condemned them. That's just factually incorrect. And I care about the truth, and I care about the facts.
Okay,
those are the facts.
I think the truth is really important, and I think using weird syntactical, out of context arguments to try to pretend that one thing was said when every single person understood a different thing. When you're asked to disavow a group of neo-Nazis that are marching, ostensibly supporting you as well, and your go-to immediately as well, I think there were good people on both sides of that, and then you ham up all of these people that were supposedly just defending the tear down of a statue. And he went on to describe, there were a lot of people there who were just trying to save a statue. That's not true. That whole march was organized by alt-right people. If you listened to Trump's statement, you come away thinking, oh, I guess maybe there were multiple marches or multiple protests, or there was a decent protest in the morning, and then the neo-Nazis came later. But that's not true. There was a singular alt-right neo-Nazi march that was organized. That's the only one he could have been referring to when he said there are good people on both sides. And what a pointless statement to make of saying, well, some people there might have been good people. That's true of the Nazi regime. That's true of literally everything in all of human history. Why even bother saying that unless you're just trying to obfuscate when you're being asked to take accountability for a group of people that
You can have this argument
We
with
should finish with some final thoughts, guys. We are getting out of time here.
All right, well, final thoughts from me is that I'm glad we managed to actually have a conversation. It's been a lot more enjoyable than the first part of it, because I think when people talk, even if they don't agree, I think that's good. I think that it's helpful to understand that putting people in tribes and then ascribing the worst opinions that you wish they had so you can argue with them is not the way to actually conduct public debate. I think those of you who don't agree with me might have seen that I don't hold some of the opinions that you hope I hold in order that you could disagree with them, and that a lot of my opinions are actually quite reasonable and rational and based on the logic and facts of what I see. Doesn't mean you're going to suddenly start agreeing with them, but at least they make sense and there's a coherent worldview. So I'm very grateful for all of you coming out, and thank you very much for being here.
I feel like one of the kind of worst tricks that have been played on freedom of speech or debate or conversations over the past 10, 20 years is this concept that as long as two people are chattering at each other or in the direction of an audience, there's some kind of actual dialogue or actual conversation happening. I think that you can look at people who play this game of just asking questions, who don't stake out any real positions in anything. You can find them always leaning in a certain direction, always instigating a certain type of behavior, leading to things like the Southport riots, when somebody like Farage just comes out and lies and says that local British authorities are hiding evidence about Islamic extremism from a Muslim jihadist immigrant, and none of these things end up being true. People develop feelings about them, and then the same situation happens over and over and over and over again. And every single time when the people involved in spreading said misinformation are asked to take some accountability or asked how they feel about the things they've made, it's always the same broad allusion to freedom of speech and good conversations. I think that the arguments that have existed online today relating to the political cultures on both sides, especially the right, mainly the right, are just so unbelievably boring and played out. To hear the exact same talking points over and over again about how we need better immigrants, or we need to curb all of this, or wokeism and transgender people are destroying society. And then meanwhile, like the governments that are forming from these people, you guys are starting to have your own MAGA thing in the UK with Reform and Restore, is just a bunch of empty, hollow promises that just end up destroying the countries, ironically, even more than the perceived threats that they had before. I was promised in the United States that Hispanic people and Muslims were going to destroy my society, and I've got Donald Trump, who I don't even know how many more bombs have dropped in Iran or how many more attacks have gone on, the president of No New Wars, who's basically broken every single promise he's made. But the reason why he's been able to do this and get away with it is because the entire foundation that people drove towards voting for him was created on complete and total lies.
It's 1.25.
I don't know, I hope at some point in the future, over the next year or two, I know you guys still have some real journalists in this country. We've lost basically all of them in the United States. I hope that people force the epic centrists to kind of like take stronger positions on things, to not get upset and to put down their microphones and to actually ask challenging questions about the positions they hold, rather than being allowed to endlessly demagogue about the positions over and over again without giving any specifics, and then to just repeat the same empty, hollow talking points they've had for the past decade that have basically achieved nothing.
Fair.
That's my feeling on it.
Please put your hands together for Konstantin Kisin and Destiny.
Oh my god, what a fucking 2 hours, bro. What a 2 hours. What, so they don't kiss at the end? What a 2 hours. Okay, shall I give my thoughts? Shall I give my thoughts? Okay, these debates make me feel so tired. I feel mentally tired after this. Let me give some final thoughts. Okay, so they started off the talk with like immigration, right? And I feel like the whole immigration section, I think Konstantin did come across more like composed. He did end up eventually by the end of it actually giving specifics on like the 50,000 cap, being selective. He actually gave like recommendations on policy, which I think was like a good thing. I think Destiny was way too focused on pushing for like definitions rather than engaging what was being said. But though I do think it's important to do that, I do think asking for specificity is really important. But I'm annoyed that it took half an hour until they got there to specifics. But I understand why he went through the option of like, okay, be more specific, get to the actual meat of what you're saying, stop being vague, actually take some positions. I think that's a good thing. But I think the way he framed it probably wasn't the best way, especially with the whole like unprecedented levels of like immigration. I feel like obviously Destiny should do better in asking better leading questions rather than hopping on the pretense of stuff, rather than hopping on like, okay, but what is a lot? Like, okay, like that's kind of silly. But they eventually got to a better conversation about immigration. So I think maybe Kisin might have had, like, to an outsider perspective, a better overall, like, look to him from that regards of, like, the debate. Then they spoke about, what was next? Wokeism, right? I feel the whole woke thing, Destiny was a little bit better because he really tried to talk about the systemic prevalence of wokeism and does it actually affect, like, systems. And he picked up on the whole, like, RAF thing. I think that was talked about. I feel like he correctly pointed out how wokeism can actually result in regressive policies, which I think was a good thing to bring up. I thought that was, like, okay. Then they talked about the whole, like, Trump stuff, which I think was probably the most, like, contended point, right? Was the most contended point. And I feel like I don't think Kisin performed well at all in that part of the conversation, right? Talking about institutional, like, erosion, the fact that, like, boundaries have been crossed, like, again and again, that a president that is evident of a dictatorial-esque president. Kisin kind of, like, playing ignorance or being obtuse to knowing the fact of, he thinks, like, dictator equals dictatorial, which is kind of, like, stupid. And Destiny was kind of more on point with talking about the whole democratic risk with that whole thing. So I feel like he sounded more, the sanity testing on that made Destiny seem a bit more reasonable when it came to the whole, like, that democracy Trump kind of, like, suggestion. And that was kind of, so I feel like he looked better after that, but I feel like that was the more in higher stakes part of the conversation. He came out looking a bit better on that. But I think Destiny doesn't help himself by being very aggressive or interrupting a lot. It doesn't make him look good from an optics thing. I think him taking Konstantin and constantly, like, painting him as, like, you guys, or you conservatives, or you MAGA, I don't think painting him with that brush and then attacking that was, like, a good thing, like, optically. Like, it's very, like, tribal in its framing, is it not? I don't think that's necessarily a good thing to do. And I think in a debate like this, like, people do consider, like, your tone in that kind of thing. But I think this goes to show, like, two different ways of, like, Kisin's very much a rhetoric driven guy, whereas Destiny is more of a substance and analysis and specifics kind of thing. So I do think they clashed on that, like, quite a bit. So I think Destiny pushing back on that, I think, was a good thing overall. But, like, Kisin definitely looked more composed throughout the whole thing and had the better, like, narrative of what he was trying to say. Like, I feel like for all of us, we understand more of the narrative that Kisin would want out of a situation. His narrative on wokeism, his narrative on immigration. Whereas Destiny, we don't really hear much of what he believes. We just hear him constantly rebuttaling of, like, can you give us specifics? Do you know what I mean? I feel like Kisin definitely, we hear more of what his narrative's beliefs are, less so with Destiny. He's more concerned with, like, pushing Kisin's narrative. That's the kind of thing. He doesn't really give a narrative of his own. He mainly rebuttals on other people's narrative, or Kisin's narrative in this regard, right? On Konstantin's, like, narrative. So I think this was an interesting debate. I think this is an interesting debate. But I still come away from it feeling, like, really, like, unsatisfied. Is that just me? I've really come away from this debate feeling very unsatisfied. I feel like nothing of true substance was really argued that much.